die.
Funny.
Hopefully that wasn't the part that came in on. Oops.
Oops, die came through.
Well, I mean, just being accurate, I guess.
Welcome.
Hello!
Hi guys, long time no see.
It's
May
been
the
a
4th.
long... May the 4th be with you all!
Especially for those who just finished Bad Batch like we did.
I just started.
I haven't seen any of it. I'm
Yeah,
the
don't.
loser here.
Actually, yeah, honestly, don't. Just don't. Jonas is already here, and I'm excited that he's here with us, but I wouldn't
Okay, you can hear the
suggest...
fan a little bit. We got a fan because the AC doesn't work in her house
yeah.
anymore.
So there's a lot going on. We're changing a lot. We're having to change a lot.
Life.
Yeah.
Lie.
So, yeah, there's going to be some sounds and stuff that are unfortunately going to be heard. We're also probably making a huge change later on, but we're figuring all that out. Excuse me. Also, if you can hear it a little bit, I don't think it's that big of a deal. We also don't want to blow up from the heat.
Yes.
So I'm trying to make sure our mics still sound good with it.
Well, if you're hearing it right now and there's no obvious
Do
difference.
we sound good?
Yeah, I mean, you can
Test
hear
1,
it,
2,
but
1,
at least
2,
we
1,
won't
2,
die, so it's
1,
fine.
1,
Yeah,
1,
I mean,
2.
the
1, 2.
as long as the mics, you can hear us, that's all that matters. You're going to hear the fan. I know you're going to hear the fan because of the game, so I'm not worried
But
about
we
that.
also don't want to die.
Yeah, I'm not worried
of
about
heat.
hearing the fan. I don't want it to override you all, but I don't think it will because you all are
No,
closer to the
I
mic
think we're
than the
fine.
fan is.
Hey, Dropkick's here!
Dropkick!
Armored doggo and dropkick.
It's a teeny buzz. Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. May the force be with you.
Ah.
Time for Darth
worried.
Brock.
Time
Ow.
for Darth Brock.
I'm worried that
Exactly.
you sound echoey.
Me?
Yeah.
I shouldn't. I mean,
Yeah, I need someone else's opinion on this. But I'm. It might just be because the fan is like moving the air, and we're not used to having that.
no.
No, everything's...
sounds fine to you?
Yeah, everything's
'Cause we
excellent.
sound good.
Yeah, nothing should be.
Because it's hard for me to judge
thing
it
is,
with all of us also
The
talking at
thing
the same
is,
time.
the thing is too, is your mic is turned up so loud that it will also pick me up.
Yeah.
So I'm going to sound a little weird if I'm being any type of loud.
Yeah. Right.
It's just how, unfortunately, because I noticed that as well. What?
Roll that recap.
Yes, yeah. So we don't spend 20 minutes talking about nothing.
I think I barely know.
Yeah, it's
We
just
do
a,
not.
it's just a teeny buzz for the fan, which I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I wouldn't
I-
even be upset if we turned it up
Yeah.
a little bit more, but it doesn't matter to me because
Yeah.
I can't feel it that much anyway. It's just for you all.
We could probably stand to turn it up a little bit.
Anyway, it has been
I don't want it to get too hot.
3 weeks.
Yes.
It's been a long drought,
Yes.
but we're here now. So session 9 today, session 8 was 3 weeks ago. And I think how it started pretty much was we were all at camp. Arminius had approached Tyrall about Brock pretty much and saying, hey buddy, that seems like a weird thing to do, to just let a vampire just go out and hunt by himself. And the conversation ensued to you asking him about why he hates the gods pretty much. And he said, yeah, I just don't trust him. And then later you all found out that he doesn't trust them, but he does still have god magic. He has
Forgot to take that note.
Segan and a little bit of Heimdall magic. Later, at the time, I believe Tyrall and Cyrus spoke about their orders or whatever, and worrying if that was something that they were going against keeping Brock alive. And then you all also spoke sometime, I think it was in the same vicinity of time, you all spoke about the bloody clothes and notes that you had found in the cavern, which obviously you deduced was Amers, and you talked about that. And I think at the exact same time, serendipity, Brock was going through the journal and found a ripped out page.
Oh, yeah.
But I think pretty much past that, you all were resting. There was a point in time while you were resting that Arminius was talking to Cyrus about his scythe. And you all were speaking about that, and you know your quote unquote god powers, because he asked you about the Rishari car, even though he already knew about them. And then in the middle of nowhere, while you were still speaking, he woke Tyrall up and said, "I'm conducting research. Follow me."
Yeah.
Didn't explain to you all what he was doing, and he said, "Use your god magic, and then let me know exactly what you're doing."
We went, huh?
Yeah. Tyrall said, "I'm sorry, what? Oh, you want me to use god magic? Gotcha," and then went straight to a Crusader stand, which was real cool.
How does that make you feel?
Yeah, he was like, "I need you to tell me exactly what's happening." You did the same thing, Cyrus. You did your
They're
own
like,
thing.
I don't know. This is just normal to me.
And then the next day, he presented Brock with a little gift he'd made him.
Yeah.
An actual pocket watch game.
Yep, an actual pocket watch game. Pretty
Which
much
he
like
took one of his things off to make.
yeah, pretty much a bop it.
Gay.
Which, yeah, I think when I went back and listened, I didn't make it very clear. You all don't know how long it's going to last. He just said it would keep you entertained. I did tell you over the table that it would last his entire lifetime.
And like 6 days or
5
something.
days after
5 days.
Arminius, he would be. So, yeah, you all know, but Cyrus and the rest of the group doesn't know pretty much. But, yeah, and he had to uninfuse one of his own items to be able to infuse that with arcane magic to be able to keep him alive, or keep that alive and entertained. And Brock hugged him, and he said, "Oh." You all then traveled to the Underdark, where you met the Asimar, Planetar, Angel, Uriah Ambershot, and you learned about the my brain stopped. The Elibad Vimus.
Yes.
Sorry, my brain stopped.
He's also the one that makes the Willows deal. We learned that.
He's
or
not
supplies
yeah,
him
he
with the
doesn't
Willows
make
deal.
it. He supplies it for specifically for Arminius. So, but you all went there because he wanted the Willow Steel, and he was like, gimme. I know you're speaking with him, but gimme my medal.
Give me my shit!
I want to go. But you all learned about the Elivad Vimus and learned that they are specifically made for very specific people. So, Tyrall, you had one. Brock, you had two.
Cyrus technically already had his.
Cyrus's was technically already made by somebody else, not by Uriah. And Aimer has one. You learned that Tenzin actually has one as well, but it was not picked up. And Uriah explained to you that
Brock's sister.
you can't. Brock's sister has one, and it has already been picked up.
Did he say that she had one or
Just one.
two?
But
Yeah.
that was neither here nor there. I don't think. He just asked if it was still here, and he said no. And then Brock started to almost cry, and then Courtney almost started to cry. It was a lot. Yeah, no, there's a lot of vowels in that, but yeah. He explained that specifically for you, Tyrall, because when he said that it wasn't made by Odin, that it was made by the maker, you were like, yeah, I'm probably gonna put that back. It's not made by Odin. He said you're not going to live up to your full potential if you don't take it, and that's what the Vimus is for. Is for to better the world, basically, and it's designated for a specific destiny for very specific people. And a lot of the weapons have gone unclaimed. As you saw, there were tons of weapons there, and as I said, Tenzin had one, and he never came to pick it up. And obviously, you know him to be not a good guy. So, hearing that, and he called you Tyrall before, and called him Cyrus before you all ever mentioned your names, and so you were like, ooh, I should probably take that then. So you did. You all asked him to scry on Aimer. He did.
With the pendant.
He did. And then while he was doing that, you all went down to the middle of the Underdark to be able to get to look around and stuff. Tyrall made a oopsie and pulled out a plant in the Underdark as a Priest of Odin, and Arminius freaked out about that and said, "Get out of my way, give me that," and took the punishment, almost took the punishment for you, as you all were introduced to Delilah, the leader of the colony of Drow. And she was going to use a burning-ended whip on Arminius to punish him, as they use capital punishments in the Underdark. And instead of letting that happen, Tyrall actually said, no, please don't. That was me, actually. And then she threatened your life with Hela, pretty much. She said, all right, you interrupted me, you pulled my people's crops out, get out of here. And Hela will be following you, pretty much. So you all said, right, gotcha, bye! And skeetered your way on out of there. On your way out, Uriah told you that he did scry on Amer. Amer was alive. Didn't know what kind of condition he was in, but knew that he was alive, and that he kind of got kicked back a little bit as he was trying to scry on him. He did get a kickback from it. So
he was alive and unharmed.
Yeah.
Is also important.
Yeah. But, and then you all were like, yeah, we gotta get out of here. So Arminius basically got, I think, like a point or two of exhaustion because he completely transformed the cart into a car, basically. It moves on its own, it moves by vocal commands, it's now a Tesla.
Yep.
It moves by vocal commands now, and you all let the horses go back to Delilah, which you will obviously beat them there because it goes real fast. And you are now on your way past the border and on your way to Delilah.
And the autism boys are asleep.
Yeah, Arminius is like, I gotta take a nap. So he's asleep in the back. Cyrus is, I guess, asleep still.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he
and,
stayed up with him and was helping him work. So.
Well, it wasn't helping him work, but he was asking questions.
Well,
Yeah.
Attempting to
Tyrall.
help.
He
Tyrall
asked
was
questions.
driving.
Tyrall is driving, and what is Brock doing?
Brock was sitting up front with him.
Okay. So you all are merry-making your way there, and it's gonna... You're not out of Drokar yet, so...
Yeah, we're
But I
on
would
our
say-
way back to Delilah.
We got a bit.
I would say it would be the next day, so, because it was pretty late in the night that you all started going. And I would say, I mean, he only trances, but since he has a point of exhaustion, I'll say that he may be tranced for more than 4 hours. Oh, hey. Well, Darian, where are you on the floor? So what are you, I would say Arminius is awake or waking up currently, since it's been long enough. What is everybody doing? Something in my eye.
Oh, Tyrall's still driving the cart.
Great.
He's probably shouting left or right because he doesn't know how quiet he can be.
Yeah, so which means Cyrus isn't
That's-
asleep.
Yeah, that's probably why Arminius wakes up too. And he...
Left!
Oh, gosh.
Left! Right!
Oh, my God.
Just avoiding stuff in the road.
As you're shouting that, Arminius just... He raises his head off the wooden cart. Actually, more
I'm
metal
sure they
now.
both are just like, shut up!
He sees that you're awake, and he's like, he hears you shouting, and he looks so, and he's just a tired-looking guy anyway, because, you know, he constantly works.
Putting bags under their eyes.
He pulls the curtain back, and he looks at you. You don't have to shout. You just say it. You don't yell it.
I've been shouting all night.
You trust me.
We know.
I know.
You could have told me earlier my throat is scratchy.
He looks at you and just looks at you. I said, you know, all right. And he just drops the curtain and turns right back around. And he actually is kind of, Cyrus, you can tell because you can see.
Mm-hmm.
He's a little bit more, especially after everything that happened, he's a little less professional, I guess. So, because he turns around and just kind of plops right where he was sitting and just kind of crosses his legs, takes a breath. And he's not looking at you, he's just looking down at the cart.
Yeah.
Hey, Arminius.
Yes, Tyrall.
About how much longer till we cross the border?
I don't know. I've been asleep this whole time. How long have we been traveling?
6 hours since she fell asleep?
Then I suppose we have a few more days, wouldn't you think?
Okay.
He said, I want to see my
Um,
girlfriend.
We should probably stop and let Brock hunt a little bit. If there is anything to hunt around here. Is there any?
Yes.
Are we next to?
Cyrus just pulls the
Forest or
curtain back and
anything?
just pokes his head out. Just looks around.
Well, you're still in Drokar. There's not very many trees around. It's very much plain land. You're not going to see very many trees until you get closer to the border.
We want
Which,
some rabbits or something, though.
maybe. You're more than welcome to check.
Brock, would you like to go try to hunt?
Yes, please.
Okay. Stop. Just.
It does slow to a stop, but yes. He says, he whispers, stop.
All right, Brock. Got 20 minutes. Stay within eyesight.
It won't be hard to watch over him as there's really only
Little
hills, valleys, that sort of stuff.
But you can go hunt. Hi, little
Yes,
friend.
Yes.
if you would like to roll a survival check for me. I love how upset you look every single time you roll.
All right. 17.
That's not too bad.
That's not bad.
Um,
I can't roll like that all the time.
so you do definitely find a few little skittering creatures, maybe a couple little lizards.
Cannibalism.
Sorry.
Jerky.
He said sorry. A few rabbits, that sort of stuff. Enough to satiate you for sure.
While I am out, I would also like to look for any of the flowers.
The flowers. Will you make an investigation check for me then?
Tyrell, you should yell at it again.
That is Tyrall's method of getting things done, is yelling at it.
Apparently.
Yelling at it or hitting it.
Yeah.
It's proven to be very effective.
For Tyrall, specifically.
Yelling and hitting
Effective for
things.
you and awful for everyone else.
Hey, just because we have a god of the underworld coming after us now doesn't mean anything.
That's really funny. To be fair, he didn't yell or hit the plant, he just pulled it.
Still violent.
Yeah, but she started chasing us the first time for yelling and hitting.
Yeah, you're right. Essentially.
14.
Excuse me. So yeah, so along with that, basically as an overview, I will say for everyone, the plants, you can see them pretty much if you're looking. Like, they look like a natural part of the environment. You just know now that they're not a natural part of the environment, and you don't know where they came from or anything like that. But when you find them, there's nothing suspicious about the way that they're looking right now for you. They're just kind of littered throughout, along with some other brush or other flowers, maybe. They just definitely look at like a natural part of the environment, which is the reason why they kind of went overlooked for so long. Because they just looked like a new species of flower that
Right,
maybe
just
nobody had
blended
discovered,
in.
and
Yeah.
maybe they were an invasive species and nobody really thought about it. But clearly now you know they are an invasive species.
I
But
bet.
yeah, so you can definitely find some. It's just not an overwhelming, an uneasy amount of them that you're like, why is there so many, or why are they that big? You know, so.
Not like at the farm or the forest.
Correct. Yeah.
So when I find one, I'm going.
Start stomping on it.
I'm gonna pick it
Oh.
and then dig so I find the root.
Mhm.
And Brock has had a thought because this happened.
You all had 3
before.
weeks to have thoughts, so yeah.
And so
No thoughts are happening here, at
Brock
least.
summons his lavender dagger.
Mhm.
And okay, when Brock stabbed Scary Tree, he saw things. Meh. And
It's quite interesting, my friend.
I stabby the root.
Interesting.
Brock's smart.
Huh.
He's learning
So-
so
A
much.
broken
really
watch
is.
is right twice a day.
You know?
Julius, you're an encyclopedia of knowledge, you know? So Interesting. So when you go to stab it, you notice that when you do, it kind of you don't get to the actual root. It actually stops you before that. And it's like a force field, and it has like a shocky little force field.
Oh.
And when you kind of stab it, it presses through just a little bit because I'm sure you put a little more force into it to be like, huh?
Yeah, right.
Why isn't it working? So you just like, you press a little bit harder, and when you do, it's like you're kind of kicked back and everything is black.
Oh.
And when you come to, you don't know how long you've been asleep, but you come to, and you're in the same place that you were when the red eyes and fangs hit you. And you again don't see it, but you hear it. What are you doing? You are not supposed to be back here yet.
Brock is not sure how Brock got here, but Brock stabbed a flower.
You stabbed a flower?
Yes,
What flower did you stab?
the bad ones.
The bad ones. Ah, the ones that you and your friends are investigating, yes?
What is this?
How do you know that?
Because I am always with you, Brock.
Oh, yeah.
I see through your eyes. Magic. You are a part of me as much as I am a part of you.
I guess that makes sense. Yes.
Is the... Why are you so interested in these flowers, Brock?
They are making people sick, and we want people to not be sick.
I see.
Why are you interested in flowers?
I am...
As he just looks around.
Yeah, you can't, and there's nothing. I mean, so as you see this environment, it's, to you, it looks, everything is shrouded in a heavy darkness. It looks like it's probably really late at night, but it's
Yeah.
almost even darker than that, except for you and the little lake area shining just a little bit more. And you can't see this thing that's speaking to you, but you know that you recognize the voice.
Yeah.
And every now and then you might see like the glint of red eyes in the distance. I am not interested in it. I'm interested in you, my boy.
Oh, okay.
You are a good kid. But
Thank you.
be careful with these flowers. You don't know what they do. And you don't need to know just yet. Just be careful. And then you're brought back. And you're like laying on your back and you're looking up at the sky, and it's what you can tell is nothing's changed in the sky at all for you. You don't know how long you've been gone, but you can only assume it's been a few minutes. Whereas when you're in the scenario before, it feels like you were there for hours talking to whoever you were talking to.
On our end, has it been very long? Or
Nope. And you still have the lavender dagger in your hand and the flower in the other hand.
Oh, okay. And then Brock will get up, kind of look around, be like, is this the same place I was? Yes, okay. And then he'll start to head back to the cart. To the motor coach.
The motor coach.
It's more accurate now.
Yeah, it is.
Armenians,
Yes.
could you go ahead and open up our storage compartment for food, please?
Yes, I can do that.
All right.
And he opens the things up. And when it makes that slight little sound, he like, you see him like wince, and he's like, I must fix that.
Tyrall's gonna go back, look into it. He's gonna go, okay. Create food and water. Can I create food and water?
I love how you. Oh, this is so good. Yes, you can create food and
Okay.
water.
I can
He's like,
create-
can I do anything?
All right, so we have
Every
our
time he casts a spell now,
45
he's like,
pounds of food, and everybody's
buddy.
water canisters are refilled.
cool.
So we have a day's worth of rations
Sweet.
for us. Then, while he's waiting for Brock to come back, Tyrall's just gonna kind of get off the cart, sit down. He's gonna plop his new hammer in front of him with the hilt sticking up.
Mm-hmm.
He's just gonna watch the little symbiote that's inside of it and see what it shows him.
It is definitely. It's not showing you anything yet, but you can tell it definitely has life to it, and it kind of looks a little bit more like it's going back and forth, almost like it's studying you in a way. It has a life, and it's like figuring out like where it's at and like who you are and who you are. It's like studying. Looks like it's studying you. And when you sit it down and you're just kind of staring at it, studying it, you feel like you have a connection to it. You're not quite certain if it's saying anything to you. It just feels like you have some sort of connection to it.
It's cute, and I want 18 of them.
Oh, it does have a very much like a. I don't want to necessarily say whimsical, but it definitely has like an energetic spirit
A life
to it
to
in a
it.
way. Yeah, where it just kind of is like, whoop, whoop, almost like a fish that's that's inquisitive. It has an inquisitive life to it, pretty much.
He's gonna put his hand up to it.
Also, Cyrus is probably gonna. He was trying to lie down, reaches up, just like grabs some food from the box, and then sees you doing that, and also sits up and just studies it. Interesting.
He's gonna put his hand out to where the little symbiote is inside of it. Just gonna touch.
And it presses up against the glass where your hand is at. Just kind of like presses itself against the glass.
What are you?
And you said you're touching it?
Yep.
And when you touch it, it feels. The only word I can really explain is connected. Like it's a piece of you. When you touch it. Again, you still have a lot of confusion about it because you can tell that there's more in your being that wants to understand it because you're so connected to it, but you don't really have any answers.
Cyrus.
Hmm.
You ever seen anything like this in a weapon?
Never.
You're the
I
one here
assume
with the
it's-
most exotic type of weapon. I would have assumed maybe you would know more.
No. I'm sure Uriah's the only one who makes weapons like these. Perhaps there are others, but
And just off in his own distance, you just hear, there are. He's not the only one that makes weapons like this.
well, they're the first that I've seen.
Were you there when your weapon was made?
Partially through the process, yes. I mean, my blood had to be installed in it. But aside from that, not technically, no.
So then you don't know how your weapon was made,
No, I assume like any other.
was it? Not from what Uriah said. Said it was made for you.
He's gonna grab his scythe and it's probably not gonna do anything. He's gonna hold it near the symbiote, see if it does anything. I'm gonna assume not.
No, doesn't do anything.
I'm gonna pull out
I suppose it's different, but
my other hammer
He said,
Yes.
let's just
Yeah.
let's
and
just
set
test
it
it.
down next to the new hammer and see if the symbiote has any reaction.
I mean, not necessarily. It doesn't really. It was kind of reacted the same way as when Cyrus put his there. It just didn't really have a reaction. Something in my eye.
Hmm.
Heck. I've been compromised.
Good job.
But yeah, it doesn't really have a reaction. Just like any other just like any other weapon, it just seems like it just recognizes the Odin hammer as a normal weapon. nothing special. You know, just casually, nothing special. You can kind of tell, actually, though, from the Odin hammer that you know how it kind of with the runes and stuff on it, it does glow a little bit, and kind of does more of like a sparking glow, which is something you've not really seen before. You're like,
like a short circuiting.
Wait, what?
you don't really know. It just is definitely like it definitely has some energy glowing to it, and some of the runes maybe spark just a little bit. But it's nothing overwhelming. It's just something that you've not seen your hammer really do before.
He's gonna pick up his Odin hammer. He's gonna look at the other hammer.
Mm-hmm.
He's gonna clink.
Make the tips touch.
He's gonna clink them together,
Just like the
face to face.
Okay. I mean, nothing really happens. I guess the Odin hammer, when you do it, just because of the force, the Odin hammer kind of sparks a little bit, but that's about it. And you can tell the symbiote reacts to being hit, but that's about it.
He's just gonna put his Odin hammer back in the cart, and he's going to just grab onto it with both hands, put his head to it, and just
Which hammer?
the new one,
The Vimus
the
hammer.
Vimus hammer. He's just gonna.
Dunk. Maybe if I kill myself.
This is gonna take forever, isn't it?
Likely.
When you kunk your big old forehead right there on it, and you say that, everything for you. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Everything for you. I don't feel bad anymore. Matt Mercer does it too.
Yeah,
anyway,
literally. He went.
Everything for you also goes dark, and you're by yourself in just a dark plane. And you hear this, and I can't do super deep voices, but it's a deep, like, draconic voice.
Draconic.
Yeah,
Ooh.
it's like a deep, and it sounds knowledgeable. Also something I can't do.
You? Yeah, no.
Yeah. But it seems disembodied at first, but you feel like it's a presence behind you. And when it speaks, it kind of fills you with courage and bravery, boldness. And it says, "So, you are Tyrall."
That's what they call me. That's what I was named.
I am your spirit. The
You're-
hammer.
You're the spirit from the hammer.
Yes.
You're the little gold thing wiggling around.
Yes. That is a way to put it.
How come I haven't been able to hear you like this before?
It seems there is something blocking our connection.
Let me guess. It's Odin, isn't it?
Whatever that may be. Could be your own self-doubt. Could be anything. You have... And it seems like it kind of... And when it seemed... It feels like it comes from, like, your back, like your actual back. It feels like it comes from your physical being. Kind of like how you've seen Brock do his lavender Brock. It just feels like it melts off of you, and you see this spirit of a Komodo dragon just kind of come out of you. And it has glowing gold eyes, and it kind of just, it's very wispy, very spectral. But you can tell it's a spirit, and it's just you and him. Like, it's nothing as far as you can see. It's just darkness, but you and him. And he just kind of like walks around you and looks at you like a weird,
Like a reptile does.
like a reptile. Whatever is going on, you seem to have inner turmoil, confusion. And I can't reach you until you figure that out. You want your destiny so badly. Perhaps I am your destiny.
So what you're saying is this is the last time I'll be able to speak with you until I figure it out.
Not the last time. I am your spirit, I am your helper. But you cannot wield me properly until you figure everything out for yourself.
How do I start?
Meditate
Meditate on myself?
on yourself, on the things that you desire. I will be here to help you when you do. That's why I'm here.
In our times of rest after we're done fleeing, I'll be back for you.
And I will be here. And you just kind of, and then you, boop, you come back and you're just face to face with this hammer. And Cyrus is like, "Did you die?"
Was it like just like a
It was no,
Or-
it was just he just punk,
Or
and
just
then
stayed there,
yeah,
just
and then
froze?
you were like, "Tyrall,
you good?
Tyrall,
Tyrell,
Tyrell.
poke,
Yeah,
poke.
Tyrell? Did you die?"
Tyler's like, okay, I'll wait.
Yeah,
He just
and
leans back, crosses his arms, and just
that was
waits for him to
that,
wake up.
that was a full like regular time period pretty much, whereas Brock's was less time than what it felt like. If it was 10, 15, 30 minutes, that's how much it felt. That's how much it really was.
Mm.
You were full on meditating with this boy.
So Brock's probably back by now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Arminius notices you go quiet, and he just kind of looks at you and is like, because he's standing up doing something else, and he looks at Cyrus. What happened to him?
I think there's communication happening.
And he like crouches down and just like
I'm
when
sure
you
both
when
of them
you
are just
come to
staring at
when
you.
you come to Arminius has no sense of personal space sometimes, and he's like right up in your face when you open your eyes, pretty much.
No!
Oh. Did you get anything? He just completely unfazed.
Can you give me a minute to process this?
Please
No.
show class.
Oh.
The immediacy of your answer is the truth of your answer, and I'm curious.
I went somewhere else.
We know.
Obviously, you were not here.
And apparently the thing inside of this is my spirit, but it's also the hammer. And
What do you mean by your spirit?
he said he was my helper. And also he's a Komodo dragon. And it came out of me.
That's on the wrong.
And Arminius is just kind of... It came out of you?
Like when Brock makes his double, it came out of me like that.
Brock has a double.
Yes, it's purple.
And
It's-
And he looks at you, Cyrus, and his eyes kind of go whoop, and they widen a little bit. He's like, because he can... Why... No one told me that he also had powers like this.
You just thought he was a vampire.
He looks like he's like, are you... You all had this information and you didn't tell me. Where is
We
he?
haven't
And
been in a
he's
fight,
now
yeah.
momentarily completely distracted
Oh.
by Brock. It's
And
like,
then-
where is he?
I'll say Brock will show up and be like, sorry, Brock is late.
You need to come
Yep.
with me. And he grabs
Oh.
your arm and he's like, follow me.
You're not in trouble, Brock.
Oh, okay.
We've already been through this before.
But we'll
Don't kill him, please.
he doesn't answer. He's gonna take you away from the group for a little
So
bit.
how was
but-
your trip?
Was she saying that to you or to me?
It
question.
was weird. Everything was dark.
Mm-hmm.
No realization of where I was, how I got there. But the
I've been in similar places, yes.
symbiote spoke to me then.
So was it the same as that, or was it? You said it was a Komodo dragon.
That's the form it took whenever it came out.
Was it gold?
Yes.
Hmm.
It said it was my spirit in the hammer.
Interesting.
That he was my helper, but that he can't help me until I sort out my inner turmoils.
Understandable.
So
Was there any instruction given, or
to meditate and figure out what those obstructions are.
Well, I'm sure you don't need help with that, do you?
I didn't think there was any issues till this point, Cyrus.
Any issues?
With me.
Cyrus is
Well.
like,
Well,
It's really funny.
I think that there could be a lot to learn from this.
Just need to figure out where to learn them.
Kind of like gestures to the hammer.
I'm going to need to spend a lot of time with that.
Mm-hmm. I spent a great deal of time with my weapon, too.
Did you get transported to another place with your weapon?
Not that I'm aware of. Similar
Yes,
dark spaces when you meditate, but...
Yes, but you never had something that you know of ever come to you like that. Also, if you had, you'd probably be like, what the freak? Because you're an exorcist, so you'd probably be like...
Well, I guess depending on what it was.
I don't know.
Depending on what it was.
But no.
Dark spaces, yes. Something coming to me, not necessarily, no. But you might need more guidance, and so therefore it requires itself to make itself known to you.
Haven't had any experiences like this since I've been outside of the circle. These were quite common during days and weeks of meditation to commune with Odin and his Valkyries. This is the first time that it hasn't been one of them.
There's a vast world outside of the circle. Outside of Odin.
That's what I'm worried about. Well, we shouldn't stay here too much longer. The quicker we get out of this
I don't
country, the
think
better.
we really have much of a choice.
Oh, where did he even take him?
Yeah, and he sits you, Armina sits you right in, stands you right in the middle of like an open field.
Here.
He's like, they told me that you had powers. And he looks dead-faced, like, wow, I could have done this so long ago, but it's fine. And you see him just kind of reach around, grab out a purple book, and kind of flips it open, and you notice he writes with his left hand. So... And it looks like he's questioning how to actually say this to you. If you could, show me those powers that you possess.
Oh, okay. Brock can do this. The lavender dagger appears. It's really good when we fight things, but now Brock has this and this.
Right. Is there anything else you can do? They told me something about there being two of you.
Oh, yes. Brock has friend, and
Melts right off of you, and he's like,
when it appears, it goes.
and he looks so tired, he's like, yes. So, how have you come about these powers? Have you always had them?
No. It wasn't until after Brock had woken up.
And he's scratching stuff down. Woken up? What do you mean?
Oh, well, Brock got out and one time.
Got out of captivity.
Yes.
Yes.
And then that was when Brock saw the red eyes and wants to know about things with red eyes and fangs.
A vampire. Yes.
Yes.
And so that is when you garnered these powers.
Yes.
Interesting. And what does it feel like when you use these powers? Is it just something that's natural for you? Or does it have a feeling to it? And as he asks that and you go, he's like, ooh, that might have been a little too deep. I guess I'll just see what happens.
They kind of just happened at first, but then Brock was able to kind of focus, and then Brock can do it.
Like, that actually made my questions worse. Thank
He
you, Brock.
blinks at 2 different times. Does anyone speak to you? A god? Or anyone who says that they're a god?
I guess Brock can tell you.
If it makes you feel any better, you're a vampire spawn, which means you have a lord. So I would assume that that is who speaks to you, yes?
Brock has Governor Wayland, yes.
And you just see him scratch down very roughly in the book. Governor Wayland. Yes, that is not your lord, though. He's not the one who turned you into a vampire, right?
No.
Right. The thing,
Yes.
vampire, that turned you into a vampire. He is what would be called your lord, because he controls you.
Oh. Oh no. Can Brock be Brock?
And he just looks at you and is like, okay, I think you're kind of maybe getting it, and just starts writing things down. Do you speak to him that way? Does he always speak to you?
No. It generally happens when Brock is asleep.
When Brock is asleep, right.
Yes.
So he just keeps writing down. And has he given you a name? As in, for himself? Has he told you his name?
No.
Interesting. Have you seen him? Do you know what he looks like?
No. Whenever we talk, it's very dark. And Brock
Interesting.
only sees eyes.
Interesting. Alright. Do you have any other powers that you can do?
Oh. And Brock walks over towards Arminius,
Mhm.
and then Brock starts to turn purple as the lavender one starts to turn red and blue, and then they switch spots.
Oh. He's like,
And then Brock, from
Oh.
the back, Brock is like, see, now Brock is back here.
that's a wonderful party trick, Brock. Good job. And he just kind of closes the book.
He's both impressed and also severely underimpressed.
Yeah, he's like, I'm so impressed that you've underwhelmed me so much. And he just puts the
Why
book
do you think they
away.
didn't say anything about it?
Thank you, Brock. And then he just kind of, goes to turn away, stops. He looks back at you,
He's such a softie for Brock.
and he just stares at you for a minute, and narrows his eyes, looks away. Are you... And he looks like he's in pain. Enjoying your watch that I made you.
Oh, yes, very much so. It's great.
And he looks like he kind of, little bit smile, and he's like, wonderful. That is all. And he turns around, and he just kind of like closes his cloak around him and walks away. Walks right back to camp.
After he walks away, the two Brocks will regroup, but before the other one disappear, they kind of both stop next to each other and watch him walk away, and then Brock slaps the lavender one on the back of the head. Why you no jump? You stand on 3. And it just kind of rubs the back and then goes, and then
I love that dynamic. That's good. Yeah, that's good stuff.
and then Brock will be like, well, that was weird. And then he'll remember that he has, that's sour. And then he'll rush back to the cart.
So funny. And Arminius walks up, and he looks like he's so uncomfortable. He like he's wrapped in his cloak, and he just like is looking down, and he's walking.
Cyrus just gives him a knowing look.
Because you guys are in the cart,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And he just like fast walks past the cart, past the back of the cart.
So how did your...
And he said, "Don't talk to me." And just keeps walking.
Tyrall, Cyrus, Tyrall.
Yes, Brock.
Yes.
Ah,
Oh, there's more of them.
flower. And when Brock found it, Brock picked, and then
We see that.
Brock got idea,
An
And-
idea.
Oh.
and Brock summons the lavender dagger. When we fought big scary trees and Brock stabbed them, Brock saw things in his brain.
In his
Alright.
mind palace.
So Brock thought, what if Brock stab Root? And so Brock dig, and
And?
it
Cyrus gets his notes out and just starts scribbling.
Brock woke up in the dark place where the red eyes talk to him.
After you stabbed it.
Alright.
Yes.
And what happened?
We talked. It.
Who talked?
Oh, I don't know.
You said we.
Yes, I don't know its name.
The thing that bit you.
I guess so. Yes.
Did it have red
it's-
eyes?
It's the one that Brock told you about. That he said that Brock was the chosen.
It's the thing that bit him.
Mm-hmm.
But he asked Brock about why Brock investigate flowers, and so Brock then asked it why it was interested in flowers,
And
and it was uh, vague.
what was that?
Vague in what way, Brock?
It said something like the flowers have purpose, but Brock won't know that until later.
The flowers have purpose?
Yes.
Did it seem like whoever it was that you were talking to, maybe they made the flowers? What else?
Maybe.
What else did they say?
They look through Brock's eyes. So next time we do a bath day, Brock should go by himself so Brock doesn't intrude.
That would be very
Thank you.
nice, Brock.
Cyrus just kind of turns and gives Tyrall the look, a look. So, what do you mean by looking through your eyes? Let me reiterate. As in, he's keeping tabs on us. It, he, they. They're keeping tabs on us.
Yes, it's said it was following, like, watching what Brock do.
What did they say? Why?
No. Other than the first conversation when it said that Brock was its chosen.
I think next time you need to press harder. Because anything that it might know, we need to know.
It could be very
Oh.
beneficial.
Okay, you mean ask questions because
Yes.
Brock couldn't push on anything. It was just dark.
Yes, by asking questions.
Okay.
Now, if you don't mind, I would like to get out of this country as fast as possible.
Yes. How many yes?
And you
We're
hear from,
leaving.
you hear from the front of the cart because he kind of very gently hopped up into the front of the cart and he's like, "I'm already ready."
Alright, Brock, get in the cart. We're going.
So, how did your experiment go? Nudie's here.
Are you asking that with the curtains closed or are you opening
No, I'll
them?
pull one of them.
And you can tell that he's kind of hunched forward,
Forward.
like with the cloak wrapped around him. He's very.
There were a lot of messages.
I said, "Do not speak to me." And he's not. He doesn't look back. He just, and you can tell the very tip of his ear is very red.
As you wish, the next on the mark. And just lets the curtain fall.
Tyrall's gonna climb up
And
to
you
the
hear
front
you,
next to
you
him.
hear Duke go, "Beep, beep, 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 beep," and he's like,
Shut up!
"Dude, if you speak to me one more time, I'm going to crush you underneath my boots."
And Tyrell will climb back up in the front, look over at Arminius. Do you want me to drive, or do you want to drive?
Are you going to continue to yell?
Not unless I have to.
It matters not to me. I am well rested, so I can do it.
Forward. Cart.
All right.
Whoop.
Yep. And it just goes. And he's like very much, like I said, very much hunched in on himself, cloak wrapped around him, and he looks like he's pouting almost, and he's just like not looking at you. It's the most unprofessional you've seen him look. Dude's been through a lot. Last couple
Arminius,
days.
if it means anything, I was freaked out the first time I saw him do that as well.
He does need.
Who, Arminius?
Yeah, he said Arminius needs a nap.
He does. He doesn't really say anything. He just kind of he does kind of make a sound, but makes a little hum, and that's it.
Would you like something to take your mind off of it?
It depends on what that thing is, I suppose.
It's an idea that
Pretty
I
girl.
had in my head. And I hope enough time has passed to ask this, but your trains. Wouldn't it be better if they could change tracks?
He
Oh.
you
What's happening?
the absolute audacity of Tyrall Backen. I cannot. But anyway, so you say that, and because he's kind of hunched down on himself with his cloak wrapped around him, and he hears you say his train, and he winces anyway. But then he hears you suggest something to him, and he kind of straightens his back, folds his hands neatly in his lap, and then looks at you, fixes his glasses. Did you honestly just suggest something to me about my creation?
My train?
And then that creation which you destroyed haphazardly.
It wasn't haphazardly.
A bifrost from the sky seems to be quite haphazardly to me.
Huh.
Wouldn't you agree?
You can kill him, it's fine.
I had to take care of things. It's just unfortunate I was on your train. But would you like to see my rudimentary drawing or not?
No. He didn't destroy it. He blew it up. I feel like it's important to say that. He blew it up. So there's that.
So you
Yes, I eviscerated the
It
train.
wasn't even like a hand grenade, it was like
it was a
a
holy hand
missile
grenade.
strike. Yeah.
Total derailment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The train,
track
the
was
tracks
gone.
itself blew up. Yeah,
Yeah.
trees were destroyed. Like, it was a whole vicinity. Yeah.
People died. It was bad.
Hella came out of
You're
the ground
welcome.
afterward.
Yeah.
Tyrall lost an eye.
No, I didn't say thank you,
Tyrall
actually.
lost an eye over it. It was
Keep
wild.
losing that eye.
So
You should go back and check everything out.
You thought, and he just looks at you. He looks
I
at you
know.
like there's something missing, but behind your eyes, he's wondering what you use to speak with, like if you have a brain. And he looks at you and says, "So you genuinely, and correct me if I'm mistaken, thought that the way to, in your words, make me feel better was to critique my life's work."
No, maybe just give you another thing to work on. Since you've been traveling with us and it's been probably not the best experience you've ever had.
No.
Just give you a little something to get back to your chosen line of work. They'll
And he-
reach into his backpack.
As you do,
Bring
as
out
you're
some
bringing
papers.
stuff out, he brings out his blueprint, slaps it on his lap, and like rolls it open. And he already has a blueprint made up for the switches. You mean this?
I look at my piece of paper. Oh. Yours actually has the mechanism to move the track. And he'll show his piece of paper, and there's just 2 lines, and then 2 lines, and then a question mark in the middle where they're supposed to, like, do the
The
switch.
junction, yeah.
And his is like a nice blueprint with like
Yeah, it's
all of the really nice sketching and
super professional.
Yep.
Yeah.
It looks very nice and neat and orderly, and there's lines to it and everything, and equations that you can't understand, languages on the side that you can't understand probably. He like, when he opened it and everything, he just looked at you.
Right.
Hey, that's it.
Oh.
He's like, hey, yours is almost as cool as mine is.
And Tyrall just crumble it up and throw it off the side of the cart. And we're like, well,
Do you have any other brilliant ideas you'd like to share with me?
no, that it took me a long time just to get to that point. I'm more of a religious studies guy.
If you see it,
No, it did not. Just this whole entire.
It's,
It's so good.
yeah.
It's really hard for me to be.
Fine,
It's really
I
hard for
know.
me to be
I
mean
know.
Arminius right now because Courtney wants to laugh. Yes,
Ooh.
I would suggest that you stick with the religious studies, my friend.
But luckily for you, I have questions.
More questions?
Your friend, Uriah.
Yes.
How much do you know about him? Where did he come from?
Well,
How can he make these weapons that only certain people can handle?
as far as I know, what he's told me is he's from what is called the Maker. The one who made Silvana and everything on it. And even the gods, as you know them to be.
Explain that to me.
And he's rolling up the blueprint, kind of like shoves it in his little pocket. And when you say explain it to me, he actually looks at you and raises an eyebrow. Do you really think that your small Norse brain can understand it? Or are you actually looking to enlighten yourself for once?
I have a hammer that is better than anything I've seen the Circle make. From a being that the Circle has never talked about.
Which I am not surprised of.
There's things that they're keeping hidden about our history, our past, the powers that be. I think I should know about them and make my own decisions.
I would agree with that. That is the best way to the truth. So, as far as I'm aware, the Maker is the one who made our world, Silvana. He could not. He can do all, makes all, is all. Though, to facilitate, he decided to make each pantheon for each of the continents on Silvana. So you have 8 continents, therefore 8 pantheons, and each have their own ruling body, and they facilitate between the Maker and Silvana, its people. Truly an idiotic idea, if you ask me. The in-between gods are useless, vain, and selfish. So, as I know it, Uriah has come directly from the Maker to give the weapons that you have and that Brock seems to have to help understand your destinies. that the Maker has already decided for you. There are, and he, as you all are driving, he just kind of gestures to the scene around you. Heroes in this world for a reason. Some of them don't know that they are heroes and choose not to be.
Do you have anything that Uriah has made for you?
He looks very wary about that conversation. But he just kind of...
Astute.
That'd be so funny. Yes, this crabby thing that I want to kill all the time. You can tell he, like, leans over, gets into a pocket that is, like, very much hard to get to. He pulls out this wrench spanner thing. He shows it to you, and it's a Vimus, but it's very specific. Like, you saw only weapons there. This is not that. This is a tool. It actually did not come from Uriah. It came from someone else, apparently. Someone from a different continent. There are others that make weapons or items for those chosen by the Maker from different continents. So, just as Cyrus, and he gestures to the back, Cyrus has his made by the Maker, not made by Uriah. But another one of the angels, so they are called.
Cyrus has been listening this whole time.
Does he just poke his little noggin out? He's
No,
like,
no, but his
"Hello?"
ear has just been tilted this whole time. And when he hears him say that, he'll pull out his scythe and just start examining it.
Okay.
That's it.
Is there anywhere like how Odin and Freya and the others have their temples? Is there one for the Maker?
He looks at you like, that might not be a question you want to ask. That sounds very heretical, Tyrall. Are you... And he looks like he's challenging, but not in a extremely disrespectful way, but definitely like a, Priest of Odin? What are you asking me? Are you sure that you want to know that?
Don't appreciate things being hidden from me.
As
and
well
finding
you
out
shouldn't.
about them 250 years later.
Understandably.
I feel like I should have the access to my own answers.
As well you should. As well anyone on Siovana should.
Yeah, that's basically like 2 full human lifespans and a little change.
Yeah. Is there any that still exist? Because I have a feeling that if there were some before, my people probably destroyed them.
And he doesn't say anything, but he definitely raises his eyebrow and gives you a knowing look. There might be. He just narrows his eyes, kind of looks at your armor. Though I don't think that's something we should speak about right now. And you can kind of feel the letters of Odin kind of pulsing, like a power. And he does kind of glance, and then he looks at you, and then he just keeps staring at you.
Pulls her back. I'm curious as well. And I have no ties it back. Heretical ties to seeking that information.
I don't think that's something we should speak about right
Cyrus,
now.
And Tyrall will just look down at the letters of Odin.
Heresy
I don't think
is
it
heresy.
should be talked about it around the things of Odin.
Kind of like stares at it for a minute. He'll untie it and let it fall back down.
Arminius, we'll talk about this at a later point. But until then, let's just get out of this country
Indeed.
and back to what feels like safety.
I can agree with you on that one. And you all just keep a traveling. taking notes. Give me a second.
The
What?
chat.
Armor Doggo asked what happened,
Oh.
and we were all turned into dudes.
That's a, oh
Yeah.
yeah, that was
Yeah.
wild.
But we got better.
How do you know she's a witch?
She turned me into a newt, but you look fine to me. I got better. Got better.
I got better. Odin, no like talk of maker.
That's really funny.
Exclamation point.
It is indeed faith shattering for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, in middle management.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yep, that's pretty much. Yep. So, what is everyone doing? We can stop and role play if you have anything, or if while I'm explaining the drive to Delilah's, you can stop me, or we can just show right back up at Lady Delilah's.
The only thing that Tyrall is going to be doing is anytime that we stop for rest, he's going to spend half the night meditating on the hammer.
I don't
But,
think we're even really gonna stop. We don't have to stop.
Well, we still have to sleep.
well,
yeah, we can
he
probably
still
just
needs to hunt.
switch off. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
You
But,
gotta get them juicy pouches in.
Mm-hmm.
but he's going to meditate
Oh.
with the hammer without his armor on and left in the cart with the other hammer. He's basically going to be
Just
in his
stripping and-
skivvies
Yeah.
with the hammer,
I almost
Interesting.
just
said it was
meditating
blacks.
with it.
That's
Moving
fine. Ooh.
It's so ingrained in my brain
Yeah, I know.
now.
You're living a double life right now, basically.
Yeah.
Interesting.
He's trying to figure this hammer out
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm
and
sure.
everything, and he's ditching all of
Ooh.
his well, everything except for his tattoo and his eye patch because they're attached to
Yep.
him.
Yes,
Yeah.
they are.
I'm sure while you're doing that, Cyrus is probably training Brock occasionally. So.
And Arminius actually just watches you every single time you leave. He watches where you went, watches the direction that you're in, and watches when you come back. He doesn't move. He just stands right at wherever you're
What's
at.
his deal? He has so much going on. What's his deal?
Good question. Why don't you ask him, Cyrus?
You think he's gonna tell me anything?
He's been very straightforward with everything you've asked him,
Yeah, but he's
With a little- with-
really cryptic
with
sometimes.
a little sass, but
A
also
little cryptic.
we'll keep pushing him. Tyrall pushes him.
Yeah.
He pushed him to the point where he was like, "Yo, buddy, we're gonna explode
You
if
gotta,
you keep on talking."
you gotta chill.
Yep. But yeah, so Tyrell's living a double life at the moment, and every time you go and have that meditate with your hammer, for a while, Tyrell, you don't get much. You do still feel, and every time you go into that dark area of meditation, and the Komodo dragon does come out and speak with you. But it's more he just kind of sits across from you in like the little reptilian donut that they make, and just kind of sits across from you and watches you. But we'll roleplay the first time you do the meditation, and then when you have something specific happen, I'll let you know. But basically, when you go into meditation, how do you sit down? What do you do? Or do you just kind of like, because you're used to meditating for Odin, what are you doing?
Mm.
And when you say skivvies, are you literally in your underwear? Like you
Yeah.
take your priest robes off and everything?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep, he takes it all off
Yeah,
and wanders out
it makes
in his
sense.
skivvies.
It makes sense. But go ahead. What are you doing?
He's gonna walk away with just the hammer, and then he'll set the hammer down on the hilt, or with the actual hammer down on the ground, holding on to the hilt, and he'll grab below where the symbiote is
Mhm.
and above where the symbiote is,
Mhm.
and then he'll get down on both knees and just
Interesting.
like he did the first time that something happened.
Yep. So when you do that, you don't get anything for a hot minute. What is Tyrall feeling right now? Like, as Tyrall, what are you feeling? What is
Extreme
Tyrall's
confusion.
thoughts, his feelings?
He's feeling confused, and his thoughts are, I just need the truth.
Interesting. So it takes a hot minute. Are you conflicted at all, or are you confused? Like, is there conflict within you?
It would be like a confused conflict.
Because you're like, I've been taught this one thing, so what I'm doing is heretical.
I've only known one thing for 200 years.
Yeah.
And now something else has been introduced that nobody's told me about that could shatter everything that I've known.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel like I have the right to know it.
Mm-hmm. And because of that conflict and the confusion, you sit there for a while with really nothing. You still feel the connection with the symbiote, but you're not getting like any answers at first. And then it takes a little bit, and you hear from behind you, like around you, the same voice from the Komodo dragon. It says, "Just let go. Let me help you."
Mm. Tyrell just...
Sure hurts today.
As you let out the breath, you're engulfed in that darkness that you were before. And the Komodo dragon comes out from around you and takes a little donut spot right before you. What is... You seem troubled. What is troubling you? What is keeping you from me?
For 200 years, I've been taught that Odin is the highest being that there is for all of Siavana. And then a creature that I've never been told exists from a plane that I've never been told exists gives me you and tells me that Odin was created. How do you think I feel right now?
Well, I understand how you may feel, but I need you to say it. You need to know how you feel.
I feel like 200 years has been a lie. And that it's all been for nothing.
Understanding how you feel will make this process easier for both of us. So, each time you come to meditate with me, we will dive deeper into that. And I will walk you through the steps of how to unlearn some of the things that you have learned, so that you may relearn the correct things. And through that, you will learn how to properly wield me. Does this seem acceptable to you?
Seems like the way that I was taught the first time.
It's going to be much harder this time. But you are going to have to unlearn a lot of what you learned. And you will be a different person at the end of the day.
I understand. We'll see how long it takes.
All right. Then I will see you again when you come to meditate with me. And he disappears. And you are back on your knees, face to face with the symbiote in your underwear.
Yep.
It's really funny.
They'll just pick up and walk right back.
And when you come back, Arminius is just watching you with a dead expression on his face, just watching you.
At some point while they're traveling, also, one of these nights that they stop, Cyrus is actually going to meditate with the amulet that Amber gave them.
Okay. When you watch Tyrall leave, every time you watch him leave, Arminius is the exact same thing. He stands, he doesn't sit, he doesn't speak to anyone, he is just waiting for Tyrall to return, and every time you come back, he doesn't say anything to you. He just watches you walk back, get dressed in your priest robes again, and then just goes back on with his life.
Also, while he's gone, the next mark.
He doesn't say anything.
Is there any particular reason why you keep watching him? And as he looks up from where he was meditating on the ground.
And he doesn't just look like he's watching. He looks like he's watching. Like he's
Yeah, no, he knows
watching.
the difference. He's studying.
Yeah. I am just curious about this change that he is going through. That is all. And he doesn't look at you. He's just studying right ahead.
You seem to be quite vigilant on documenting this change.
It is something to behold. Most of the priests of Odin who go about wanting a change have not been around to speak of it again. I'm intrigued.
Well, perhaps we might see something unique come out of this.
Perhaps. Or we may see our friend die before the end is... Before the end.
He's closed his eyes and go back to
He's like,
meditating.
yeah, sure.
No, he just doesn't really have much reaction to. Okay.
But, yeah. And that's what he does every single time. And you said you were meditating on the
He'll
amulet?
train Brock some nights, and he'll meditate with the scythe some nights, and one night, maybe a few nights, he meditates with the amulet.
You don't really get anything.
Yeah, I figured not.
But
What
what's Brock doing?
One of the nights, Brock will ask Cyrus. Brock has seen Tyrall go off and has seen Cyrus sit down with his weapon. What are you doing?
It's a little hard to explain, Brock. What I'm doing and what Tyrall is doing, while they look similar, they're two very different things. I already have a bond with my weapon, and he is trying to break out of the shell he's in order to bond with his weapon. Does that make sense?
Oh. Yes. So should Brock try and bond with his weapons?
I personally think it's a very good idea. I'm not sure if you necessarily have to, but there seems to be something unique about our weapons.
Oh, okay. Brock will try. And Brock will go off to a spot by himself, sit down,
Brock?
stab them into the ground, and then he pulls out the watch game. This is Brock's favorite. You can watch Brock play. And then, I guess at one point, I don't think you can play it, but you can watch Brock play.
The symbiotes on the
He
inside
was
of your...
gonna say something, and then he changes his mind.
The symbiotes on the inside of your daggers are just like... And when you sit down to like to do that, Duke goes off of Armina's shoulders like, and he's like,
Everyone just swarms Brock.
and he just like sits right on your shoulder.
Oh, daggers. This is Doot. Doot's cool. Doot, you can watch Brock play too.
And Duke goes, and every time Duke makes a sound, Armidas is like attuned to it, and he's like, stupid droid. Like he gets more frustrated and frustrated. But yeah, your symbiotes seem to respond to you a lot more energetically than the one for Tyrall. But
Yeah, he got
they
work
definitely
to do.
they like moving around while you're playing the game. They're having a good time with you.
You have. So he has a Komodo dragon. What do you have? What are those?
We'll find out eventually.
For twin mice.
Nice. That'd be cute.
Crinkle mouse?
And then,
Jonas should know. I wrote it on your paper.
Oh.
Nobody else knows yet.
And then some of the
Eviscerate
knights, if
myself.
you would please hand me le book.
Le
Le
book. Le book. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not wrong.
Yeah. Arminius is like,
not wrong.
I just wanted
I
to get
haven't
my.
read that one yet.
Well, Arminius said, I just want to get my willow steel, man. I didn't
Yeah,
want all of this. I didn't know I was coming to a party
But no,
full of
I think
weirdos.
Brock watch game live stream is pretty solid. I think we should do that.
I love Brock.
We'll have to design him a watch game.
Twist it. Bop it. Cast
Literally,
it into the fire.
Oh.
Cast it into the fire. Destroy it.
Oh.
Seal the fire.
See,
So good.
where did
Yeah,
Brock
but-
leave?
Yeah, that's pretty much. And every now and then,
Was it the Tyrall page that you left off on?
I went a little past the
Or was it the
Tyrall
Magnus page you left off on? No, I think actually it was the other cat page, because then he came over and talked to Cyrus, like, hey, was this you? And
Okay.
Cyrus was like, nah, bro, I've never been here.
I remember this. I remember that.
but during the night, as like maybe once or twice, you see, if you and
And me?
Cyrus and Tyrell want to make a perception check
Oh,
for me.
perception check. Just you. You found the one. You were the one. 24.
24.
Oh,
Hey!
What?
He said, oh,
nothing.
oh, was it
Oh.
more blood or something?
Yep. Mhm.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
oh,
It's
oh. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I know because I wrote it. But is it the one that kind of goes, oh, buddy? Is it that one?
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Well, you're busy.
Maybe you should learn to read.
What? That's really funny.
What did you get, Tyrell? I'm sorry.
We both
We
got
both
24.
got 24s.
Okay, so during
I'm sure they're like,
during
at the
the
same
night, you would see any time during camp, maybe twice. Dang. Okay, Jonas. Maybe like twice in the time that you're traveling, you see that Arminius is writing something in that purple book or whatever that he had out, that he scribbled in when he was studying you two, and then every now and then he'll like do like a tick, and he'll like touch his like shoulder neck area, and then he'll just go right back to doing it, and he'll do it again, and sometimes it'll get a little bit more violent than others, but it doesn't last any more than like maybe a minute, and he'll just go right back to writing.
Hmm.
But
Are
by
you-
this point, you've probably seen it about 3 times. You do it.
are you sure you're alright?
You keep twitching.
I have a. And he looks a little embarrassed. And he like, I have a tick. Is it something that's an issue for you?
No. We were just concerned for you.
Well, normally whenever I see people do that, it's usually something different going on.
He looks at you, but you're questioning a lot, aren't you?
Nothing
Yes.
speaks to you in the back of your mind, does it?
He just like looks off to the side. Things speak to you as well, don't they?
Fair enough, Arminius. Fair enough. Mine don't come with ticks, though.
Well, if you didn't want them, then they could.
That's what I'm concerned about.
Just because I may not want it does not mean it's evil. I do not want. And he like looks right at his shoulder where dude is, and he's like, this thing. But that does not necessarily mean that it is evil.
Still on the fence.
I wanted
about
them. Give it
thing.
here.
If you don't want it, I want it. But he just kind of. You may be on the fence about many things, aren't you?
I think that's quite obvious enough.
Perhaps we are all on the verge of something that we do not wish to be on the verge of.
Now, this entire time, Tyrall's armor, his letters of Odin, and his hammer and his shield have just stayed in one place on the cart.
Probably.
He hasn't touched them.
And all he has is priest robes to wear.
Yeah.
Listen. Right now, I'm saying it as Courtney. I'm gonna
Listen,
be
you
real.
get frat
I'm gonna
boy
be.
shirt.
I'm gonna be real sad when Tyrell doesn't wear the priest robes anymore. I'm saying it. I'm gonna be real sad.
Well, what if there was something better?
What?
You don't know. It could be something better.
Doubt it.
Just-
Tyrell in priest robes with that braid. There's no way.
I'm gonna prove it to you. You ready? Skinny jeans.
Nah,
No?
not for him.
Not for him. I'm talking about other situations.
Yeah, well, tech is different.
But you said they couldn't get any better, and then he did. So could have done it better. You don't know.
Anyway, but yeah. But yeah, he basically says that, as you said very cryptically. Just
Yeah.
looks at you both, and then looks right back down to the book.
I'm sure Sarah's gonna watch him for a little longer.
It doesn't happen again, but yeah.
Cyrus, I don't know what that is, but maybe he does have something going on. His skin is splotchy.
I don't think his skin has anything to do with it. His magic, however, I'm not sure what that is.
No, his magic is from a god and goddess,
Oh, well, there you go.
but
He's not very fond of divinity, so that makes sense to me.
I don't know why it would cause him to tick like that.
Well, I just said he's not very fond of divinity. If someone's talking to him, he's not going to be very receptive to it.
You could be right. But he's never done anything to us so far. It's not like Brock. So,
And Brock has been very good.
he's only had one slip up.
And that was when we first met him,
It was months ago.
pretty much.
As he's showing his daggers, the little game that was made for him.
You make this so difficult!
Yeah.
I think we should continue on our way. We're almost out of this place.
Right?
Tyrell's vote is to get closer to that border.
He said, maybe if I see
Have we not left
Delilah. Yeah, no, you would probably be closer to Delilah
was like-
at this point, because you've been traveling for
Yeah.
a couple of days.
So we're probably out of Drokar?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We've probably been at a Drokar.
Yeah.
Is there a right about? I can't
During
show
this
you guys
time,
where
it's been on and off travel. Like, this is probably a different night than the first time you sat down to do your meditation with
Yeah.
the hammer and that sort of stuff. So,
We've been doing things.
yeah. So, if nobody has anything else, then we will just show up at Lady Delilah's. Does anybody have anything else? Unless you would like to speak within what you read. I'm sure that would be
just,
very interesting and troubling to
one
read.
of the nights when you see Brock finishing, he looks depressed and sad.
Brock. What's so wrong?
It's Amer's journal. He has talked about how he hates the Wilhelms and being a part of that family. And he killed his first man.
What?
He talked about how he killed him in front of the man's children.
I think I'm understanding now. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Was it
And-
for the cartel?
Are you saying that Ama has killed someone?
I'm sure he's probably killed many people if he's with Tenzin.
I would venture to agree with that.
But I mean, Tyrall has killed probably lots of peoples too.
In a different way.
But he wrote about how he met up with Tenzin and that he escaped the guess that was the first time that he escaped.
Hmm.
And he talked about his brother Magnus more, and Brock is getting a feeling. Brock doesn't think Magnus is alive.
Did Amor kill Magnus?
That would be very surprising.
I don't think
Why?
so, because he seems very proud and admires his brother.
Hmm.
But something.
Why did he kill someone?
Though I suppose drugs could make you do anything.
Sure did make him a better gambler.
Tyrall, ever the optimist. Sure does make good money.
That's really funny.
Yeah, it did not say why he did it.
I can't imagine that he did it because he wanted to. Doesn't seem the type.
Imagine Tenzin made him do many things he didn't want to do.
Yes.
Were the drugs.
I hope he's okay. And that we find him soon.
I'm sure we'll find him soon, Brock.
Or he'll find us.
One of the two.
He'll probably find us.
If he's watching us right now, I'm sure he knows where we're heading.
It's not like it hasn't become our unofficial base of operations.
We need to make sure she
Yes.
doesn't pay us back.
Unless it's in cookies.
What are you talking about?
We're heading to a farm that seems some of us rather enjoy visiting.
There's very good cookies there.
We're visiting, and he looks directly at your tail and is like, a farm. That's where you're stopping. I thought we were
It's-
heading back to...
Well, you would know where it's at. It's the middle point between, it's slightly off middle, between Artiana and the capital of Drokar.
Your train went past it.
It passes a very, very
And
small town.
he
Farm about 30 minutes out.
He puts his hand to his chin and he thinks, and he's like, yes,
We didn't
I
see if the town had a name or not.
believe I vaguely remember the farm you're speaking of.
There's a brief stop there. I figured you would know about it. Not the farm, the town.
I know of the town, yes. So, that is where we are headed.
Yeah, someone is rather fond of someone there.
It's a
So,
very good place to stop and rest.
and she has been kind to us. So,
Oh.
we have been there a few times now.
That is fine. He looks exasperated by it, but it's like, I'm here, there's nothing else I can really do.
At the very least, she provides food, shelter, and a place to rest for the time being, while we gather ourselves.
Right.
From there, we can go wherever we need to. Whether we go to the capital or find an alternative route.
I prefer the capital. You may be able to find your friend there. Tiana. I have another
I don't.
shop there.
We need to head to Lofesk. That's in the opposite direction.
At this point, we don't know where it's originated. Because we also need to check out the Golden Plains and see if anything's happened there. That is the continent's main source of food.
So
Yeah.
are we changing course? Because we need to notify the Viscount if that's what we're doing.
To be fair to just over the table, he didn't tell you where you had to go.
No, he said
He
something.
just-
He said something about like that's where he first heard
You
about it or something.
asked, was there an origin point that you know of? And he said the first recounts that we got for it were in Lofesk. That does
Which
not
is why we were heading there.
mean that that's where you have to go. He just said, figure it out, thanks. You don't have a time limit. I just need regular updates, pretty much.
Just get it done, please.
Yeah.
People
And
die.
quietly. Like,
Yeah.
he did not tell you...
Quietly.
He
It
did not
also-
tell you you had to go to Lofesk. He didn't tell you where you had to go.
Yeah.
You all decided
Yeah,
to go
we
to
were
Lofesk,
going there because that's where
but-
the first recounts were.
Yeah.
That's why we're heading there.
But if you change course, that's up to you. He just needs
Yeah.
regular updates. To
And
know that you're not
also-
just gallivanting
Exactly.
around Indigo
That's
North.
why I was like, if we're changing course, I need to know because we have to tell him.
Also, it wouldn't hurt to go back and investigate the forest where we first all met.
I suppose that's true. They were rather thick there.
They were extremely thick there, and the things that we found in that forest still concern me. That it may not have all been the one necromancer.
I have a theory. Just based off of what we've been seeing. The closer we got to Drokar, we've at least been noticing less flowers.
Mhm.
And I remember in at least one of the clearings in that forest, it was essentially carpeting the entire forest floor.
Yes, it was.
Which makes me wonder if either in the forest or somewhere around it is the origin point, and it's spreading out through a connected root system across the entire continent.
Could be, considering that a necromancer had taken over that forest.
I suppose one of the only ways that we could really prove the theory, aside from traveling the whole continent, is going to one of the islands and seeing if there's anything there. There might be, but if these are all sourced through a connected root system, sort of like a mycelium, then perhaps they wouldn't be.
If we get to the capital, we could check on one of the islands fairly quickly.
How? The capital's in the center of the continent, for the most part.
How do you think?
And when you say that, Arminius is looking at Cyrus and you say that, he looks at you and he kind of has a knowing there's a small little knowing grin on his face.
How do you think we get to Drokar so fast to fight their wars?
It isn't by boat, is it, Tyrall?
I'm not sure.
The fact
You
that
arrived by boat,
they
correct?
made me take a boat to get here in the first place was because of my low ranking. We do not travel.
And now he looks at
by
Arminius, looks back at
boat.
Tyrall. I don't know what's going on.
No. This is not a war, so there'd be no reason to send you that way, would there be, Tyrall?
No, there wouldn't.
Would someone care to enlighten me on what this method is?
Would you care to enlighten your friend? Or shall I?
The deepest parts of the All-Mother's sanctuary, there is a fairly large teleportation circle to the circle of Odin.
Large enough to
Move
transport hordes of war priests?
Tyrall, and looks at Brock, looks back at you.
It's the only way to do
Tyrall,
it
that's
fast.
not a good idea.
It's the only way to do it fast.
You know that's not a good idea.
It took me 6 months.
He looks at
to
the
get to
hammer, looks at
capital.
you.
It took me 6 months to get to the capital by boat and carriage.
I'm aware.
And do not make me go over that much water again.
That does not necessarily mean that. And he looks at Brock. Everyone has to go. They would not even allow you there.
No?
Are you a priest of Odin?
That means they wouldn't allow you there. You would have to go by yourself.
Correct?
I would have to go by myself.
Which is dangerous, and you should not do that.
No, you should not go by yourself.
It is only dangerous if you bring heretical things with you. And then he looks, whoop, at your little hammer.
Both places are the only place that have records going back to the beginning.
Tyrall, you know just as well as I do how dangerous that is.
We always knew that this voyage would be dangerous after we were told to investigate the flowers.
This is far beyond a voyage. Or a job. You know that. I'm sure Brock knows that.
Any truth will help no matter what.
Brock. Brock is confused. What is scary about this circle?
I kind of like, are we? I guess we're in the cart.
And
It is scary
does
for.
it make you go like really fast, like you run real fast from one circle
It is
to
not.
the other?
It's not somewhere you would be accepted, Brock. Without being executed.
Oh,
And those weapons that you all have, they're very.
Heretical. He looks a little proud of himself when he says that.
The people of Odin are not going to be accepting of them, which means that could put Tyrall in a very dangerous situation.
Which is why he just would not bring it, right?
I'm concerned it's a little deeper than that.
Is it?
why
Only Tyrall really knows.
why does Tyrall have to go there? How about we stick together and we go to the Golden Plains?
That is the best course of action, in my opinion, yes.
How about we stop at the Council of the All-Mother, investigate their records, and go from there?
Will they allow us to do so?
Your rings are driving me crazy.
Huh?
I'm hearing your thing on your rings. Just take your rings off.
God.
Anyway,
Oh, you want to go back to the place with the scary people?
Yes.
They weren't that scary. But...
They should allow me to at least look through the records.
Yes, Brock does not want to go back inside.
Could the
there.
Viscount give us access?
When it comes to religious places, the Viscount does not have the power he has over other things.
That's unfortunate.
the Viscount sees over political matters. The Circle of Odin sees over everything else. Clearly.
That is how it's worked. So whenever we get to the capital, I'll go to the All-Mother sanctuaries while you all find us a form of transportation to the plains.
Which should not be too difficult. I can find us something.
But we have the cart. Would we not just take the cart to the plains?
You're more than welcome to take it with you.
The continent's very big, Brock. It might take us too much time to use the cart. If there's a faster way we can, like the train, then it would be
1,000
more...
yards to it.
It
train?
It would be more beneficial to move as fast as we possibly can. If this is the fastest method, then this is what we will use. But if there's something else, then we should utilize that instead.
Oh, okay.
I'm sure I can convince Gunnar to give you indefinite tickets. And then he looks at Tyrall. As long as you
Like
don't
convention tickets?
blow it up again. Right, Tyrall?
I won't blow it up again.
Wonderful.
Now on to cookies.
Cyrus
Let me
just
get
kind
them
of-
cookies!
Cyrus just kind of quietly watches you for a little while.
Alright. And then, yeah, there's nothing else. We'll just show right up
Delilah,
to...
that means I can
show right up to them there cookies.
Them their
Them
cookies.
their cookies.
She made the good stew.
She did do that. Yes, she did. She's good at making food. Good old Southern lady. So you all arrive back at a very familiar, small, ramshackle little home. And when the cart stops, Armenia's kind of gets out from the front. This is the farm you were speaking of.
Indeed.
This is the farm we were speaking of.
And he looks like this is very underwhelming. All right, so who is going to introduce me?
Tyrall walks up to the door. And
Baby, I'm home. And you hear the familiar clanking of things, the grumbling man, the older woman screaming, and then you hear, "Oh Papa, oh Papa, my goodness!" And just a tink tink tink, and open the door, and she's like, "Oh my, you're here." And she like wipes her things off. And she's like, "Just a moment." And shuts the door.
Oh.
Yeah.
just
And
look
you just
back at
hear,
everybody else like,
Wow. I can't believe you already fucked that up.
and Arminius is standing just a little bit behind you, just like, "It doesn't seem very hospitable to me." And then you just hear her go, "Shoo, shoo, shoo." Go on, get. And then you hear it clank, a little bit more clanking, and you hear her going, oh my. And then she, "Hello. I didn't expect you back so soon."
we had,
Complications.
it's an understatement.
Again.
Oh,
Gives Tyrell an exasperated look.
you all look tired.
Very.
It's been a rough month.
It would be nice to sleep in a bed again.
"Well, hello, Brock." And she gets
Hi.
so excited to see you, and she kind of like comes over, just not like a hug, but she just kind of like, just a little pat pat pat.
We do have someone new with us. I hope you don't mind.
He just kind of leans out from behind the very tall man. "Hello."
This is the Teslar Vinik Armenius son of Mark.
"It is nice to meet you."
Arminius, this is Delilah.
She's like,
This
well,
is her
hi."
parents' farm. And I promise
It's
she makes wonderful.
he said, "It's," and he looks around. He's trying not to be rude. He's like, "I don't rudimentary," and she's like,
Bacon?
"Well, thanks." Come in. Sorry. I just actually made lunch. So if you guys would like something.
We're sorry to intrude. Again.
No, of course. I told you could come back anytime. And she steps aside and kind of ushers you all in and kind of nods her head at Arminius, and he's like, "Mm-hmm." And just keeps walking. So it looks like you haven't found your other friend.
No.
Are you still looking for him?
Yes.
Mostly
Yes.
think he's looking for us.
At this point.
So, and she goes over to the stove where she has something cooking, maybe like roast.
Basta.
Basta. Yeah, she's got like a roast and some cornbread stuff and some
Cornbread sounds so good right now.
some good sides and everything. And she's just kind of putting it all together on plates and everything and getting it ready. So, tell me about what's been happening. You said that something serious has been going on. It's been a long month.
I'm sure everyone just
And
goes,
she's like, "Uh-huh."
Well, we found more of those flowers that were in your field.
"Oh, yeah,
and,
yeah."
And we went to this big underground city where there were lots of.
oh, this is the first time she's seeing your prosthetic, too.
Yep.
Yep.
Eye patch.
Yep.
And I'm not in my armor, and I've got a
Yep.
different hammer.
This is the first time she's seen a drow as well.
Yeah.
And when you
Not
say
pretty
the under place, he's like, "The Underdark, Brock."
The underplace. No, that was correct.
Yes, the Underdark, and we were given these cool weapons by this really big guy. He was very nice.
His name's Uriah, Brock. He just
Yes.
interjects every time you miss something.
And then Tyrall did some things, and so we had to get out of there really quick.
And she's, because you all, I'm sure, just come in and kind of go right to the dinner
the living
table
room,
that's
yeah.
there, and you all sit down because she's getting food ready, and Arminia's just kind of standing there, like by the wall, and when she sees that Brock says Tyrall did some things, she looks at you as she sets the plate down in front of you. "Now, what'd you do, Tyrall?"
I
Ooh, you're in
thought
trouble.
the flowers may look different in the Underdark. So
And then-
I pulled a suspicious looking plant to see if it had the same effects.
Did we just
We got
get a
raided.
raid? What the heck? Well, hello everyone. Hi. This is new for us.
Raid Party 5? That's super
Nice.
cool.
Well, hello. Hi.
It's really funny. Hello.
Well, hello. It's so wonderful for everybody to just kind of pop in right in the middle of
I know.
right in the middle of Delilah giving Tyrall a hard time.
How being braided, yeah.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
Travis Willingham?
That's really funny.
No, I that's so too, it's not.
But so and when Tyrell, when you say that you thought the flowers would be different, Arminius just goes, "But they weren't, were they, Tyrell?"
No, they weren't. They were apparently just normal, ordinary crops.
That you, as a priest of Odin, decided to pull out of the ground in the
Yes.
Underdark.
Yes.
And she's like, "Tyrell, really?"
It wasn't
Poor guy's
the
getting scratched up.
smartest moment of my existence.
No, I wouldn't say so, was it?
No. But on the bright side, I'm just being chased even more by Hela?
No, the bright side is that they're able to take care of themselves.
Yes.
I don't think getting chased is on the bright side.
And she looks at Arminius just kind of standing by the table, and she's like, "You, sit down. He's like, you,
No,
do
trust
you
me.
want,
Jesus. Fuck. She pulls out a chair.
Trust me, sit down.
but I...
She'll kill you
And,
otherwise.
and she looks at him, trust him, sit down. He's like, "Ah, right." And he just, bonk, sits down and kind of pushes his chair up, and he looks really uncomfortable. This looks like the first kind of any type of family setting he's ever had. And so he's just kind of sitting there, his hands in his lap. He doesn't really know what to do. And then he's like, a moment, actually. And he scoots the chair back out, and he unbuttons his little thing and sees that there's a coat rack, and he kind of makeshift, I keep it in my mic, makeshifts kind of
It's like it
sits
doesn't
on there.
fit quite right.
And he
so-
takes his cloak off and hangs it up, and he wipes his, and he realizes he has all of his belts on, and he's like,
Greasy hands.
and he takes all that off, and he
It's
lays it in the floor.
It's fine. It's fine.
Sorry. Continue. Brock,
You're
doing great. Good job, buddy. And she starts handing the plates out. So, you pulled a plant out, and then
A
now you're
crop.
being chased worse
Yes.
by Hela?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Although nothing has become of it yet, which I'm sure is fortuitous for us.
Sounds like it.
Nothing's happened so far.
You look a little tired.
It's
He's-
been difficult.
It's been dealing with a few things.
Well, all of that's outside. In here, we're just going to enjoy our time together.
As he looks down and his
Looks-
hammer's sitting on the floor
Yeah, all
next
that's
to him.
outside isn't.
Except for it's inside.
Except for it's right here. Next to me.
Well, we're gonna act like all of that's gone for now, and you're gonna relax, and you're gonna eat, and you're gonna have a nice dinner, and then I'll make a nice little dessert or something, and then you can rest well. How about that?
That sounds wonderful.
Wonderful. Now, and she gets silverware out and lays them down, and then she puts a plate in front of Arminius, and he's like stock stiff, like he's not really looking at anyone. He's just looking down at the table, like I don't know what I'm doing. This, what? And he's just kind of sitting there, and everybody else, I'm sure, just starts eating because
Yeah.
you're used to being around Delilah, and she'll make you eat. So he's just kind
Yeah.
of sitting there. He's like glancing at everyone.
Yeah, Cyrus like lightly smacks him with his tail, like, fucking eat. She's gonna kill you.
He's like,
Oh.
oh.
Oh, yeah.
And he looks at Brock and he's like, oh.
Oh. And then Brock grabs like the fork and
He's trying. He's trying his best. It's like after like keeps hitting his fangs. Like,
It's like watching my 2-year-old eat.
Yeah. And Armenia's like, picks up his hand to go grab something, and is like, no. And she's like, she leans down, she's like, well, is there something the matter? And he's like,
Seriously.
no,
Oop.
no, I'm sorry. This is all very new to me. Sorry. Forgive me. And he goes to grab it, and he's like, okay. And so he grabs the fork, and he's, like, it's not like he doesn't have manners. He's confused by the situation.
Yeah.
So he goes to eat, and then he looks at everybody, and he's like, I'm all right. She's like, well, I didn't poison it. And he looks at her, and he's like, no, I'm aware. Perhaps, sorry, apologies. And he just pulls himself closer to the plate and just starts eating.
Oh. I clock that.
Just starts eating.
So how have things been going at the farm?
Well, Mama and Papa are fighting all the time still. And she sits at the, because there's
Armored doggo.
you four.
Give 100 bits.
Well, thank you for the bits, Armored Doggo. Everything's happening today.
I said prepare.
Yeah, right on Brock's snoot.
Well, Brock boop.
But you two,
Brock.
there's two people on each side of the table, so Cyrus and Tyrall, Aimer, Armenius.
Good
and,
job.
Yeah, Lord. Even I want him back. Armenius and Brock are eating on each side of the table,
Too long.
and then she's on the end of the table. And she's like, well, Mom, and she sits down. She's like, Mama and Papa are still fighting, but I think they'll always fight until Papa dies.
As I mentioned that, Cyrus just kind of goes,
Yeah,
he was the first, whatever. The hair stood over the back of his neck.
and when she says, till Papa dies, Armenius is like, right. And he just continues to eat. So that's been constant. I've only had to fight off one dragon so far. They keep coming back, but it wasn't that big, so it wasn't really that big of a deal. And then Armenia stops again. He like glances at her.
Do we need to?
He narrows his eyes at her, kind of like does like a one up, and he's like, right.
Do we need to go deal with them again?
Oh no, they're always gonna be a problem. Kind of like the owlbears and stuff like that. So no, it's just gonna be like something I think is always gonna be a constant. I'm not too worried about it.
All right. Do you know if the town has been having trouble with them again?
No, not since I think you all scared them off. I think they're more territorial than anything. And so as soon as you show that you're the alpha, and she like looks at Tyrall with the big, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and she whoop, gives a little wrench. Like
Mhm.
anyway, you know, I think once you,
likes this show.
I think once you kind of just show them that you're the boss, then they kind of run off. So it's really just a scare tactic.
All right.
Killing 2 of them and significantly
Mortally
wounding
wounding the third.
2 helps.
I would think so.
I would venture to say that third one probably isn't alive anymore.
Yeah, if only one attacked, I'd say that's the only one left.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's just going to be something we have to deal with all the time, unfortunately. But I'm not too worried about it. As long as I don't show them that I'm scared of them, they won't bother us too much.
No.
Be on the lookout for your horses. Hopefully they will make it back here safe.
Oh, yes. I figured when you pulled up with the cart, but not any horses, I just figured I wouldn't ask. You know, you
Oh.
did compensate me for them very well. And she
Mhm.
does a pointed look right at you, Cyrus.
Cyrus looks down and just like, and just shoves his face full of food.
He's like, uh-huh, no,
Yeah. Sorry, can't talk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure they both go.
And
But-
Armenius is he's like, what is this situation?
What is this?
But she looks at you, Tyrall, and she's like, so I never asked because I didn't want to be rude. What's that? What's going on there? It was really nasty last time you were here, and
Cyrus chokes on his mouth full of food.
Well, to keep myself from getting even more and more filled with infection, we went and found Armenius over
and
here,
he kind of tenses when you say his name, and he's like,
and he made this patch for my eye and sealed it with magic, so that way I wouldn't have to worry about cleaning it and keeping it from getting dirty and possibly killing me.
Oh, I forgot he eats with his left hand.
With him little metal thingies.
Yeah. And,
So like, ting,
and
ting,
he,
ting,
yeah.
ting.
And he's like, I believe she was speaking about the fact that you blew my train up and blew your eye out at the same time. And she's like, I'm
Cyrus just
sorry.
goes.
She said, I'm sorry. And she looks at Arminius and then looks at you, Tyrall. You did what?
It's why we were in the village. Because I had to take care of a tiefling that was on the train. And the train got inadvertently damaged.
Inadvertently damaged, as in you called down the Bifrost upon my life's work.
Yes. But I killed the daughter of Hela. So I think it's okay.
I believe that
At least
would...
I thought it
well,
was okay.
Well, I don't.
I believe that would be up for debate for the person who made the train, wouldn't you? And he does set his plate down and then just
Also
kind of look at you
ethically, but
from across the table.
I guess if you look at it from that standpoint, yes. But at the time, I felt it the best need of action to deal with the problem before the problem found others.
It doesn't seem that it worked out very well for you, did it?
No. No, Arminius, it did not.
And she's like, well, come on now. She kind of swats at Arminius. Don't be mean. And he's like, sorry. And he just looks right down at his plate.
Cyrus looks up. At this point, he's like, "What's with you two? You two in particular."
To be fair, Delilah, Hela did appear afterwards and threaten my life for killing her daughter.
And she's like, what? she just looks at you guys. What?
Wow, I got a meeting I gotta
What are
get
you-
to.
If you don't mind me asking, I don't want to pry, but what is happening here? You guys aren't normal travelers. I mean,
And he smacks
What?
Tyrall with the sail. It's a lot harder. This place, like, play it cool, Tyrall.
and then Arminius sets his plate down. You can see he sits up a little bit straighter and looks at her, and then looks right at you, Cyrus.
What is happening?
And it's like the first time you've heard him clear his throat. They are on some sort of quest for the Viscount, it would seem.
All right, so we're throwing this out the window. I see.
Do you not believe you can trust her?
It's not that. We were told to keep it as quiet as possible.
We're investigating the flowers for the Viscount throughout the entire town.
Wait, so now, what? Why?
Yes, we're going to the Golden Plains next.
Does no one have a discreet bone in their body at this table aside from me?
I just don't understand why you would wish to lie to someone. She
We
asked
were
a
given
perfectly...
direct orders, that's why.
And you
Wasn't
were-
lying.
I mean, Brock went to the bathroom earlier, yes.
What?
I tried to keep a straight face.
What?
do you mean?
That's
What?
discreet means, right?
No, that's
No.
discreet is keeping things secret
Undercover.
Quiet.
on the down low.
Oh,
Subtle.
oh,
Though
well,
the...
we were never discreet. We had
I know.
Aimer.
Well.
That's really funny.
Also, someone blew up a train. And sorry, his voice is just ever so raising a little bit.
Though
Blew up
the-
a train.
Yes,
the,
that
It was necessary
Was
at the
it?
time. Yes, it was.
Was it? Because now we're being chased by a goddess who hates you.
Though to be fair, I'm sure that she would have followed him anyway. Also, the lady asked a question. If she asks a question, it seems only polite to respond.
He does have a point.
And he fixes his glasses at that and just stares at you. And Tyrell's like, "Well,
What questions do you have
the
for us,
lady,
Delilah?
the lady did
Apparently-
ask a question."
Apparently we're throwing our orders out the window.
And she's just sitting there like, "Wow,
What have I let into my home?
you guys are a merry bunch, aren't you?"
We're very tired.
Seems like
Extremely
it.
I'm very tired.
Well, as the Vinnick said, and he's like, "You can call me Arminius. It's fine." All
I
right.
had to wait for him to almost get whipped for that.
Well, be a pretty lady. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, well.
And she kind of nods at him. "Well, thank you." As Armenia said, I'm not going to tell anyone. Who's going to listen to me? I'm a farm girl, honestly.
I
So,
feel like a lot more people would listen to you than you think.
I think you'd be surprised how many wouldn't. I can't even stop these fools from coming down here and stealing my crops after I've told them not to eat it because it'll make them sick.
Well, perhaps that's indicative of their intelligence.
Indeed.
Cyrus called them townspeople stupid.
Yeah. They're killing themselves. Of course they're fucking stupid.
Ugh.
Indeed. And as she's talking, Arminius kind of pushes his chair back, picks up his plate, and starts to walk over to the sink and just kind of chink, and starts trying to try to wash it. He's so awkward. But so yeah, clearly they don't know what they're doing. But I'm not gonna tell anyone.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I just realized. Isn't a bit like $1?
Not one bit, no.
No, okay. 'Cause he gave us 100.
No, 1 bit. I think it's like 95 bits for like 2 cents or something like that. Something like that. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, ask Armadillo. He's the one that gave them to us.
So I just had the thought that maybe that he just gave us $100. I don't.
No.
Okay.
No.
Sorry.
No.
Continue. That startled me.
No, I would have said something about it. But yeah, no. So I'm not gonna tell anyone. I mean, the flowers are obviously an issue. And you told me last time that you were here that you were looking into the flowers, so it's not like I didn't know that. And
Yes.
Cyrus, you were the one that told me. You said you were looking at the flowers for the Viscount.
I never said the Viscount.
Pretty sure you did.
No.
You said you were looking into it.
I said we were investigating.
And
Because
and she kind of looks at you.
someone...
She looks at you. Do you think I'm stupid? Of course, if a group of people come out to look for something, it's gonna be on the account of higher up, obviously, and none of these governors are gonna do it. So, 95 bits for $2. There you go. So,
got startled.
so
Just looks back down at his plate.
Yeah, so we are investigating for the Viscount, and that's what we've been doing, traveling around. Which is why we started to dig up your field and take the plants and
It seems you have a knack for doing that, pulling up plants that aren't yours, huh? And you just hear Arminius go. That's the first time he actually chuckles or even gives a sign of laughter. And he's still over there washing his dish. He's like, yeah.
Yep. Well, anyways, lunch was wonderful. And
Thank
he'll
you.
Get up and go over
He's like,
with
Frank, I
Arminius.
wanted to do that first.
Go over with Arminius.
And it's just one sink, so when you come over and you get close to him, he's like, I'm not quite finished.
Okay. I'll
It's
just...
called taking turns. Do you not know what that is?
Ayo.
No, we had people for this back at the circle.
Oh, how lovely for you. He finishes, and he sets his plate aside, and he wipes his hands off, and he sees that the sink is a little... It's spewing out the top a little, and he's like...
Like your sink?
Yeah. You can tell that it's definitely not... And it's cracked on the side. He's like... Excuse me a moment. And he wipes his hands off and walks past you and walks out to the cart.
Oh.
Delilah,
yes.
do you need any help with the fields or anything?
I mean, I'll always take some help. You don't have to, though. You all have obviously been doing a lot, and you're a guest here.
And yet
You're not a servant.
It feels
Your
like
friend.
we haven't done anything at all, honestly.
But you're so nice, Brock wants to help.
Oh, well, thank you, Brock. And I think you're nice enough not to do anything. How about that? You're my friend, and you're nice enough that you don't have to work while you're here. What's going to make me happy is if you enjoy your time relaxing. How about that?
Oh, okay, Brock can do that.
Wonderful.
Brock can show you this. And he pulls out the game.
That's so awesome.
Arminius made it for me.
He's like, look! Ding, 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 ding. Oh, the Arminius made that for you?
Yes, it's very fun.
I think last time you showed me your pocket watch, didn't you? And that one was a little bit different than that one, wasn't it?
Yes,
And he made that one for you.
he did.
And she looks at you, Cyrus. Well, isn't that sweet? Tyrall. He's like, I can make stuff too.
Do you
I would love
have
to see
any-
it, Brock.
Do you have any questions for us, Delilah? I feel as though looks around the whole room.
And as you're
We
saying
only
that,
owe
the
you
door
at this
opens back up, and Arminius comes in with two or so like little pieces of metal, and grabs his tool belt, puts it back on, and goes right over to her sink, starts working on her sink, and she's like, "Oh,
Oh, yes, just let him be. It's how he relaxes.
I feel as though we only owe you. He says so tiredly.
He did turn our entire cart into a self-propelled cart.
oh, well,
So who knows what this sink will do whenever he's done.
I've never had anything nice in this house before, so it'll be a treat, that's for sure." And he's like, "You're welcome," and just keeps going about his business.
Sarah's like, what? What's with you two?
Why are you guys acting weird? But
Keep it in your pants, God!
But not really. Not that I can think of. Just as long as, yeah, pretty much, yeah. Just as long as she doesn't seem to be bothered by it. Just as long as y'all aren't, I guess, bringing any trouble here, I don't think it really matters.
No, we shouldn't be.
Oh, I forgot. Dude's probably with you. Yeah. But yeah, as long as you don't bring any trouble here, then I don't think it really matters to me.
Well,
Are we bringing any trouble here?
if we do, we know where it's from. But we shouldn't.
Well then, I don't really have any problems. I think if I had questions, I'd ask them, but I don't have any problems right now.
All
I'm
right.
just happy to see you all again. You don't really get to see many faces other than... And she looks real tired. Mama and Papa. And I have to lock them in their room sometimes.
The
because-
chill runs up Cyrus's
Yeah.
spine again. Mm-hmm.
So,
Mm-hmm.
but if y'all are finished with lunch, I can make you some dessert, or you can just relax around. I don't really have an in-house bath or anything, but we do have a basin out back that you can use if you'd like.
That sounds wonderful, actually.
And Arminius, as he's doing that, he like fixes his glasses and kind of looks over his shoulder. "You don't have a bathroom?" And she says, "Oh no, it's just something we've never really had, so it's not really a problem." He's like, "Understood."
Like,
And
adding that to
keeps
my list.
going to the sink.
By the time we leave, she's gonna have like a master bath.
I know.
A tile and everything.
Yeah.
This is air conditioned.
I would love to know what that's like, actually.
Yeah, literally.
Can he come
At
and
least that
put
works.
air conditioning in my home? But yeah.
Where's the basement at?
If you go out to the back, it's around on the other side of the stable. That way it's a little bit more private. And it has some... Oh, God.
Stop doing that.
No.
No.
It has some privacy walls, so you can kind of at least have a little bit of privacy.
Alright. I
Don't need those
And the well
horses
is a little bit
speaking.
further down, down the way, so you just have to bring it back up and kind of...
alright. I'll be back. Hey.
He's like,
Go take a
"Water,
fucking bath.
water." And yeah, the well is like It's a few yards away.
I haven't been able to take care of myself properly in what feels like ages. I'm taking a bath.
Yeah, and you have to work for it because you have to go to the well and you have to bring it back,
big
and you're
deal.
like, oh, yeah, it's a few
Yeah.
trips, but yep.
Does it without any clothes
And
on,
it's
honestly.
when she said basin, she wasn't joking. It's like
Yeah.
you definitely have to kind of put your knees up to your chest a little bit, but it is fresh water at least. It's deep enough that it comes up to your chest, but it's definitely you're cramped a little bit. Tyrall would be cramped.
Yeah. It's made for small people.
Small people. I am not a small person.
Yeah, she's a small lady.
Yeah.
But
Alright. Sure probably takes a minute, but...
Arminius,
yes.
when you're done with the repairs on the sink, could you join me out by the barn?
If you need me to, I suppose I can do
Keep on
that.
a naked Cyrus.
They said,
No.
Cyrus, why'd you leave?
Go the fuck away!
I wanted to die.
I want alone time!
But yes, if you give me a moment, I should be done here in a moment.
All right. Delilah, is it all right if me and Arminius go out and use the barn real quick?
Of course, as long as you don't take any more of my horses and not bring them back.
Your horses should return
I'll be back in 3 days.
soon.
She looks like she enjoys giving you a hard time, although apparently everyone does. But she feels like she does it more in good faith than anything. But yeah, that's fine.
They hopefully will be back. But if they don't, please buy new ones with what we left.
Absolutely. Brock, you can show me your game while they're gone. How about that?
Okay.
And when she says that, you can see Armenia. Actually, Arminius drops a tool into the sink. He's like, oh, and just keeps going. But it probably takes like maybe another 5 minutes, and he's finished. And he kind of puts his tools back up, and he wipes his hands off, and he makes sure the sink works, and it works amazingly. And then he stops it, and he kind of turns around, looks at Delilah, looks down. Your sink will be working. It works now. Tyrall? And walks out.
Oh. There's so much happening.
Walks out the back. What did you need?
It's time.
Oh.
Where's the temple?
Oh. So, it's in a very difficult to explain location. Everything has been destroyed. Obviously. Or wiped from the surface of Silvana. That I know of is one location that is still recognizable in some way. It is in ruins and destroyed, but there is enough there to worship if you would like.
Where is it?
It looks like he's thinking because it's been a while. It's in South Sunseft. It's further towards the coast. It's very difficult to find because it's in the forest, overgrown. I've not been there myself, though I know enough about it to know what it looks like. I've seen depictions and other things of the sort.
Is there any way you can draw it for me?
Yes, I believe I may be able to.
I would appreciate that.
I can make sure that that gets done for you.
And I have one more request.
Awful needy, aren't you?
Today it would appear so. Can you take this eye patch off?
And his eyes kind of widen a little, and he's like, I'm sorry. Remove it.
Do you need to remove it to wipe it clean?
You're making a lot of decisions, Tyrall. Are you sure this is one you wish to make?
Yes.
Interesting. If you give me the night, I believe I may be able to remove just the symbol and not the eye patch. Unless you prefer to remove the whole thing.
No, I still need the eye patch.
I need to figure out how I can do so without harming you, but
A little bit of harm isn't going to hurt me.
oh, you didn't pass out when I drilled it into your face, so. But give me a moment, at least a little bit, and I shall be able to figure out how to fix that for you.
Thank you, Arminius.
Did you need anything else?
Nothing else from you.
Not from me, of course.
I'll need Cyrus later.
Interesting. Well, if you are in need of anything else, you may find me. And he doesn't look at you when he says that, but he just kind of lowers his head and walks back inside. Time to work on that bathroom.
Time to go put in some plumbing.
You do
really
hear
funny.
when he walks in and you're playing with the game and everything. You do hear when he walks in, "My lady, if you would show me where you would prefer a bathroom to be." And you're like,
Brett's like, yeah, let me just do some construction here real quick.
Let me actually be useful.
yeah, I mean, he got time.
You got time.
We're not staying that long.
He works real fast, though.
That's true.
You can at least put in a tub, I'm sure.
Sure.
Dude's wild.
And he
It's
did
a
a
plumbing
sink in
guy.
like 20 minutes.
Well, pulling might be a bit hard because you gotta do lines and shit, but I don't know.
Not with magic.
Guys, just enchant that shit.
Yeah. Is there anything anybody wants to do in particular other than you're taking a bath?
Bath.
You were showing her your toy.
Totally.
Takes some
and,
time with the two.
After that, Brock will head outside, do some of his fluid motions that Cyrus has shown him, practicing with the new dags.
Which,
Train a little bit.
actually, he would have told you. Yeah, he would have told you the name of his fighting style.
At some point, yes, he would have.
Yeah. So his fighting style is called the Atman Angi Sher. So Atman. And the first A has the little line over it. And then second word, Angi. Third word, Sher.
Nice.
Atman Angi Sher. And he probably would have told you the meaning too. It means inner self fire tiger.
Go inner self fire tiger.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah, it's like Power Rangers.
It's his own quote unquote pantheons. It's a little different versions of Celestial.
Nice.
And when you practice with your little daggers, you actually,
I think we figured it's a mix of Tai Chi and Northern Shaolin fighting.
when you're like, yeah, you feel like there's something on your back, but not like your lavender Brock. And then it just whispers to you, "Good job. That looks good."
Oh, thank you.
And then you just see from the corner as it kind of starts to get darker around you. Not the same way that you're used to when the other thing happens to you, but you see this little chameleon. It's kind of, I say little, it's a pretty big chameleon, and it just walks by.
It's a chameleon.
Yeah, and it's like, "Good job. You're doing great."
You were not who Brock was expecting.
I'm sure not.
Hi, I'm Brock.
I know who you are. I am your spirit.
Are they chameleon twins? Oh,
Ah, you want to ruin my game? Because another one comes out when,
Well, then
when
it's like,
right
yeah,
beside
go
it's a little bit smaller, but
Yeah.
but yeah. And one is, what did I say? One is black. No, not black. Red and purple. Right? Is that the one I said? And they're twin chameleons. And they're they just kind of speak to you for a minute. They don't give you anything really. They're just like, we are your spirits.
Oh, you're
Yes.
from these.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Yes, you're right. I did not mention anything like that. But very cool.
We are here to help you if you need anything.
Oh, yes. Can you find Amer and tell him we're at Delilah's and we're heading to the Golden Plains?
I don't think that's something we can do, but we can try.
Okay.
Wonderful. Keep going. You're doing great. And then just kind of float away, and you just go, yeah. So you're training. Is there anything specific else that you're doing?
I would think at one point he would take a turn in the basin for bath time.
As you clean yourself, he said he can see through my eyes. All right, so then whenever you would like to do, I know exactly what you're going to do. Whenever you would like to do that
Oh,
is up to you.
Cyrus, it's probably after dinner.
So later
More
in the day.
nighttime.
So later in
Yeah.
the day.
Cyrus.
As he's probably working on
Arminius
something.
is just working on the house, taking tips from Delilah about what she wants fixed.
Yeah, I'm sure
Can
Cyrus
you-
is like set up on the dinner table
Excuse
or
me, I'm
something.
so sorry.
Can you come outside and help me real quick?
Sure, give me 1 second.
Bring your scythe.
Alright.
Oh.
Shing. Let's go.
I'm going to lead Cyrus out, down the fields to the edge of the forest.
Kind of where you were punching and stabbing at that tree last time?
Pretty much in front of the tree that I
You
see.
mean the obliterated tree?
Yep.
We're going to go right to that tree.
What happened here?
Anger management issues.
Ah.
So and he'll take the priest robe off and the undershirt. He'll plant down on the hammer.
Which hammer?
I haven't
the
touched
hammer.
the other one. So I've only been
Ew.
doing stuff with the new hammer.
mm.
Because
Ew.
when he took everything off to go out with the hammer the first time, he hasn't touched any of it since.
Weird. What is happening? Anyway.
Just kind of gives you a
Cyrus,
weird look.
I'm going to meditate with the symbiote.
Alright.
By the time I'm done, the tattoo needs to be gone.
What do you mean?
It needs to be gone.
Tyrall,
It needs to be gone.
I'm all for the change. Kind of knocks on his head. Hold on, we have to talk about this.
No, wake up, idiot, wake up!
So I know he can't grab the hammer, so he just knocks on his head. No, we're not. We're
He's-
talking about this first.
He's
He's gone.
meditating, dude.
And the tattoo's making all these weird color changes.
Yeah, I'm sure you probably have a couple of
Bruh.
different sparky boys going on them too. You see that it's kind of shifting and stuff. Yeah. Yeah.
Looks up. Help! What am I supposed to do?
And
It's like trying to shove him. It's
while-
actually trying to shove him awake.
while you're meditating, you hear the voice of the Komodo dragon, and it comes back out and kind of sits in front of you. I see that you're making a decision.
Very big decision.
It is a very big decision.
It's time for a pilgrimage.
Then I shall follow alongside you. Now we're back to you.
He's literally like looking around, like what? what the fuck? What am I doing? He's like trying to shove him awake and it's not working, obviously.
It's not waking up. What are you gonna do?
A little guidance now would be wonderful.
As you say that, you kind of feel something from your scythe and it lights up. Like on the edge, it's like a burning red.
And I mean, I'm sure he's not unfamiliar with it.
That's pretty new for you.
Is it new?
It's not a whole flame. It's just the sharp part of the scythe.
Oh.
Like the curve of the scythe, the edge is like a burning, like a hot surface.
Sorry, are you really telling me to do this?
And the Odin tattoo is sparking a little bit more.
He's gonna take a moment, recenter himself, calm the fuck down, because his emotions are getting out of control. Looks at the blade.
And because you're used to it only going like a whole big
that's what I thought you meant.
Flame. No, it is just on the edge.
Like it has
of the
that
blade.
warm glow throughout it.
Yeah, it is just a burning on
like a white hot.
Yeah, like you stuck just the edge of the blade in a furnace, and it's searing hot, and it's just kind of waiting there.
You owe me. He'll position himself, and he'll just.
And before you do that,
he
Komodo
hesitates for a
the Komodo dragon looks at you very seriously. This is the right thing for you. Deep breaths with me now, and he's breathing in, out.
He just looks to see if the symbiote's doing anything. He's like,
and out.
He sits there for a good minute. And then just starts...
You will change the world, Tyrall Backen.
Peeling the skin off.
Yep.
And he's not enjoying any second of this, but he got a sign, and that's what he's going with.
Are you screaming? I'm sure you probably would, but that's up to you. You might... some people, when they're in a meditative state, they might not. So that is up to you.
You're not going to hear anything... From where Cyrus is, but the Komodo dragon's probably hearing him just like
he's
lose his mind.
Yep, he's there. He's in your mind, so yep.
Yep.
He's like, you're a fucking idiot. I can't believe you're making me do this right now. Just keeps going. You could have waited until we had someone to heal you.
And it's
or
actually
could have talked about it with me first.
While you're doing it, you see that the tattoo is sparking, and it's actually hurting you because you're having to ow,
he has to hold both sides because it's a 6 foot side. He has to guide it.
The tattoo itself is sparking.
Yeah, it's sparking. It's like hitting him in the face.
Yeah,
and it's because he's having to hold it. He's having to be near it, and it's like sparking and it's zipping his hands. And
it's like what 2-3 inches of flesh because of how deep tattoos go.
I'd say it takes him at least a good 30 minutes because he's like,
and it's a process.
Yeah. And I'm sure they're away where no one can see them.
Well, they're far enough away that if somebody were to look, they would see that you two are out there. They don't really know exactly what you're doing.
Yeah.
But
well, I'm sure there's
there's flames and sparks and
You're like, oh, they're just sparring.
Oh, how cute.
On the ground, yeah.
No, they would know that you were leaning over and he's doing something to you, but they can't really tell.
I don't know. I mean, I feel like they can see the fucking scythe.
They might be able to see it, but they can't. It's so far away that they can't tell exactly what's happening.
That wouldn't be the first thing on their mind, at least.
No. Right.
Yeah.
And that's where we're gonna take our break.
Oh.
Because it is 2:50.
About a pee-pee.
Yeah.
Is it 2?
So yeah.
No, it's 3. It's 3:40.
Yeah, but we've been streaming for 2 hours and 50 minutes.
Okay.
And we usually stop at about 3.
The time, not the time.
No. So we will be back in about 45 minutes. And then we will pick back up with that.
You're an idiot.
We'll be back. So, starting back where we were before the break, Tyrall was getting its back peeled.
Yep.
Yeah, he did.
So, getting his back peeled by Cyrus.
Oh yeah, that
Mhm,
thing.
So
He said, "Horror movie, sign me up."
Yeah,
Yeah.
he said, hey, you're cool to do this, right? Shot down noise.
Boo,
And Cyrus
boo,
went,
boo.
huh?
How's it
Wait.
smell?
Huh?
How's it
Ba,
smell?
ba, ba, ba.
No, how's it smell?
Oh, smell?
Like
Yeah.
That's how it
Oh.
sounded.
burning flesh.
Oh.
Yeah.
Smell like
Awful.
a nice seared
Awful.
steak.
Ew.
Burning flesh, probably some ozone from the sparking, hot metal, probably not great.
Just like my grill.
But yeah, it's definitely feeling cooler in here at least.
But,
But
it smells like a microwave.
I said
Like
it
a
smells
grill.
like my grill.
Oh.
yeah.
It feels good.
So
No, it does not feel good. It's quite painful.
Yeah, no.
But
Oh, that. No, yeah, that's just killed me.
yeah. No thanks. But yeah, so you're busy peeling the skin off of your
Apparently.
companion's back.
Yeah.
Tyrall, before the break, the Komodo dragon told you you will fulfill your destiny now, Tyrall Backen. And that's where we're at. So.
They told you
you're-
actually your name is supposed to be Tyrall. They changed it.
Oh yeah, by the way. No. But so you're just peeling away?
Apparently, really mad about it.
Yep.
And insanely uncomfortable.
Yep. And as far as I'm aware, I don't think anybody would be. I mean,
No, I think we kind of figured, like, they can tell I'm doing something with my scythe.
well,
like, I'm against
I don't
his
think
back, but
anybody
they
would be
don't-
like, "Where's Tyrall and Cyrus?" I mean, you
No.
guys pretty much just leave whenever you want to come back. I
Yeah.
don't think
Yeah.
anybody would.
And they're definitely, if they see us, aren't going to think, oh, yeah, he's tearing the tattoo off of his back.
Tearing
Yeah, they're
the
definitely
flesh
not
off
going to think
his,
that.
off of his neck, and he's not making any outward signs of
No, pain,
scream.
you know, like you
so,
would.
yeah, because he's
Yeah,
meditating.
I'm sure, for me, he's like, oh, I mean, he made noise whenever I drove that thing in his face,
He
so.
didn't. He just went.
Yeah, it's still noise.
But even if he was making that sound, they still wouldn't hear it.
Yeah, that's fair.
But yeah. So, Brock, what are you doing currently at the
Hey,
moment?
we got people back.
Yeah.
That's good.
This is a wonderful May the 4th.
Yeah.
Did that. Did bath time.
Yep.
Um,
If you don't have anything important that you're doing, I'll just go right back to them.
yeah, just hand me the book back.
Oh. So distraught. Sorry.
So, yeah, the Komodo dragon is just kind of walking you through breathing, meditating, getting you closer.
Getting through the pain and the torment that I just asked for.
The 30 minutes of Cyrus having to take this
Getting
thing off your back.
your pilgrimage ready. Cyrus, when you're done at
So
the very end, what are you doing with the back flesh?
I don't know, man. I did not wake up today and think, oh yeah, I'm gonna peel someone's back off. That sounds like
How
fun.
about a nice scarf?
Oh.
It's already decorated.
Ooh, no!
I'm good. So,
He's gonna probably lift it with his scythe and just like bury it in the woods or something. I don't know.
is that what you're like? You
Probably, yeah.
Because if you're just gonna leave it there, like,
No, he doesn't want Delilah to come across that.
well, do you want Tyrall to tell you what you're doing with it? Like, what are
Oh.
you? He didn't say
Yeah, that's
anything.
fair.
He just said
Well,
peel
he's
it
probably
off my
gonna be-
back.
He's probably gonna be dead when he comes back out of this. So, he will, however, because you know there's an open wound on your back. He will
Large.
probably what kind of he's gonna dump a healing potion down your fucking throat.
That would. I'm pretty sure that might choke him.
no,
he's-
because you can like stimulate the muscles in your throat and make them swallow.
If he's in the middle of meditation, though, I don't know how well you're gonna be able to move him very
Maybe
much.
not. I don't know.
And I
Then
don't,
he'll wait till he comes out of it. I don't know.
bless you.
He doesn't know what he's doing. Oh, you didn't have it.
Bless you.
Excuse me.
So,
did you have the dragon?
yeah,
Okay.
it's been a day. So yeah, he also got the flesh peel from his back. I feel like he deserves it.
That's fair.
So,
Yeah.
What are? I mean, you're the one that's gonna have to figure out what you're doing right now.
Like he's I guess waiting.
With
He's
the
done.
flesh on your scythe, what are you doing?
Yeah, it's probably just like on the ground still. It's
Yummy.
I don't know what to do with it.
Alright, Tyrell.
And he's maybe not externally, maybe a little externally, but internally freaking the fuck out.
Mhm.
So, I don't know.
So,
Waiting, I guess.
by the end, you feel more enlightened, more light.
Weight off your shoulders?
Yeah, you feel a little lighter. Um, and the Komodo dragon can tell. He says, now when you open your eyes, you are going to be in a bit of pain. Endure through it. You've done well. And then you'll wake up. And I'm sure that movement from your neck hurts.
He gives you...
Nope. He's gonna put his hand up. He's gonna try to pull himself up to his feet.
There are some muscles missing. Will you make
Yeah.
a Constitution saving throw?
Let's.
For
I'm
me?
also gonna hand him a superior healing potion.
He takes it. That's up to him.
Say Constitution.
Yep.
Saving throw.
Yeah.
19.
Yeah. You're wobbly and it hurts, but you're able to stand up at least.
He doesn't
And
say
you can
anything.
tell when he's standing up just from you can see the muscles rippling in his back.
Yeah.
Because you can see
Yeah,
the
because
muscles.
he got down to muscle. He got all the skin off and went down to muscle.
Yeah. So
So he just, not saying anything, hands you a superior healing potion. So it's 8d4 plus 8.
yeah.
How much damage should I take from all that?
Probably a lot.
I mean, somebody peeled the skin off of your back.
Yep.
I would say.
I can bump it up to a supreme if I need
What
to.
does your scythe do damage wise? Just your scythe.
Scythe is 1d6 plus 3.
6
I mean,
plus
it's not like
3.
he's resisting, so it's, I don't know, max damage? I don't know.
Yeah,
Nine.
it would be crit damage. Yeah,
So
9, and then
Oh, crit damage? So maybe to double it?
Yeah, because he's
Okay, so
not.
that'd be,
it'd be like if you rolled a crit.
18? Yeah, 18.
So yeah, I would say that plus maybe another d6 for the fire damage or whatever, based on
Full?
yeah.
So 24 total.
24.
Just another. Yeah.
Yeah, probably just a
Excuse me.
then.
That's the greater restoration or whatever it was that he got him.
That's beautiful.
So then, how many D4 is it?
8d4 plus 8. I mean, that should fix it. Should hopefully keep the
8d4
wound from
plus 8. correct?
8d4 plus 8. Should keep the wound from being that, at least.
20.
So what's going on between you two?
Cyrus. Thank you.
He raises his fist like he's about to punch you in the face. And then drops it and walks off.
Is the flap of
And then
skin
stops.
still just laying there
Yeah.
on the
He gets, like,
ground?
15 feet away, he stops, he huffs, and he turns back and gestures to the skin on the ground.
You.
We'll burn that later tonight.
Walks off.
What? You're gonna have to be just a little bit louder.
He walks off.
Just in case.
Oh yeah, I forgot. 18 things going on.
Yeah.
He walks off. He just, he doesn't go back to the house. He just goes somewhere. I don't know.
Tyrall's gonna walk back using the hammer kind of as support.
Yep. To the house.
Yep.
He's
You
gonna
walk
put
in?
a shirt back on.
Nope, the shirt's still laying
It's an
there.
it's an open wound. That's a bad idea.
I don't know.
But you just walk in.
You're an idiot.
No, it's fine. I'm asking.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he just walks in.
Yeah.
Okay.
My statement still stands.
And Arminius is tinkering with things, like he's maybe fixing the lights or something. I don't know. And when you walk in, he sees that you're shirtless, and it is later in the night. I mean, it's after dinner, so it's probably 8. So Delilah's probably getting ready for bed or something. And he's just fixing something, and he sees that you walk in without a shirt, and he looks at you, and then he double takes. What are you doing?
I need Brock
Why Brock?
to help wash my back.
What do you mean?
I need somebody to care for the wound on my back.
What wound, you fool?
The wound that I just got.
And he stands up because he's like on the ground tinkering with wiring of some sort. Walks around, sees it, and he's like, "What have you done to yourself?" And that's like the loudest you've heard him get. You are an insatiable idiot.
It's called a fresh start, Arminius. That's why I need the eye patch done as well.
I'm starting to realize that it's not the priests of Odin that are stupid, it's just you. And you feel something over your back. You see just a little bit of magic coming from over your shoulders. You're an idiot. And you start to heal.
Alright.
Do I go up to my full hit points?
I have to take this away from his. But yeah. My brain is not working. I used to do this on my phone. But yeah, and as he's doing that, he's like, if you tell anyone I'm doing this, I will kill you myself.
You didn't do anything.
No, I didn't. You're right. Anyway, and he comes back around, and he pulls the chair out. He doesn't pull a chair out for you. He just pulls the chair out himself, sits down, looks at you, because I'm sure you're just like leaning over the table.
Mm-hmm.
It's not going to do anything about your disgusting scar, but it at least took care of the wound itself.
Thank you. That's all I asked for. Is there anything I'm gonna have to worry about keeping it cleaned or anything, or is it fine?
No, it's healed, but it is grotesque.
That's fine. Anything that I need to do, I'll do.
And he looks in shock of how stupid. He just and stupid, but an ounce of like a smidgen bit of respect in his eyes. He's like, do you always take things this seriously?
Everything I do.
Sit down.
And he'll pull a chair
He's
out,
like, okay.
and I'll sit down.
And he walks over to your side, stands in front of you. He just kind of looks at the eye patch. He gets out his little tool. The one that he showed you was from Uriah. This is going to feel odd, but just bear with me. And he starts to kind of peel what you would see narratively, peel the inlay, because it was like a copper embossing basically. It was like he took the copper piece that made Odin's symbol and then welded it onto so it's a 3D piece basically, and he's peeling it off of it like it's just like a sticker pretty much. And then he just kind of tosses it onto the counter. There. And it's just like a flat surface again.
Thank you, Arminius. Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna go find somewhere and pass out for the night.
Understandable.
He's gonna walk over to the couch that Brock normally sleeps on, and he's gonna look at it and go, no, that's Brock's. And he's just gonna lay face down on the floor.
Ow.
That's
But
cute.
still has like the hammer
That's
loosely
Brock's.
grasped in one hand and just out face down
Yeah.
on the floor.
Arminius has his arms folded over his chest, and he's still not wearing his robes. They're still hung up. He just walks over into the doorway where you fell down on the floor, and he just looks at you.
I don't see it. I'm
I
already
know
out.
you're out. He's just watching you, and he's like, fools. They're all fools. Astonishing. And he just walks away. Brock, where are you? Are you in the kitchen living room? What are you outside? What are you doing?
Brock is pacing outside, breathing heavily, with big sobs.
Brock!
Oh, I forgot you were reading.
Oh.
What do you get to
Yes.
now?
You'll have to find him and ask.
Ah!
Oh, man.
But yes, Brock is getting air.
While you're doing that, that's going to be happening while Tyrall walks in and Arminius is healing you. Delilah comes out, and Arminius is just kind of like standing, thinking. Like, he's just like, what is happening? Where's Cyrus? How did that happen to him? What is going on? And then she's like, well, where'd everybody go? Why is it so quiet? He's like, a lot is happening, my lady. I don't understand. I wouldn't go in there with Tyrall. He seems a little worse for wear. And she does start to go in there, and he actually holds his arm out. I really wouldn't. And she's like, well, what's going on? Where's Brock? He's like, I am not sure, my lady. Cyrus, are you gone? Where are you?
He probably goes and he walks in some direction somewhere. And he
Probably the way toward the well, because the well is on that side.
Somewhere,
away
yeah.
from where Tyrall was, the opposite side.
And eventually he'll stop and he'll realize I shouldn't go too far. There's dragons. I don't want to get caught. I can't. I'm all alone. So he'll double back and he'll go back to the house, but he doesn't go in. He basically, I'm guessing the house is taller than the stable, or about the same.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to climb up on top of the house and just crisscross and meditate the whole night.
Oh, well, I'm sure you'd be hearing Brock crying. Honestly, are you like, or are you just like,
You're more sniffly crying, right?
he said he was sobbing.
No.
Yeah.
Weeping is crying, is quiet. Crying can be, wailing is loud. Sobbing is louder.
Mm-hmm.
So it just depends.
It's more audible than normal.
Okay.
And
Because
he is pacing around like the yard, so from sitting up there, you might be able to see him too.
Yeah, I'm thinking that
Yeah, he'll hear it.
Arminius at some point might hear it as well. So I'm just.
He'll
Well,
probably
too. So no, he's too worried about the pretty lady on the inside.
Oh.
probably climbs up, and as he's like finding a place to sit, he probably hears you. He's like, hell, you just see him right in front of you.
Cyrus.
What's wrong?
Brock. Mrs. Aimer. He got.
Are you like holding a journal?
Yeah, he has the journal clutched here, and he has this little rock of fool's gold that he's like been fiddling with in
It's
the
probably like
other
smooth
hand.
in some areas, yeah.
Brock was reading, and Aimer wrote about when we met, and how we traveled together, and here, Aimer never used it.
What is this?
Remember the scroll?
Oh. Yeah. Oh, this is pretty.
Thanks. I like making my props. Makes it better.
It's really nice.
I like props.
And I know that Aimer's out there, and he's
Just keep it with the book.
oh,
He might use it someday.
he's my friend. He's Brock's first friend.
I know, Brock. I wish I was able to comfort you in some way. All we can do is trust that he's not a liar and he'll come back to us.
Yes.
At the very least, he knows where Delilah lives, and he knows this is a safe place to go. So even if we're not here, this could be a place where he can hide.
That's true. We have to find him.
I know, bro.
Oh.
No, actually, it'd be more like,
Yeah, like a windshield wiper.
Yeah.
God, Brock is so precious.
Where did you come from? Why were you on the roof?
it's a very long story that I don't really want to talk about right now.
Okay, well, sorry for interrupting your
No, Brock,
roofing.
don't apologize for having emotions.
Okay. I'm not sorry.
That's a start.
And as you're talking, you hear, "Er, what's this going on?" Arminius opens the front door and standing there, and he kind of has like Delilah because he doesn't want her to leave and go look at Tyrall. So he's like, what's going on? Why is everybody acting funky? And then he looks pointedly at you. What is going on?
Brock was upset because he read something in Amor's journal about when they first met. Gives him a look like, don't fucking bring it up.
He raises his eyebrow like, don't test me. I will. I'll ask. I'll do it right now. I'll do it right now. If Lady wasn't here, I would do it right now.
Just read something that upset him, that's all.
Yes,
But it's fine.
Brock is okay.
Either we will find him or he will find us. I promise.
Okay. Brock is okay.
Are you feeling better?
And
Brock,
Delilah comes out and she's like, "Oh, come here, come here." Like she's,
Baby.
come here, little baby.
and
She
classic
hugs him.
child
Yeah.
thing. Whenever you do the "Are you okay?" that just makes them
Yep,
go
even
even
worse.
harder.
Yep.
And,
Like they got it and then there's like,
Yep. And then she hugs you and she's like, "It's okay. It's gonna be all right." And she has little tears in her eyes from seeing you so upset. She's like, "It's gonna be okay."
you marry her. You marry her.
He said, "You marry her so hard. Marry her so hard right now." He's currently passed out on the floor right now. I don't
Yeah.
think he can, but
No.
Yeah.
doesn't mean Arminius doesn't want to.
It's really funny. I want to.
He said, "You marry her right now. You marry her so hard."
Kicks him. Marry her right now!
Officiates his own wedding.
I don't think that's possible.
And after a little bit, Brock will calm a bit more back down, and
And he's taller than her, so she's like, "It's okay."
and
She's a good hugger too. She's
Yeah.
good at company.
Cyrus is gonna try to just,
Mhm.
like, slip away back
No.
behind the house.
No.
And he's gonna try.
Yeah, well, Arminius did. Well, Arminius did watch her go comfort him and go,
Yeah. He's like, ooh, this is the moment.
and he
I can roll a
Immediately-
stealth check if you want me to.
he's watching you.
Oh, I thought you said he was watching her for a second.
He looked at her as she went over there to him, but it's like a glance. It's like a she's doing that.
Oh.
You now that you're,
He's still trying. He's going around the house and he's gonna go, boop, boop, boop.
he'll follow you.
He's gonna follow me up the roof.
He's walking because you have to walk around. He walks right after you. I don't know where you
Nope.
think you're going.
He's ignoring him.
Do you ignore everyone when they speak to you?
Not now,
Why?
please.
I believe we have something to speak about.
Can we try it down a little bit? I can't hear.
I believe we have something to speak about.
Yeah. It's not you. It's just that. It goes directly in my ear, like right when you try to talk sometimes. No, I don't think we do right now. Please.
I don't believe this is as traumatic for you as it was for Tyrall.
No, likely not.
So then why
Still.
can't you speak of it?
Because that doesn't mean I wanted to do it.
No, of course not. But I need to know what happened.
Truthfully, I wish I could tell you.
Well, you were there. What physically happened? It's not hard.
Do we have to have this conversation right now?
Fine. But you will answer me later. He just goes around, walks back to make sure Delilah and the baby are okay.
And he goes up on the roof, where presumably no one can get to him.
Presumably. Brock definitely could. I bet
Yeah.
if Delilah wanted to, she could get up there.
Absolutely. She's the one that scares me. She's the one that will
She'll-
transform her like Duke does.
Yeah, she'll
And
just levitate up there.
Yeah.
But
Mm-hmm.
glowing eyes and hair floating. Yeah.
Mhm.
No. That's what I'm afraid of right there.
but he comes back around to see you and Delilah, and she's still holding you. And she's like, well, how about we go inside and get you something sweet, right? Like cookies or something? All right. And she just kind of ushers you inside, and she looks at Arminius, and she's like, and just takes him inside. He's like, I don't know what is happening.
I don't think any of us do, actually.
He walks inside, and she's distracted by Brock, and Arminius just looks at the dead Tyrall on the ground, keeps
For the
walking.
muscle that's there and
That's what
not
I'm saying.
skin.
That's what I'm saying. Just looks at the dead Tyrall and walks back into the kitchen with the other two.
Yep.
What's everybody doing for the night? You're
Gone.
again gone.
Again.
He'll wake up at some point through the night.
Okay.
Because you're like dying of thirst or something.
Um,
Your body's telling you have to.
and Arminius makes sure that Delilah does not go in there to see you. Like he watches you from the doorway, and anytime she gets close, he's like, nope, go back to bed. Nope, go back to bed.
Yeah. I bet she thought
And-
she was being sneaky too. She's like,
Yeah.
he's asleep. I'm gonna go check on him.
Yep. And he's like, joke's
Ha,
on you.
surprise!
Go back to bed. And she's like, this is my house.
She's like, how are you doing that?
And I'm sure he'll probably keep you from going in there as well, Brock. You don't need to see that. You were just upset about
Yeah,
Amber.
you probably have a sleepover in Delilah's room, honestly.
Yeah, he probably makes sure you have. He's so bad at this, but he's like, here's a blanket. And she's like, I
And
got
she's
it.
already made this like elaborate thing on the floor for you.
Yeah,
And
and he's like, oh, well.
it's like
Yes,
it's like
after-
he grabs the
After
dingiest blanket
some
there.
milk and cookies,
Mm-hmm.
Brock will follow her to wherever she leads him. Is like,
Yep.
why don't you lay here since Arminius is saying no?
Yep. Yep. And he just stands guard at the doorway. So you will get a nice sleep with Lady Delilah. What are you doing?
On the roof, meditating.
What are you doing? What time do you wake up? You late night?
Say like 2 a.m.
Arminius is still standing at the door.
Yep.
At the doorway, because it's like a larger archway.
Tyrall will get up.
And it is dark, except like he's maybe backlit by some like firelight or something.
And he'll pick up his hammer and he'll walk over to Arminius and he'll say, excuse me, but there's something I need to do.
Last time I let you go and do something, you came back looking, and he kind of like leans to the side, like that.
Nothing's being chopped off. No harm is coming to me. I just need to finish what I started
And what is that?
by burning it.
You understand I'm not going to let you alone now, right?
You can come too.
Wonderful. And he just kind of steps back, because, I mean, even though you're taller than him, he's like, bet, big man. You're not that much taller than him, but you're enough that he has to kind of
Crane.
yeah.
Just a little
His
lean a
eyes
bit.
have to look up at you a little bit, but so he just kind of steps back and gestures for you to leave, and he'll follow you.
He'll walk out of the doorway. He'll look over at the door outside. And he'll look over at Delilah's door and walk over to it and knock.
He strides up. What are you doing?
Don't.
And then she goes over the door, and he like grabs it and shuts it.
Oh, there's so much
No.
And
happening.
he's like, just a moment.
And
my
she's
lady."
like, what freak?
she's like, Hello? What are you doing?
Let her see.
Why? Do you want to traumatize her? Brock is also in there, and he doesn't
You
need
can
to see
let
it.
Brock sleep. It's important for her.
You make very irrational decisions. But they're your decisions, I suppose. And he lets the door go and just kind of steps back and crosses his arms. She like opens the doors. Everybody's been a little weird tonight. What's going on? And she notices that you're shirtless, and she's like, what are you doing?
Mine eyes!
Oh, what are you doing?
I need both of you to bear witness to the changes ahead. And he'll
Changes?
turn around and walk out the door.
Oh, what? And she like gets real big crocodile tears in her eyes. She's like, what are you doing, Tyrall? What did you do?
Everything in my life for 200 years has been a lie. And tonight, I fix it.
And Arminius just looks at her. He's going through some things, my lady. Just follow me. And he like kind of ushers her out, lets her go behind you.
On the way out, with his free hand, he'll pick up some firewood, and he'll lead them right out to that tree.
They really are two completely different kinds of men, aren't they?
Yeah.
There's Arminius who's like, think about your decisions, and then there's Tyrell who's like carrying firewood with a giant nasty scar on his back. It's like, I've got to do work. Like, they're two totally different kinds of men.
And he'll
Drop it.
lead them out to the tree that he was at. The same tree that Delilah came out and dragged him away from
And
last
she's like
time.
shaking and crying.
And he'll go out. He'll set the hammer down in front of the tree. He'll set the logs down, and he'll put his hand over top of the logs, and he'll sacred flame it to light it up.
Will you? Guess you won't.
Not calling on Odin.
Guess you won't.
No, won't do it. Not
Guess
even
you
if I
won't.
could.
Guess you won't sacred flame, will you?
That's a really good thing you got out of that trance.
And he sees that you're struggling. Arminius is like, "Ooh," and just has his little thing, and he lights it up for you.
Yep.
Puts it back in his pocket and walks back.
Tonight, I've renounced my oaths to the Circle of Odin.
Cyrus is up somewhere watching.
This is
Solid.
insane. Go ahead.
Through our travels and meeting with Uriah and meditating with the spirit of this hammer, I've learned that Odin is not the highest god of this plane. And tonight, I start the journey to follow him and leave Odin behind. And I'll reach down and pick up his back skin.
Oh god.
Ugh.
And
bring
then
it
when you go
over.
to pick it up, Arminius just kind of covers Delilah's eyes, kind of turns her head away.
And he'll
Idiot.
just
Ugh.
right into the fire.
I'm sure it's,
It's gonna stink.
well, might not be wet.
it's not like
it's
she.
cauterized,
It's
but-
not like she's. I mean, she smelled that sort of crap before, but
Yeah.
he doesn't want her to see the backflesh of a man that she knows, at least.
He'll
And then once it's
just
on the fire, he just lets her watch.
drop it on the flames, and then he'll pick up the hammer. He'll step back, and he'll wait for it to get all nice and crispy charred, so you can't make out the tattoo anymore.
Wonderful.
Ugh.
And actually, when you do that, when you set the flesh on the barbecue,
I hate this game.
the tattoo actually does this weird thing where it starts sparking, and then it just kind of disappears from the skin.
And as soon as it's gone, he'll grab both hands with the hammer, bring it up, slam it down onto the fire.
It's dangerous. You're an idiot.
Crazy.
Very final.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wild.
Well,
And then he'll just, with the hammer right there,
As
like,
you
slammed
as it
into it.
hits, you hear in the back of like your mind, the Komodo dragon saying, "Good job. Now on to better things."
So he'll hit hard enough to where it like goes through the wood and kind of into the ground, and he'll just let go,
I feel like everywhere. It went everywhere because
Mhm.
smashing fire.
turn around, and walk back to the house.
And Delilah, all worked up and confused, she's crying, and Arminius is like, "Oh no." He wants to be able to, but then
Cyrus quietly just jumps down from the trees.
she doesn't.
I know,
She
he'll
turns
come
around. She turns around. She books it after Tyrall.
Oh.
That's what I'm saying. Like she's all hysterical, and Arminius wants to be able to comfort her, but he has no idea how to. And he's like, "What is happening?" And she's real confused. So she runs after Tyrall, and she's like, "What are you doing? What do you mean you're renouncing your oaths? I'm so confused. You're a priest of Odin. What do you? You don't just do that."
If you learned about something that made Odin, how would you feel?
Oh, I'd be confused, but can you at least tell me what's going on then?
He'll take her hand, turn around, go back to the hammer, and he'll put his hand on the hammer, and he'll just say, "Can you show her?"
Ayo.
Yep.
This is getting interesting.
Interesting. And when
I have
you
so many notes to write.
hold her hand and you hold the hammer and you say that, you're engulfed in darkness. And she opens her eyes. She's like, "What's going on?" And her voice kind of like boop boop boop, like echoes. And the Komodo dragon comes out and she's like, "Oh, what is that?"
This is my spirit.
You're what?
It's the spirit that lives in the hammer.
Oh, oh, but you said something about Odin not being the one. And the Komodo dragon says, "Yes, my lady. I was not expecting this, but he has proved himself faithful, and so I thought I should prove myself faithful. Odin is a facilitator between your world and the Maker, and that is what Tyrall has learned." She's like, but Odin and Freya, they're all knowing, and they're the ones who give us everything.
They
I don't-
give us everything because the Maker lets them.
That's... And she's like wringing at her hands and looking around. Well, I mean, I don't know, and I believe you if you say it, but you're gonna have to show me.
In South Sunset, there's a temple that my people destroyed many, many centuries ago. It's where I plan on going through our travels. I don't know if you can leave, but whatever I find, I'll bring it back.
Okay. And doesn't that mean that Odin knows that you know now?
He may. He probably does, after what just happened. But I don't think anything that happens will be that bad. Considering that the one that made him is now on our side, it should be harder for him to do anything.
Okay. Well, she looks like she kind of resolves herself. I trust you. And if you're saying that it's wrong, then I guess it's wrong. Okay. Then I'll wait for you to come back and show me.
We'll be back. At some point. Don't know how long it will be. I don't know how long it will take to find it. But we'll be back.
Right. Okay. Well, Dragon's just like, oh, it was pretty easy. And then you just kind of whoop, come right back. I mean, he's just standing there. I guess Cyrus is standing there now, just kind of staring at you two.
Then I'll pick the hammer back up. I'll look at it. Then I'll set it back down. Humor me.
Who?
Oh, he's talking to Delilah.
Oh, okay. Oh, all right.
What do you see in the handle?
And she kind of gets down just to look closer at it. I mean, and it's kind of dancing around. It's moving, which is weird. Is this the thing that was talking to us?
Yes, it is.
And she sees kind of forms, and you would see this too, into a man. High elf, obviously. You can see the ears. You would assume would be you. Not in the Odin armor anymore. But in different armor. Wielding the hammer. And she's like, well, it looks like you, I'm guessing.
This is the future that has been planned for me. It shows what my destiny is to do with it.
Huh. And how did you come by this hammer?
They're one of Arminius' friends.
She like whoop, looks at him. What? He's like, yes, one of my friends. Friends.
An angel. Something higher than the Valkyries. Made
Higher than the
this.
Valkyries. And how do you know? I mean, like, what? How did? And she's looking at everyone in the group now. How do you know that it's high? What proof? I mean,
This friend of the Vinix knew our names before we ever told them.
really?
He made these weapons for me and Brock. Namer has them 2 years before we were ever alive.
Wow. She just kind of stands up
And
straight.
Apparently, potentially mine as well, but that's a different story.
They're made to where only the chosen individuals can wield them. Because if anybody else tries to touch this or wield it, they won't be able to. And if you need proof, then just try to touch it.
I wouldn't be able to pick it up anyway, so wouldn't have been able to pick up your Odin hammer either. So there's no point. It's a lot to take in. But like I said, if you're saying that it's the truth, I don't think that you would just give up your vows so lightly. So I believe you. It's just a lot.
It is a lot. I've dwelled on this for the past couple weeks since we've left Drokar. That's what led me to the decisions that I've made tonight.
And Arminius goes, clearly.
But I think we've had enough traumatic events for the day. It's probably time for us to go back to the house.
Yeah, probably. I gotta check on Brock. And she just kind of pulls her little robe around her and starts to walk away. Stops. Keeps going. And walks inside.
I'll look at Cyrus.
Cyrus leaves too.
Arminius.
He's just kind of staring at you.
Yes, Arminius.
It seems you've upset some people tonight.
It's better to get the truth out.
I agree. Even with the level of stupidity I believe you've done this with. And he kind of lowers his head. You still have my respect.
Tyrall will lower his head. Thank you. Well, shall we go back?
Yes. He follows after you. That's
Tyler's-
that's the most love you're gonna get from Armenius ever.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Tyrall will go back and see if there's any leftover cookies.
Wow.
And gets
Wow. The
sit down
kid.
and munch on some cookies.
Shirtless, just in his pants, giant nasty scar on his back.
Oh.
Wow. Yeah, and Delilah doesn't come out of her room. Armenius just kind of sits at the other side of the table, just kind of watching you. But yeah, other than that, unless there's anything in particular, Brock, I'm sure you're probably asleep still.
Yeah.
He has no idea. He's just
He is cozy.
It's one of those deep
after you,
cry
yeah,
sleeps
after
that-
you've cried so hard, you're just kind of like wake up, your eyes are swollen.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But what about Cyrus? What is he doing?
He's back on the roof and he is deep in meditation.
Mm-hmm.
Then the morning shall come until Tyrall, do you go back to bed? Go back to trancing? Anything?
No, he'll go back to meditating with the hammer after he eats his cookies.
After he eats his cookies. He goes back, sorry, I had to have a snack.
My wife made cookies. I had to have some.
You should have her cookies, they're good. Tips
Try-
the
just
cookie.
try-
Yeah,
try
tips
to
the cookie to
put
the
it-
to the symbiote.
Just clink.
Yeah. But Armenius pretty much just watches you the rest of the night. It's like a studying, analyzing sort of watch too, not just like a I'm watching over you. It's like a
When are you going to be smitten from the sky?
it's definitely a scrutinizing analyzation.
Hope he got his study of the Priest of Odin enough for his
This is even better than that.
to satiate him.
Well, he's still going through a process of study. He's never seen. He didn't think that he would see a priest of Odin this close, let alone watch one betray the priests of Odin.
Yeah.
You
And
hit
it's
the
still alive.
jackpot.
Yeah, he did. He's
He
like,
really
this is
did.
good stuff.
It's like
sick. He's like,
is the shit.
sick, nasty. Like,
We didn't expect it either.
You're right.
sure didn't.
Yeah, and Cyrus has to deal with prayers every single day. He's like, hey, so you hear about Odin? You hear about Odin? You hear about Odin? Odin's pretty cool. You want to know about Odin? No!
And then one
Shut
day
up!
it just stopped.
Yeah, it just stopped. It literally just stopped one day.
Literally,
He's like,
Amer's gonna come back and he's gonna be like, who are you?
Who are these people?
yeah.
Who are
He's like,
these
I know
people?
you. I know you. Who are you?
What are you gonna do?
I mean, hi, I'm Amer. We haven't met before.
I know that you were gonna do something, or that you mentioned. What else are you thinking about changing? Do you have anything else that you want to change before we move on, or is it just?
Want to get your ears pierced or something? I don't know.
I'm gonna cut your hair. What are you doing?
He still has all that other crap in the cart.
Yeah, which
Is
who knows if it's even there anymore?
yeah, and if it is, it's useless to you.
Yep.
Try touching on that. I dare you.
Mm-hmm.
Just fucking sell it or something. I don't know.
Sell it on eBay.
Yeah, you're not using it anymore.
Yeah.
You can't use it.
Let's say before
Try
anybody
skating
else
over
is up, he'll look at Armenius. Would you like to help me finish the rest of the deeds?
And he's just
Yeah, there's
standing there
more.
scrutinizing you. You're saying there's more.
Yes, there's more.
What more is there?
The stuff in the cart.
All right.
I don't think I can touch it anymore.
And you think, and he kind of looks at himself. I can.
Can you make something to at least push it out of the cart?
I suppose.
Or at least help me find something to push it out of the cart.
Can do that. Yes.
Let's go do that.
You go out to the cart, and when you go to the cart, you see that yes, your hammer is still there. However, the armor is now just charcoal ash,
Oh.
and the Book of Odin is no longer there.
Or just the hammers there?
Yeah, the shield and all of the armor, everything is just charcoal ash, pretty much.
So just the
Oh, the hammer
hammer
would be there.
is there.
Yep.
So it means the hammer's not really.
Does it?
I don't know.
We're about to find out.
Oh.
Everything but the hammer is gone.
And he's just kind of standing there like,
Huh?
I see that. And he looks at you. Why? You gonna try to grab that boy?
It's the only thing still there.
Alright, when you try to grab it and you wrap your hand around it, it's like a hole, it shoots up a sacred flame, it goes all the way up your arm and burns your arm.
Just gonna hold on to it and rip it out of the cart.
Wild! It's like, you notice that it's like intensely more heavy than what you're used to, and you have to like you have to like physically like put your foot on the cart and like pull with your full weight.
Oh, just rips it right out of the cart.
And it goes kung kung, like it hits the ground and like indents into the ground.
Yep.
And Cyrus, I mean, it's like he's like he's like, what the freak, dog? Like he's freaking out.
Then he's gonna put both hands on the hammer, on his new hammer, the Vimus hammer. Put his head up to it. Let's show them what the new strength is. Right down on the shaft.
Oh my god,
Oh.
you're wild! This is wild!
Gonna hammer the shaft.
So when
Hammer
you
the
do
shaft.
when you do that, when you say that, it kind of like glows this like white light, this pure white light. And as you go to strike it, the Odin hammer lights up this golden light, and they spark when they hit, and it blows you and Arminius backward.
Oh.
And it
And the cart probably too.
yeah, the car goes pew.
It just
Arminius
goes
is like yeah,
She's
it's
gone.
like a blinding light when they collide, and it like blows you and Arminius backward. I would say a good, I mean, probably, because your cart is a decent, it's probably good, decent bit from the house or whatever. I mean, it blows you two backwards,
Sure,
like,
you're
onto the ground. Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
Cyrus is like, actually, honestly, Cyrus is pretty deep in that meditation. He might not react to it.
And after a few minutes, Arminius sits up. He's like,
The ringing in the ears.
yeah, he's like, what was that?
I don't know. Is it still there?
No, it's gone. There's a place where the collision was, pretty much, but the hammer itself is gone. It's like, there's maybe a piece or two left behind, but hammer's gone. And your hammer's fine. That's wild.
Well, Arminius,
Man, I would hold on that hammer.
And he, like, takes his glasses. Actually, they probably blew off of his face.
Yeah.
He's, like, rubbing at his eyes, and he's, like, trying to find his glasses.
Oh, like a little tiny crack in it. He's just like,
Yeah, like mine.
yeah.
Yeah. He picks them up, and he puts them on. He's like, freak.
well, Arminius, it's done. We just need to find new clothes now.
And he's like putting his glasses back on after kind of wiping them off, seeing the broken glass, he fixes them, and doesn't even look at you. You both are just staring in the same direction. He's like, his hair is a mess now after being blown up. He's like, yes. And he kind of glances to the side without looking to the side. Please do that. I'm sure at least I am tired of seeing you naked. And he turns around,
Oh.
goes back inside.
Sorry, all your clothes are gone.
Yeah, all the priest robes are gone.
No, all the clothes that you were wearing right now are all gone.
No, both of them are still wearing clothes.
I know.
But
I just
feel like you would have
just had
specified
pants on.
otherwise.
sure, would have.
Just had
Okay.
pants on. We'll go back in,
Yeah, I know Cyrus doesn't want to see that again.
knock on Delilah's door.
Bedroom door?
Yep.
She's like, hey, what was that explosion outside my house?
She opens the door very warily, and she's sleepy. What's the matter?
Is there any way that I could trouble you for a shirt and some pants? I appear to have nothing left.
Well, and she's got real sleepy eyes. She's like kind of blinking, kind of still half asleep. Papa's not gonna have anything pant-wise that you can wear. And she like thinks about it and kind of like imagines him next to you. He's so much shorter than you. but maybe I can find a shirt that's too big for him or something. And she kind of scoots, she's like, get out of my way. She like scoots to the side. Just kind of like pats you on the chest because she's still like half asleep. She walks past you, goes into the bedroom where they're at. You hear loud snoring from the bedroom, and a couple of minutes later she comes back and she has a shirt, and she hands it to you. I don't know how well it's gonna fit, but it'll do better than nothing.
Probably real tight.
I'll just.
It definitely fits. Fits. It doesn't like rip when you move your giant muscly body, but it's definitely too big on her dad, but fits you.
Yep. Fits. I'll get started on breakfast now.
She's just rubbed her eyes. That would be nice.
Ooh.
And she goes and lays back down.
Tyrall's gonna fix Brekkie
I'm sure
for
he will,
everybody.
isn't he?
Again. I remember the last time he did it, he burned her pants.
Yeah,
and she was like,
that's why I said, ooh.
Yep.
Guess
What
we'll
type
find
of-
out how
What
good
type
he
of
got.
check you want?
Performance.
Lord. Yeah, performance, really.
It's +0.
Of course it is.
I was just say that.
Got 6.
Her pants are gone again.
Arminius sees that you're working on it, and he's like, what are you...
You're an idiot.
I tried once. I used the cookbook. I'm using the cookbook again. We're gonna do better this time.
No. You're burning the... I can only make so much right now for her, and if you burn all of her pans, I'm not going to be able to Just don't...
How about you walk me through what I'm doing?
We can do that. And he does. He very meticulously, he walks you through it. Yeah, he's able to make sure you don't burn her pans at least.
Good job.
And collectively, they make breakfast together.
Yay!
And once it's made,
Sure. I think it might be on like Tom and Jerry or Scooby-Doo or something. But you know how like you'll see in old cartoons where they're asleep, but they'll like raise and start following the
it's
smell
all
of
it's
cooking
all old cartoons, really.
food. That's what Brock's doing right now.
Yeah,
That is true.
yeah. And Delilah follows you anyway. Yep. And she's in her robe still. Her hair's up in a messy bun. Like she's sleepy.
Me and Arminius have made breakfast.
And Arminius just like he's got. When you say that, he actually kind of turns darker a little bit. He's like, not really, but
He kept me
Anyway.
from burning and destroying your pots and pans again.
that I did do, yes. And he just sits down and goes to eat. And she's like, oh, well, it looks great. Thank you. She sits down and starts eating as well. She's like, I don't usually have people make things for me, so this is nice.
Tyrall will go
I'm
outside.
not to stem too hard on stream.
Cyrus!
Yeah, I don't think you really. I don't know if you know where
Cyrus!
he is.
Cyrus! Breakfast is ready.
There.
Dinner!
Breakfast, Cyrus. Don't make me come find
It's
you.
like you look like when you're calling animals in from
Ding,
the field.
ding, ding, ding. And after a few minutes of hearing you shouting outside, Arminius, with the seat, stands up, walks out. He's on the ceiling. Roof.
He's on the roof.
He's still up there.
I mean, it is a pretty low-hanging roof, honestly. Yeah, you probably could jump and...
18 if I do acrobatics.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then he just sees you do it, he's like... Alright.
You're also,
Stop going on the roof.
You're also not wearing your super heavy armor now.
Yeah.
It doesn't
that's-
I
exist
can't,
anymore.
I can't imagine how much more
Nimble.
nimble you're gonna be.
Yeah.
Well, and also just... Good God, you've been carrying that armor for 200
You
years.
you take that off your armor class though.
Here he did.
I
Okay.
did.
He's been
Yeah,
carrying
I'm
that
no
around for
longer
200
a
years. He's a
tank.
beefy man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He could lift a freaking
For now, until
cart.
we get used to new
Dude
armor.
is
But
huge.
we can probably
And
find
He's
new
not
armor
carrying
pretty
that
quickly.
anymore. Dude could probably jump over the house at this point.
Yeah, we got some Dragon Ball Z stuff. Oh, my weighted clothing.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's literally that. Yeah, the Saiyan outfits when they finally take them off. Yeah.
Rob Lee just
Yeah,
Oh,
literally. Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah,
I love
that's
that boy.
Yeah, mhm,
But-
yeah.
Tyrall will just.
I'm sure. I'm sure it's not even like an issue. You're probably just like, whoop, whoop.
Yep.
Like
Just
you're
right up
literally
there.
Captain America. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure you could hold a plane
Yeah.
to a roof. Like,
It probably surprises you. You're like,
Yeah,
whoa, oh,
yeah.
hey.
I can't believe that.
yeah,
How
and,
about
well,
us?
and your spirit already feels lighter as well. Getting rid of some of the Odin crap, pretty much. You feel lighter.
Surprised he turned to a dex build.
My stats are still the same.
Yeah, no, he could still be
I know.
strength based, but yeah. So you
Yeah,
get up
that's
on
a
the roof,
surprise.
and there's Cyrus.
And he is deep in meditation.
Tyrall will come up and Cyrus. See that there's nothing. He'll just plop down right next to you.
And Arminius is still on the ground down there.
Then
Must
he'll
I
wait.
get Delilah?
Please don't.
No, can you just bring us some food to throw up here?
He's like, what am I now? A
You
servant?
all are.
It would be much
Idiots.
appreciated, please.
I'm sure it would be. He walks inside.
He sounds so tired.
And he grabs food and brings it out to you. He just holds the plates up,
Just
puts his hands back down, and walks back inside.
well,
You're leaving a family by themselves. Brock, Delilah, and Arminius. They're just like a little family.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sure Brock's like, and Arminius is like, don't.
Stop.
You-
He's like,
Brock.
I can't stand that sound. Would you please stop?
It's like Brock. And he sticks his hand out and he puts his hand on your forearm.
But you know what that is now.
There is no
Yes.
need to eat that way. At the dinner table with a lady, we do not eat that way.
How do you eat food then?
If you would still like to eat with your hands, you may. One bite at a time. It's not going to run away from you anymore.
You don't have to fight for it anymore.
It's yours. No one's going to take it.
Okay.
Yes. Wonderful. Good.
And yeah, whenever Brock would have walked out that morning, he would have still had the journal
Oh, yeah.
and the rock.
Like, sorry, I shouldn't take it back
But
yet.
as they kind of round to the dining area, he would have like put the journal down on like the corner of the couch,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
and then sat down. But he still has the rock.
What are you two doing up there with your food?
Tyrall's just going to take both plates. He's going to set them down in front of the meditating Cyrus. He's just going to. Thank you, Cyrus. Jump back off the roof
No.
and walk back inside.
I don't want to whistle for you.
You've been through a traumatic night. You can have extra food.
yes.
Then he's going to walk back inside, sit down at the table with Brock, Delilah, and Arminius. He's just going to. Delilah,
Yes.
is there any armor smiths or anything in the village?
Unfortunately, no. It's not anything that we really need to have. And then Arminius speaks up. Aren't we going back to the capital?
We are, but it's a very long journey to the capital. Just didn't know if I could find anything to help for anything that may happen on the way there.
It's a long journey. However, we can travel to the next town, whatever that may be, and see if the train is functional.
If it makes you feel any better, I don't think I'll be able to do that anymore.
That does greatly bring me joy, yes.
But on the downside, I think I'm pretty much useless other than swinging this hammer.
Which I mean is a fucking hammer, so it's still pretty useful.
I meant,
And
the
you
spells
and you don't have disadvantage on
I know, but
stealth
still.
anymore, so that does help.
That's also very helpful.
It's true.
Because your disadvantage for your stealth was your armor.
Yep.
I put so much work into that armor, now it's charcoal.
Yeah.
Ah!
But you don't need any spells to crack someone's skull open. So.
Oh!
Why does Tyrall need new armor.
Yeah, he would look really weird to you, Brock. He's not in his priest robes.
Yeah, like I'm seeing him in this super tight shirt that I've never seen him
He's
wear
probably
before.
so-
He's just
Yeah.
sitting there and just like.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah, I
beefy
know.
man. Yeah.
And
So he's probably like, am I still asleep? What's happening?
Is your braid still in? Like, have you taken that out? Like, what are you doing with your hair? Because I know that that's something that's important to.
The,
I guess he would have
the
still been the
braid's
braid, yeah.
out.
Huh?
Delilah braided it last time.
but
She sure
yes,
did.
you have armor, but in your shirt looks very small. Um,
Brock, I have
And when
some.
when you
bad
say that,
news.
Arminius does kind of go.
Brock, I have some bad news. My armor,
yes,
my priest robes, my rosary,
yes.
Oh,
the
yeah.
letters of Odin, my hammer, and my shield have turned to ash.
Oh. Well, we need to find a temple, and you can go talk to Odin and see what's going on.
Brock, he'll reach
Alright,
over
we're
and
gonna
put
go
his
to
hand
temple,
on his
don't
shoulder.
worry.
You're like, Brock, we're gonna find a temple, but a very specific one. It's South
Okay.
Sunset.
I'm pretty sure there's more temples.
But we're not
than-
going to talk to Odin. We're
Don't
gonna
think
talk to
about it too
Odin's
much,
papa.
Brock.
Why? Why? Why?
You remember Uriah
Yes.
and the weapons that he gifted us?
Yes.
We're going to go meet the one that Uriah serves. The one that made Odin and Freya and the rest of the gods.
Whoa. He made them?
That's what he said, and that's what the dragon inside of my hammer has said.
He was called the Maker.
Oh. So, why is your stuff gone if we're just going to go to this other temple?
Brock, I'm no longer a priest of Odin.
That's wild.
Yeah, he's like steam coming out of his ears.
The ears just went.
And Arminius goes, I don't believe I am able to fix that one.
But
He said,
Tyrall back in is no
"Wait,
longer
we need
a
to
priest
redraw.
of
We
Odin.
need to redraw the honk cat as Brock."
but
That's all wild.
you follow Odin, and he's been really cool
Who is your
because
papa?
he helps you out a lot, and you do the cool things with the magic, and then you do the real scary thing with the magic, and
Don't do that one.
Not anymore, Brock.
wow.
Not anymore.
Mm. Uh,
His brain's trying so hard.
Yeah,
Arminius reaches over
I'm sure his skull's like hot to the touch.
and he'd like barely touches your forearm again. Don't think about it too much, Brock.
Brock then kind of forcefully scoots back and gets up and heads outside.
Oh, there's so much changing for poor Brock. Aimer's not here. Arminius is being weirdly kind of nice sometimes. Tyrall's not Tyrall. I mean, Tyrall's whole thing is being a priest of Odin, and he literally sat at the breakfast table and said, "Not anymore."
That's so
Yep. Oh. Look at Delilah. Look at Arminius.
Oh yes,
Look at
Arminius.
Delilah.
Well, yeah,
I gotta change my eyes
know.
somewhere.
yep. He would be sitting over there.
Then I'm not entirely sure how that would go, but that's not how I thought it would go.
I will go check on him. Just a moment. He just stands up, goes to check on Brock. Left with Delilah. you want to say anything? Giving you any opportunity. If you wanna think about it.
Oh,
Hold on, the big guns.
If you want to think about it, I can go to Brock and
Yeah,
Arminius.
go to Brock and Arminius.
Okay. So you went outside.
yes.
So Arminius follows you. Brock, are you all right?
And he's really palming that fool's gold and pacing back and forth. What? But he,
I know.
and
It's
Odin and what? Nah.
I know it's confusing, Brock.
Why? Why? Why?
Why what?
Why is Tyrall not a priest anymore? He's that's what he does.
Do you know how you were a servant for Governor Wayland?
Yes, yes.
And then you escaped and you were no longer a servant for
Yes,
Governor Wayland?
yes,
And you instead traveled with Aimer.
yes.
It's like that.
Uh,
Tyrall worked for Odin. He escaped, and he no longer works for Odin.
but Tyrall told Brock that Odin was not like Wayland. That uh, he served Odin, but it wasn't like how Brock serves Governor Wayland, and so it was good. It wasn't. Eh,
He was wrong, Brock. Tyrell can be wrong sometimes as well. And he waits for a minute, just as I was wrong about you and your friends.
you were wrong about us. How? What?
I figured you would be a grievance, and merely just to transport me. It seems I have made friends of you. I was wrong,
He likes us.
and Tyrell was wrong. Things change sometimes, Brock.
Yes,
Mm.
but
That's all right.
um, Brock goes back inside.
Oh,
Walks up to Tyrall. Why?
Why?
Yes, why? Why would you become a not priest of Odin now? Why?
Because now is when I realized I was wrong.
But Hela is coming after you, and now you don't have your powers to fight what Hela would send.
Brock. In time, I'm sure they will be replaced with something better. Would you rather have a deity that is only a middleman on your side, or a deity that created the middleman?
Uh, uh, Brock would have both, I guess, because after you did the thing, you were nothing. You were so weak, and then Odin empowered you, and you helped us fight the white dragons. And without Odin, we would not have been able to survive that fight. And so you just throw that away?
But Brock, the things that are possible now are so much better. I'm following the destiny that has been laid out before me. Just look at the weapons that you were given. The symbiotes that were made for you. To guide you through your destiny. For me to stay a priest of Odin would be going against that.
But Brock didn't have anything to forsake.
Because you already escaped. You already left what was holding you back. I had not left yet.
But Odin was not holding you back. You could do so much.
And Delilah kind of breaks in. I don't mean to interrupt, but Brock, just because somebody looks strong doesn't mean they are.
Brock, the things that I did would have ended my life way before its time.
And presumably, yours.
Do you know what I've done to people in the name of Odin?
Brock assumes you've done that to other things besides Lily.
Twice and more. Once on the train. But what I've done outside of war is much worse than what I did in war. When you travel with the Brotherhood, and somebody shouts insults and blasphemies, there is no trial. There is no explanation. There's only a red paste on the ground. When somebody refuses to convert, when they are captured, they are given two choices. Be enslaved or die. Who do you think carries out those orders? When we witness somebody steal, there is no trial, there is no punishment except for death. We are not allowed to have friends. We're not allowed to have families. We're not allowed to go home. We only serve and nothing else.
So, so when okay, so Tyrall was wrong. Okay.
I also did not choose to be a priest. I was sold into it by my family.
Yes.
So it's only natural that after 200 years, I choose my own path. After finding something better.
Okay. 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 And Brock will kind of turn and go and sit on the couch.
Oh my god. Arminius is just speechless. He was standing there, watched you leave. He's looking at you, and he's not looking at you like he used to look at you, where he's looking at you scrutinizingly, like, wow, you're an idiot. Looks like a dawn of realization is on his face.
Of why?
Respect. Just pure respect for the man that you're trying to be now, whereas before he made a lot of snide comments toward you, he has nothing to say. He just sits there. He just sits back down in the seat.
Hey, Rat.
Anyway.
Wow! Anyway, so when is Cyrus coming out of meditation? Because it's been nearly
It's been
12 hours
yeah.
at this point. So, I mean, you have to at some
Yeah, so
point.
he will probably come out and then see the plates of food in front of him.
Cold and birds are picking at it.
Yeah, and he's like, at first he's like, how the fuck did...
Huh?
Yeah, huh? And then he'll just...
Freak out.
and just start eating.
Do you come down at all?
He's still thinking about it. At least he's conscious and eating.
Tyrell's gonna get up. He's gonna see Brock just sitting on the couch, I guess, in contemplation, as best as Brock can. He'll look at Arminius. Can I borrow the cart to go into town?
I suppose. But you need to have someone with you, either myself or Cyrus.
What if I take the lady at the house?
You going on a date?
He's like,
He said,
fine. If the lady wishes to go. And she was kind of just minding her own business at one point, and when you said that, she's like, oh, me?
Would you like to go into town with me?
She if you want to give me just a minute, I gotta, because she's still in her robe and stuff. She's like, yeah, give me just a second, real quick. And she goes to her room, and you hear clunk, 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 clunk.
As she's
like
doing
she's
that, Tyrell goes over to his
Speed dressing.
backpack, opens it up, and he goes, oh. He starts taking stuff out that's covered in ash.
Oh.
His
Yeah.
alms box was in there.
oh yeah.
He
It's
just
like,
kind of
free!
he gets everything out and goes out into the front yard and just gets all of it out.
yeah, I'm sure you see him do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and Cyrus
and
also
every-
sees like all
Yeah,
like the black
he-
mark.
yeah, he
was,
on
like,
the ground.
known.
He's actually like, what are you doing?
Yeah, he wouldn't have known what had
No.
happened. He would just
No.
see a black mark on the ground and then charcoal
Dumping ash.
everywhere.
He's
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
What the
And
fuck
there's
are
a
you
black,
doing?
black char mark from where the
The thing
hammers
blew
exploded.
up.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Then he'll come back
He's
in,
real confused.
start putting everything back in his backpack, put it on, grab his hammer, and just wait. Wait for her to get ready.
This is wild.
Going on a date town.
Date to the town.
And yeah, she comes out and she's in a cute little dress and she's tying it. She has her hair down and
She got all
everything.
gussied up.
As best she could. She kind of pulls her dress up a little bit and pulls up her socks. Okay, I think I'm ready to go.
All right. Into the cart we go.
Right.
Off to the town.
Cyrus is just like,
Forward.
where are you going?
And Arminius walks
What
out.
are you doing?
Arminius walks out, watches them leave, looks up at you.
He's watching them leave, really confused.
I see you're back to the world of the living.
Just kind of doesn't move his head. He just glances down at him.
I suppose whenever they get back, we should leave ourselves.
I suppose that's fun. Where are we going?
Back to Artiana.
Fine. He walks inside.
It's cranky now.
He's trying to skin a guy. What are you talking about?
Cyrus is going through a different traumatic event.
He had to skin a guy against his consent. Yeah.
What are you doing with the lady in the town?
Not even a guy.
What
Really admires Tyrall.
stores are in the town?
Not very many. There might be somebody,
Yeah.
when I say tailor, very loosely tailor. It's probably somebody who literally just hand sews clothes, and they're very rudimentary clothes. They're
You could
very,
probably get some leather if you're lucky.
maybe. But like you can probably find linen tunics that are hand sewn. That's going to take, depending on your measurements and stuff, depending on your measurements, you giant man. It's going to take a day or so to get it, maybe a couple of hours, depending on what you want. If it's literally just like, I want a white or brown tunic, they could probably sell that up real quick, 'cause that's what they're used to doing. But Just depends. What are you? Is there anything you're looking for? There's probably like a bakery there. Nothing super fancy.
We're getting bagels, and then we're going to the tailor.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Yep. When we walk into the tailor, I'm going to get fitted for white pants and a white shirt, and then whatever she wants.
When you go to do yours and you do all of that, she's kind of talking with one of the other ladies there, and then you can tell she's really friendly with everybody, and they all know her. And then you say, and then whatever the lady wants, and she hears you, but she doesn't really process it, and she's like, wait, and again for the second time, me?
Yes.
Oh, I have all the stuff that I need.
If you would like a new dress, something, whatever you want.
Let me treat you, girl.
let me treat you. Well, I mean, I guess I do kind of need a new dress for going out because this is really all I have. Okay. And she goes over and she explains what she wants, and they're like, yeah, that'll be like a week, but yeah. So, and then she gets fitted. And she has just a cute little blush on her cheeks the whole time. She's having a good time. She's like, ooh, ee.
How much does that send me back?
Cause of being a small town, I'd say maybe like 10 gold.
I'll give him, no, not 4.
He said, 10 gold, I'll give you 4.
I'll give him 12 gold as a little tip.
Okay. But, yeah, so...
So, what else is in the town?
Probably a small, when I say a florist, I mean like a small florist. But there's really not much. It's the inn, people's houses, basic rudimentary things that they have to have. Bakery, butcher, florist just for giggles, and the tailor to make clothes. That's really about it. They really don't have much. It's very, very small.
Is there any jewelry or anything in the tailors? No.
Mm-mm. They have, wow.
Brooch.
I literally make clothes and I forgot what it's called.
What?
An eyelet. They have eyelets for corsets. That's it.
That's it. Okay. What's the florist got?
Tons of flowers. They got
Yeah.
bouquets, roses, lilies, orchids, pretty much anything you can find. Very pretty, very nice.
Delilah, what type of flowers would you like to bring home? Little gift for your mother.
Oh, for Mama? Oh, I don't know. Mama's never really talked about flowers she likes. Let's just go see. And she walks into the florist. She's just like, this one and this one and this one. She's picking out ones she thinks are pretty. She's not assuming you're gonna buy or anything. She's just like, all of these are really pretty. I think these would make a really pretty bouquet for Mama.
All right. And look at whoever's running the store.
That's just
Put these in a nice vase,
dwarven
please.
man. Oh, now why are you doing this? And she points the flowers at you, like kind of like tapping you on the chest with them.
Don't destroy the flowers.
Sorry.
Those are a gift.
And the guy
your
comes up
mother.
with the vase and she puts them in there, and he's just like,
Money.
money.
How much?
2 gold.
I'll give him 4.
4. Blink, get out of here! I'm flirting. And she points the flowers with the vase at you. Now, why are you doing this?
Look, I'm going to be honest here. I just renounced all my vows. I have no idea how to go out with a woman.
She is that what we're doing here? Like her voice gets real high. Is that what we're doing here?
I don't know.
And
I don't know.
she's like
don't know
shaking,
what I'm
panicking
doing.
now. The dwarven man's like, oh brother, and just walks away.
Children.
Look, I don't know. I've never. It's been 250 years of my life. I've never gone on a date. I don't know what we're supposed to do.
Oh well.
I'm finally allowed to do it. I don't know.
Well, then we're doing it the right way. And she grabs a hold of your hand.
She's like, we're not half-assing this shit.
And she takes you back outside with the flowers, and she goes back to the bakery, and she gets herself some cupcakes.
Oh.
She said,
jeez.
we're not buying bagels, we're getting cupcakes. If we're going on a date, we're gonna do it the right way.
I love
Apparently the
her.
right way is cupcakes.
Yeah.
And she gets some cupcakes. She gets a couple of different other pastries. And, she's like, and then we're gonna go out of town, and we're gonna have a picnic with the cupcakes. If you had, she seems frustrated. She's like, if you would have told me that's what we were doing, I would have made us some sandwiches or something. My goodness. And she just puts it
Tyrell's
all up
just
in the
like,
cart.
I don't know what any of this is.
He's like,
I
I don't know, you're just pretty. I just
I
kind of
don't know
wanted
what
to.
any of this is.
I just kind of wanted to go on a date. I don't know. You're pretty. And she takes the cart out, like in between the distance between the town and her house. She flips out some fabric that she had from carrying the cupcakes and the bagels and all that. And it's not very big, but it's big enough for her to sit on, and she kind of scoots over so you can kind of sit on it. And she sets the cupcakes down.
Get one cheek on it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much. She sits down. Now, next time, and she looks at you just like, there will be a next time, mister.
I
I'm
gotta
making
come back at
us.
some point.
I'm making
Are
us.
they trying to?
No, the ice slid down.
Oh,
But the demons were trying to enter.
I'm making us a better picnic.
Don't worry, I'll come back. I promise that. I promised you answers, and I'll get them, and I'll have to come back to tell you. Because I don't think you're going to leave your farm, are you?
I can't.
Kind of the only one that supplies this town.
I can't. And shouldn't very well do that with Mama and Papa around and everything.
No,
It's
and
just not sensible.
these people need to eat, so
And
I'll come back.
besides, you have to come home to some good meals. So, no, can't very well leave.
Oh, I have a home now.
Okay.
You said date, she said marriage.
She said bet.
She said, I don't play around, honey. You're saying date. I'm saying all right. But that's it. You can't run away now, boy.
You know, he's going to run away for another year.
Yeah.
Go save that.
After
that
a year,
planet.
she's like, that boy told me he'd be back. Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. You better come back.
Man. It's
Man,
one dead line.
especially from her.
Yeah, I know she terrifies
I
me.
mean, honestly, just be like, hey, BBEG.
I know, literally.
Boom.
Yeah.
Oh, you have an army? Well, we have a Delilah.
We have Delilah.
Yeah.
It has been a year and 1 day.
It's been a year and an hour, honey. Where
Yeah,
are you?
it hits exactly the 1 year mark, and the next second she just apparates next to you. She's like,
That's really funny.
so what do you have to say for yourself?
But yeah, so you all have a sweet little date. You promised to come back home.
Oh.
Let's see.
Yeah,
do I
there you
have
go.
any-
And once you, that's really funny. When you come back
do I
to
have
the,
anything cool?
unless you
No.
want to do anything specific.
Hang on.
All your tails are gone. I don't know what you're looking for.
No. I still have my family signet ring. Which
You do.
isn't tied to Odin, so it's the only thing
Yeah.
that
That is true. You do.
Yeah.
really didn't get turned to charcoal.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Mhm.
Yep. Yep.
Mhm.
So he'll take the signet ring off and he'll kind of hand it to her.
There you go.
Yep, there you go. There you go. And he'll say, I'll come back in a year with answers. Because I'll need to come back for that. So that's the signet ring of my family. It's
Okay.
got like the family crest and
Yeah.
everything on it. He's like,
I think
consider
that's what
that.
they used to like stamp, right?
Yeah, but the families would have
Yeah,
it,
yeah,
you know,
yeah,
the
yeah,
kings
yeah.
and all that.
Yeah.
So I'll have to come back for that. So I will come back with the answers that I promised.
She pulls the string from one of the fabrics, like the leather ties that they wrap around the like linen fabric that keeps the bagels or whatever in it, and she loops it around the neck, the ring. She makes a little necklace out of it.
There we
Better.
go.
Because I'm not leaving this thing. It's not leaving me until you come back.
Don't worry.
Right.
I'll come back.
Good.
If I don't come back, then, well, assume something bad happened.
You'll come back.
And I'll send messages. Don't worry. I'll probably go broke sending things through the Aarakocra, but
They are very expensive, yeah.
I'll send messages. Maybe the train will get fixed sometime soon. Make it a little easier.
Hopefully.
Oh, the train. They'll never let me back on that
No.
thing.
No. The Viscount himself is going to have to come and say, it's fine, don't worry about it, in order for you to get back on
You
that train.
can't do it no more.
Yeah.
It's fine. So, let's see. Surprised I didn't have to roll for anything. I just had this dragon out because I had to convince her.
She's panicking.
Nah, the date was pretty cute.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
Oh,
It was the
Also, Tyrall-
doing
also-
the date, and then also big house surprise, it's date!
That, and then also
Oh.
doing everything you did before that. You went through a lot. You did a lot. So,
it's been a traumatic
yeah.
episode for Tyrall.
Yeah. But,
Then we'll go back
Okay.
to the
to the house.
to the farmhouse.
Yep.
And we'll put the nice bouquet of flowers and their nice face on the table.
And you get there, Cyrus is actually inside.
Those Armenius.
Yeah.
Are we ready to leave then? Yeah, soon.
What time of day is it?
Not
Like
midday.
okay. No?
It's like mid to
Midday.
late evening.
Oh.
Do you want to get started now or in the morning?
I suppose sooner rather than later. But if you would like to wait the night, I suppose we can.
We'll wait one more night and have a full day's travel tomorrow.
Alright?
Instead of going an hour and having to stop.
Well, the cart moves by itself, but that's fine. And he kind of raises his hands, far be it from me to separate a man from his woman. And he walks into the living room. And she's like,
One more night, because I need some fresh baked cookies to take for the road.
that's so funny. Alright?
And at some point, probably not long after you guys get back, Cyrus walks up to Delilah. Is there any way that we can get provisions for our travel so that we have safe food to eat?
Well, of course.
I
You didn't
can't
think-
make it anymore.
Nope.
You,
Cyrus knows that.
you didn't think I was just going to send you all off without any food, did you? I didn't do that last time.
I'm just worried we might need a fair bit.
Well, I can do as much as I can do for you, of course.
Do you know if the town is able to? You're the one that provides them, yes? Or do they get shipments from elsewhere?
And it's from me, but what they have, I'm sure they're going to have to keep. I haven't
Fair.
supplied them in a few weeks, and me and Tyrall just went up there, and they didn't really have much, so.
Understandable. Whatever you can offer us will be greatly appreciated.
Alright, yeah, I can do that. She goes to work making some food for you.
I'm not getting sick, so.
And she goes to work making some food for you. So, anybody wanting to do anything specific tonight?
Actually sleep. That would be nice.
I'm going to meditate for the first part of the night and then go back out to that tree that I struck with lightning with the hammer and just practice with it while trying, do like a practice meditation.
Yeah.
Like I use the hammer, but also try
there's
to
a-
sync with the symbiote while
Mhm.
I'm doing it.
A puddle of your dried ick on the ground.
Ew.
Whatever it may be.
Oh well.
Nasty.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Yep.
Okay.
Good here.
well, then the night.
Cyrus stays away from Tyrall.
Oofed. The night passes by smoothly, and the dawn doth come. And Armenius is the first one setting stuff up in the cart, getting ready to leave. He's like, I'm getting out of here.
Yeah, Cyrus is tired.
He wants to get back to Artiarna and get his other shop. Get to his other shop,
It's nowhere where it's sane for him.
literally. Are we ready to go then? And Delilah has tons of
Yes.
provisions made for you.
I'm sure Cyrus is probably helping Delilah prepare some of the food. So
Yeah.
she wasn't doing it by herself.
Rock is ready.
Wonderful.
I'm ready to go.
Tyrell.
I'm ready.
All right. The cart is ready for whenever you guys are ready. And he just, he actually bows to Delilah. My lady, thank you for your hospitality. And he leaves.
Somewhere in the house, Cyrus has hidden yet another 100 gold.
Oh my god.
Hand it to Court.
Oh.
Thank you, Drake.
Yep, that ad.
Tyrall will go to leave, and then he'll stop, and he'll turn around.
Do it,
With
do it,
the-
coward.
Oh,
Do it, coward.
Power of the dragon that he just gave you.
yes.
He'll go in and he'll kiss Delilah real quick,
Do
and
it!
then run off.
Oh, no. He scampers off.
He said, runs off. Love you, bye. And as you
Skitter.
do that and run off, she runs out the door and she's like, "Excuse me."
I guess the cart's gone now.
And
No, Arminius wouldn't let the cart
everybody's like,
go. Yeah.
and she runs up to you and she hugs you. She gives you a proper kiss on the mouth,
Ow.
No.
and she's like, "You will come back safely. Understood?
Understood.
Understood." And then she steps back and she waves at everybody. Be careful! And she watches you leave.
Forward.
Tyrell's like, "Please leave."
Get me out of here. I don't know what just happened.
Well, now Tyrell has a girlfriend.
Yep.
Tyrell forsook all of his oaths
Yeah,
and
he did.
and got himself a girlfriend.
Have I played into your canon that you wanted?
No.
Oh.
No.
But that works. That works. I definitely was voting for Arminius and Delilah, but it's
Well,
fine.
if he dies.
For me, he stabs
So
me.
That's really funny.
Hey, I just wanted to talk to
Hey, we're really good friends now. I just gotta. Delilah, I don't know what happened. He
Hazy.
forsook more
he
oaths
just
and
died.
died. I don't know. The maker came
Odin
down.
got him.
The maker came down and just stepped on him. I don't know. It was
That's
wild.
so funny.
Don't worry, baby. I got you.
with his dying breath, he said, "Please take care of Delilah."
And I said,
I
bet.
Bet.
But is there anything I want to get to RTR now because I have one thing that I have planned. Is there
Aimer.
anything? Oh, okay. Is there anything in particular that anybody wants to do on the way there? I know Tyrell's going to meditate. What are you doing?
I don't want to do anything. I want Amber to show up in the middle of the woods because he's finally looking back. Please.
No.
I'm just meditating with my Komodo dragon.
Yes, one of the nights during travel.
This just might be a little bit longer of an episode, but
Yeah, when we
I mean,
Oh,
we
no.
missed like 45 minutes
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah,
really.
yeah.
So.
when we we're laying down for nights. Brock will kind of be tossing and turning a little bit, and then he'll reach into his bag. He'll pull out one of the gems that he took from the temple.
Stop it. Oh, I thought you
And-
meant one of the necrotic gems.
And
Got nervous.
he'll be like, Odin, Brock is first off sorry for taking your shiny things, but no one else was using them, and so, Brock took it. But mainly, please, don't send anything to hunt down Tyrall. He's a good guy, and he just wants to be happy and kiss Delilah.
I mean, yeah, that's not false.
That
is in fact
that does
correct.
go hand in hand. You're right. He did say that you couldn't have family, and he does want a family.
But Brock still thinks you're really cool, and please keep Hella away from us for a good while. Okay. Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
That was something. Yes. Cyrus. Oh.
Hey, there you go.
Yeah. All the work you put into that. Cyrus has not spoken to Tyrall at all. Aside from maybe, like, a few words because he has to.
And Arminius just comes over,
Like switching shifts or something.
sits next to you, Tyrell. It would seem your friend is very upset about something.
They're upset about what I asked them to do.
Is that peel the flesh away from your body?
What?
Is that because you had to you asked him to peel the flesh away from your body?
Yes, I didn't give him much of a choice. I kind of asked him to remove the tattoo and then went to meditate with the symbiote.
So you're even more foolish than I thought you were.
Apparently, yes. Probably not the smartest elf you've ever met.
No. But one of the only men that I seem to have come to respect, so. You may be foolish, but you are a good man.
It means a lot coming from you.
She just kind of stands up. Don't make it uncomfortable. And he just walks away.
It's really funny.
And then dude's like, and he's like, dude, shut up.
Tyrall will go back to meditating with his Komodo dragon. You're like, what do you do?
Daddy! Bonk, bonk, bonk.
What are your powers?
The Komodo dragon's like, that's not how you get it, buddy.
It's like, whoa, you're shaking me too much!
Baby shaking syndrome. Are you going to talk to Cyrus or anything? You don't have to, I'm just asking. Because if
No,
not, we're just
I'll
going to
Cyrus,
get
I'm gonna talk to you.
Cyrus.
simmer.
Yeah.
Alright.
He's been spending he does eventually, unless you're reading it, take the journal back.
Yes, you can.
He's spending a lot of time with it existing in his lap and like fiddling with this.
And
He never
Arminius
opens it though.
recognizes that and just kind of looks at you.
He's not looking at anyone. Honestly, he's either staring at a fire or has his eyes closed.
You seem quite fond of Amor's things.
Well, we have been looking for him for how many months now? It's been like 4 months, right? Maybe longer.
At this point, you've
It's pushing half a year.
just like I just learned earlier somewhere, you've been traveling without him longer than you've traveled with him.
Yeah.
The Bad Batch at this point.
Thanks for that.
The
Thanks
Bad
for
Batch
that.
at this point has been without Tech longer than they've been with Tech.
Thanks for that.
Isn't that lovely?
I
I
stop
learned-
talking.
I
Why are you
learned that
talking?
the other day. Just thought I'd share that.
Don't
But
make me get mad on straight.
oh my god.
Anyway,
So yeah, hate that.
hate that.
I think about
Anyway.
that often and I hate it. But anyway,
Happy May 4th, guys. Yep.
But you seem quite fond of his things.
Well, he asked us to protect them while he was gone, so that's what I'm doing.
It seems Brock is rather fond of Amor. Why wouldn't you allow him to keep the journal?
Keep it. He doesn't necessarily have a proper place to keep it, but I mean, he can read it whenever he likes.
Why must he give it back to you every night?
Because I'm the one that's been carrying it. He kind of like taps the belt he's been keeping it on.
Right.
Like, opens his eyes, looks at him weird, and then just goes back to. Well, he'd probably be watching the fire.
I love how we all got really distracted by Tyrall's thing, and even though you were like, what the freak is Arminius' problem? We just got so distracted by Tyrall, you've never asked him.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah. Other than that,
Yeah, I think that was a big thing to be distracted by.
sure was. If nobody has anything else, then we'll just show up at Artiana finally. Right back at the capital city. And as soon as you all get there, Arminius jumps out of the cart. Sanity. And
I said, my shh.
yeah, he makes sure you all get to his other shop. This one is a lot bigger than the one that you were at previously and dwelling in the
Border City.
Border City.
Oh, I saw the name for that. What was that?
Dwellin.
Well,
Oh,
Dwellin.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Brock
Yeah, sure
goes,
is, isn't it?
Scarf.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
here.
And this is much bigger. He doesn't have an attendant here, like Nico is in the other one. But he puts down all of his things, just kind of like leans on one of the tables. Wonderful. Back in sanity. I suppose this is where we part then. Unless you have anything in particular you need from me.
What?
Unless there's anything in particular you need from me.
you don't happen to have any armor in there, do you?
He just kind of looks at you. Are you asking me? And he kind of has this nice little grin on his face. Are you asking me to create you some armor, Tyrall?
Well, I don't want to inconvenience you, but if there's some laying around.
I might be able to find some lying around for you.
I
It
think he
might
makes
take
armor,
me a
right?
while to find it, though.
How long do you need?
A week.
I'm sure we can touch base with things for a week.
Wonderful.
Come back to
Then I
Delilah's
shall
for a
see you
week.
in a week. And he just nods. He scoots you all out and just slams the door shut.
Thanks for that.
He's like, get away from me for at least a week. I need breathing room. My God.
That's funny.
That poor guy.
Oh, fucking crazy.
I picture after the door slam, he turns and goes,
Yeah.
He's like,
Peace.
and there's nobody
quiet,
here.
and
There's not a
Dude's
Nico.
like,
Yeah, there's
he's like,
not
shut
a, yeah, there's not a Nico. There's no one. And then Duke goes, wait, and he's like,
It's still here.
don't speak to me. And he just goes right into his forge.
Yeah.
Now I can get rid of Arminius. All right.
Ooh, that, I don't know how I feel about that. I want even more, though.
Oh, but yeah. So what do you guys want to?
I like Armenius.
I love Arminius. He
He's-
warmed up pretty
yeah,
quickly, didn't
exactly,
he?
yeah.
After 2 months of travel, it does. You do
Yeah,
kind of
he's
warm
like,
up to
after
somebody.
2 months he better.
And after everything you all went through,
I
he
know.
went through the biggest change with Tyrall. Amer was
Yeah.
not there for that.
Nope.
I think it's time we update the Viscounts in person.
I think that's a good idea. And he walks away?
Oh,
I'm
he-
getting in the
he-
cart and driving there.
Oh, right, I forgot about the cart. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Yep.
we're gonna
Actually-
get weird looks with this cart.
he said, "Ew, ooh,
Also,
ooh." Also,
I
actually,
don't know if
probably
there's
not.
room.
Probably not, because there are only like the horse-driven carts around here, and it's either one way or this way. And yeah, it's very strict.
And
So
we
I'm
don't
sure
know
you
how to
just park
navigate
it
in here.
at Arminius's.
Yeah,
Back
we'll
it
come
in.
back for it. Yeah, so he says, that's a good idea, and walks off. He does not wait.
All right, come on, Brock. If you need any help, just let us know.
It
I
is
know
starting
the-
to get a little bit later in the day,
It's
though.
confusing
so it's
for you.
probably around
I'm sure we have to
6 or so.
schedule and
Yeah.
let us be summoned, essentially.
Yeah, or you can wait until the next morning. That's up to you all.
We'll
But
find
you will have
something.
to find like an inn to sleep in tonight.
yes, just stay close. There's a lot of people here and a lot of smells. Thank you for the scarf. It helps, but there's a lot. And then he'll do the little hood thing.
It'll
Cute
be
little
alright,
boy.
Brock. We'll find somewhere.
But
walk
Would you-
for like an hour and then find an inn.
But I feel like
Probably
I
one near the.
Mm-hmm. Near the Viscount.
okay.
we should go to. I'm sure we know where we can find someone who can be like, who can go off and tell the Viscount stuff, right?
You can pretty much just, I mean, if you just, because you
Like,
know
if
where the
we go to
mansion's
if we
at.
go to the White Council or the Mansion or something, we say, hey, we need to talk with him ASAP. Can you let him know that we're here?
They'll probably do it right then because
Yeah.
you are on a very important mission. So you figure that you could do that because he said as soon as you need me, just let me know.
Yeah, and that's
So-
what Cyrus is doing. If he knows that he can get him right now, that's what he's doing right now.
Well, it's also late at night. It's 6 o'clock. He's 6 to 7 because depending on where you're at, Arminius is shop is not close by the Viscount,
Mhm.
it's going to take you a couple of hours because
Hours.
Artiarn is huge. So it's probably going to be about 8, 9 before you actually are able to get there.
Would he have an inclination that that's too late?
Just based on royalty, nobility idea.
That's fair.
Just find an inn close to the mansion and get us some rooms.
Yeah.
Well, 2 rooms.
Yeah, 2 rooms, because clearly Cyrus wants nothing to do with you right now.
Yep.
So you all walk in, and it's probably a nice.
You haven't talked to him at all, have you?
No, he said he was just gonna let you simmer.
Okay.
But it's probably a nicer area inn. But it is also an inn mixed with a tavern, but it's a nicer tavern. It's not like a pub. It's really nice. It's not like a bar. Horrible, nasty place. And it's fairly busy, especially with it being as late as it is. And when you check in, it's probably me with my Ganassi. It's a Ganassi. It's an Earth Ganassi man. It's an Earth Ganassi man. I just had all of those names pop in. His name's Tyle.
I knew you were gonna do it!
Tyle. Tyle.
I hate you.
And he greets you. Oh, hello. Did you need a room?
We need 2 rooms.
2 rooms. All right. And did you want to have anything to eat tonight?
No.
No.
All right. Odd. And he just kind of slides two keys to you. Your room is going to be on the 3rd floor.
How much do we owe you?
50 gold each. For the rooms.
50 gold each.
For the rooms.
That's an expensive room.
Brock,
It's in
Brock
Artiarna.
hands over 50.
1,
Oh.
2, oh, well,
Two 50s or 150?
Just 150.
I'll do the other 50.
so Tyrall don't give a 50 unless you're trying to give him.
Extra?
150,
Please
yeah.
don't.
So don't give him anything?
Do not
Yeah, because
give him
Brock
any-
paid for you. It was just 50 for each room.
Hmm.
Brock's like, I got this. I learned how to count.
Slaps coins on the table.
Then he
He looks at you when you do that, and he's like, you let your servant handle the money?
He's not a servant anymore. He's done good enough to be his own person.
Well, and he just
it's
kind of
like the little the stitch smell,
Yes.
or the tooth smell.
yeah, the real and he's like, oh, right,
Your inn is nice.
thank you. You might want to get his markings looked at then, if you think that he's no longer a slave. And he just kind of takes some coins, looks at you all, and walks away.
What? I know something we could do.
Alright, let's go get some shut-eye before our big meeting tomorrow.
Oh, I gotta make a note of that. Hold on.
And then, like I said, the tavern's pretty loud, pretty busy. And as you're, because you gotta go up the stairs, as you're walking upstairs, you hear, "Oh, wait a minute! Well, look what the cat dragged in. How are you all doing?" You look around, and
You
guess who it is?
motherfucker.
Amer, my boy.
Sure is.
Oh.
Well, hello.
Oh.
Hi. Hi,
Hey.
Brock.
Big
Oh.
lift up hug,
Oh,
squeezing.
yeah, and you're way taller than him, so when you're doing that, his feet are off the ground.
Yeah.
And he's like, because you grabbed him before he was ready, so he's just kind of standing there. He's like, it's all right, Brock.
I'll take notes.
It's nice to see you too.
Amber.
Yeah.
How does he look?
Different.
What define different?
Not as different as you look.
Oh.
So he's not wearing the same clothes he did.
Figured.
They're a little bit darker.
Figured.
He's wearing black jeans, pretty much. Black pants, slacks, whatever you want to call them. Pants, black boots, and he's wearing a weird jerkin, like a bard jerkin sort of thing. But the colors are very muted. It's like a dark purple, dark green, dark orange, that sort of stuff. And his hair actually looks shorter than it was before.
Like a trim shorter or like cut shorter?
Like shoulders. It was a little bit longer, but
You're here. You're here.
And he has a new scar. It's like underneath his eye, like right here. His right eye.
Yeah. You're okay. You, we found you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's alright. And he kind of pats your sides, like, can you, thank you. Right?
Your hair, it's not as
And it's
long.
it's a little bit curlier now that it's shorter too. Yeah. Yes, it is. Rock, I don't really want to talk about it. Right? Anyway.
Rock.
You? And he sees
Looks
Tyrall,
around.
and he's like,
Hello, Amber.
I was going to ask how you all been, but clearly you've been better.
Oh, I feel great right now, Amber. Better than I have in a long time.
He like bends over towards Brock. Why is he smiling so much?
Also, Amber will notice his hair is down.
Yep.
Not braided, not
Yeah.
nothing.
Tyrall is not a priest anymore.
No, that's funny. No, really, what's your problem? What's your
Tyrell will just take his hammer off his back and set it down.
Pretty. So really, what's your problem?
Brock's correct, Amber.
You're not a priest of Odin anymore.
No.
No,
And he looks
Cyrus
at,
is
he
frozen, just staring at him.
kissed Delilah.
Wait! I was gone for, and he looks at his wrist when there's no watch there. A little bit longer than I meant to be, but you renounce your oaths. You marry the woman.
I didn't marry a woman.
Well, I gotta understand that the last time I saw you, kissing her was as bad as marrying her. So, come on now. You married her, really?
Understandable, Amber.
Yes.
You rolled 12.
So,
What?
And then there's a pop-up that said you rolled 12.
Oh.
you kissed her. Wild. And what's wrong with you?
Cyrus is just frozen, just staring at him.
Cyrus has been extremely worried about you. Like, to the point that he asked an angel to scry your location for us.
At that point, he's
Is that what that was? I remember feeling a weird nonsense in my brain, and I didn't know what it was. That must have been what it was.
so he slowly walks up to him, hands the journal back.
Ah, well. Thanks.
Takes the necklace off, puts it back around him, puts a hand on his head,
And his ears go whoop, loose apart.
lingers for half a second, and then walks and goes in his room.
Also, Amber, he may be a little emotionally distraught and doing something for me that he didn't necessarily agree to.
He looks at Brock. I've been gone for so long. But also, and he has his journal in his hand. What is happening?
Brock doesn't know either. Brock's
Brock's just like,
like Brock is definitely choked up, like on the verge of tears.
Aw. And Amor definitely looks a lot more subdued than the last time you saw him. Very loud and outlandish.
Yes, a lot has happened, and apparently something with Cyrus and Tyrall. But are you free? And Brock looks around to see if there's any Tenzins or
If there's any Tenzins.
he's not wrong.
Free as I can be, Brock, yeah?
So Amber can travel with us again?
Yeah. Yeah. Just got to be careful. So, but yeah.
Good, because at some point you need to make your way to Drokar.
Why?
Brock, show him.
Well, that's nice.
Yes, you see, these were specifically made.
Ooh.
Yeah, Brock has been reading a lot from your journal. We need to talk about things.
Man, when Brock says, "Hey, we gotta talk about something," you know it's bad.
But these were made for Brock before Brock even met the person, and same with Tyrall's new hammer, and so they were made for us, and there's something there for Aimer too.
Ah, yeah. No, I'm not going to pick that up, Brock. Good job.
Thanks.
I'm not going to pick that up, Brock.
Oh, I
But
needed
I
that.
appreciate you letting me know about it. I already knew about it.
Oh, you are. Why don't you want to pick it up?
There was no need. So, I suppose there's no point in hiding that anymore. So, and yeah, a lot has happened apparently.
Yes.
So, guess since you only have 2 rooms, I will go see what Cyrus is doing.
Also, we're meeting with the Viscount in the morning.
Oh, that, yeah.
And you're not getting out of it since you're back.
Oh, did
And-
you all right, that's fine. Yep.
And we need to go meet with our new friend in a week.
Oh, you made a new friend?
His name's Arminius.
All right.
Yes, he's very grumpy, but then when you are around him, he then makes you cool toys.
Makes you cool toys, eh?
Yes.
He looks at it, he's like, oh, then he actually is like, oh, yeah, that's pretty cool. That was pretty nice. Cool toy. Well. And he looks a little ashamed of himself, especially after you said that you read the journal. Unless you would, although if something's going on between you two, I suppose you could sleep with Cyrus, but.
Cyrus isn't happy about having to, how do I put this? Fillet the skin off my back.
Could have shown him.
And he's like, huh? I'm sorry.
Um,
You said flay the skin from your back?
Yes.
What?
Yes. What?
Yes.
Why would you have Cyrus?
Does Brock know what flay means?
Probably, yeah, honestly.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe.
We had to get rid of all of Odin's claim to me.
Wild.
And then at that moment, Brock pieces together the removal from the eye patch
Uh-huh.
and applies that knowledge to your back.
Yep.
A little worse than that, but.
But yeah, pretty much just peel it right off. Yep, flick it away.
Set it on fire, hit it with a hammer.
I don't know why you hit a hammer, but okay.
So then
It's the finality
I
of it.
suppose, oddly enough, I will stay with Cyrus then, since clearly there's something going on between you two.
He wasn't happy.
Clearly.
That's
Also,
why.
Neither would
didn't
I
give him a
be.
chance.
That's why Arminius would not let Delilah and I to see you.
Yes, they didn't want you to freak out.
What?
He just looks at Brock and he looks at you. What have you done to him? Look at him. What have you done with my boy?
He didn't take the news very well.
Clearly not. Look at him. Look at my son. What have you
He's
done?
actually a lot better than he was a few nights ago. We talked about it long and hard, and
Yes.
he's come to more grips with what I've done. But he's safe
Yeah,
and
yeah.
unharmed physically.
Yes, Brock is good. Brock got cool daggers.
All right. Well, then I suppose I shall see you both in the morning, and then we can discuss further what has been going on, because it's quite late, and clearly there's some upset feelings in the area, and it needs to be fixed. So, and clearly, I'm here now, so I've got to fix it.
Oh,
Yes, because I don't know how.
No, you don't, do you?
No.
And he just like
you had
he
so
like
much time and you didn't.
clutches his book to his chest. I'll be back then, I guess, and just
Before Amber leaves, Brock will hug him again, and then he'll kind of release the brace a little bit, and he'll put his forehead to Amber's. Brock is very happy that Amber's back.
Oh, well, don't do that.
I'm very happy to be back, Brock. It's nice to see friendly faces again, that's for sure. And he just kind of taps your shoulder. Now quit your crying, because if I'm back, there's no reason to cry, right?
Right.
Right. So, you rest well tonight with Tyrall. Make sure nobody else flays his skin, yeah?
Yes.
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 And then I shall see you tomorrow morning.
Okay.
Right. And you can tell me what that new toy of yours does.
Yes.
Yes.
It's really cool.
Right.
Good night, Amer. It's good to see you again.
It's good to see you, not Tyrall.
It's still me. And I'll just
Not,
into the room.
not the Tyrall that I knew.
It's not time.
It's not Tyrall. No, it's not. He kissed someone. Of course it's not Tyrall. And he just opens the door where Cyrus is, shuts the door, locks it.
Oh. Is there a window in the room?
Brock follows Tyrell into the room.
And from the what are you doing?
He's leaning against the window. His head is bowed. His tail is just like on the floor. Because usually it's kind of like, you know, cats kind of like it hovers almost. It's just flat on the floor. Oh, perception check.
Oh, these aren't his dice. Wow!
Oh! Fix it! Fix it!
Oh.
Emergency.
Emergency transfer.
Fix it. We did a full dice transfusion stat.
It's so funny.
Dirty 20.
He ever so faintly just hears really quiet crying. And
Oh.
he's like trying to wipe it away.
Oh,
Because he didn't realize someone was going to come in here.
yeah, because he literally turns around and is like, and you let... Oh.
He's like, he just doesn't turn around. He's just staring out the window. Because now he's embarrassed.
And he just kind of sets the book on the bed. Kind of walks up to you.
What are you doing in here?
Well,
It's like that, his voice is kind of like that scratchy.
yeah.
I'm trying to hide it.
So, obviously, I didn't have a room prepared. I'm just kind of going with the wind.
Why were
But,
you in here if you didn't have a room?
well, I was getting with it. His hands are behind his back, and he's like, his tail's just kind of swinging. And, well, obviously, you were sleeping by yourself, and that's what they said anyway. And so I needed a place to stay and couldn't stay with them, so because they only have 2 beds, and I'm not going to let Brock sleep on the floor again, and I'm certainly not sleeping with that giant muscly freak. So and he's just kind of babbling,
Mm-hmm.
and then he like
He's not stiff, but he's not turning around.
yeah, and he's acting like you can see him because he's pointing to the beds.
Mm-hmm.
There's obviously
I mean, he could
2 beds
can
here,
tell.
so you know I just thought that I would, you know, impose myself, I suppose.
That's fine.
What are you doing?
Um,
And he just kind of pops right beside you, crying, obviously.
so
Oh, that's not very much an answer, is it? I suppose, since I caught you, And then he points over at his journal, and you caught me. I mean, someone had to have read some of the things to Brock, right?
No, you didn't want anyone looking in your journal, so we didn't look.
Brock read it,
Yes.
and he didn't tell you what was in it. Well, that was
He
our genius coming
mentioned-
out. Hold on now. He didn't tell you what was in it.
He mentioned your brother. He mentioned when you two first met, and there were some things that made him sad.
I don't believe that's
And he said
everything.
something about
He just looks at you. So since I've been caught, I suppose you've been caught. Does Tyrall know as well?
and he actually looks at him now.
Does Tyrall know? I suppose if you know, and
Does Tyrell know about him killing
yeah,
that guy? Yeah.
he said it to both of you. I know Brock. I know Brock better than you. Well, no, I don't. I think I know Brock better than you all do. I know that if he's reading it, he's telling people it. So, I'm not stupid. He's obviously told you.
It's a very thick journal, and we don't know very much, if that makes you feel any better.
No, but you obviously know the most important part. You know about my brother.
Yes.
You know about the drug cartel, obviously.
Yes.
He's told you about the woman,
Yes.
and he's told you
He
that.
was like,
He's like, oh, freak, I do know everything.
he's like, oh yeah, the cat thing. What was that? Well, I don't want to ask you, but like, what was that?
And you also know about the fact that I killed someone. So, you know everything then.
It's a very big journal. I doubt we know everything.
Well, what's the point of knowing a couple of poems that I wrote if you know all the important parts, right?
It's part of you, isn't it?
The unfortunate parts.
The whole thing is.
Right, but you know the unfortunate parts. So, why were you crying?
It's been a tough couple of weeks, Amor.
Sure has been. For everyone, really. So, you gonna tell me why you're
He
crying?
just covers his mouth.
Oh. He's still talking. Not going to help, you might as well tell me. You know I don't shut up.
He's gonna go sit on the bed. He's like,
and he puts
oh,
his-
I forgot you're fucking annoying.
He puts his hands on the back of his hips and he's like, I've not changed that much.
Yeah,
Just enough.
He goes, sits on the bed, and he just
Just
puts
enough.
his head in his hands.
Just
Like,
enough.
oh,
That.
I needed 45 seconds to remind me of that.
Yep. So, why were you crying? and he's like bent over a little bit. One of his feet are kicked out, and his tail's just kind of swaying behind him. He's
I'm
got
not-
a stupid grin on his face.
I'm not necessarily sure if you want me to tell you. I know you're asking, don't say it. But I don't know if you want to know.
Tyrall told me something about flaying his skin. Does it have to do with that?
Oh, well. Surprised. Well, actually, no, I'm not surprised he was so open about it, actually.
Or is it about that, or is it about something else?
That is part of it, yes.
Right. So I know that part. What about the other parts?
He just stares at him.
Uh-huh.
You've been gone for months, Amor.
Oh, well. Yeah.
You said 3 weeks.
I
And
want
you've been gone for
4 months.
almost 5 months.
Well,
Do you not expect us to be upset about that? I understand why. I do. But we spent that entire time looking and waiting for you.
it's not so much that I didn't expect you to be looking for me or be upset about it, but I didn't think anyone would really, other than Brock, really care that much.
Why wouldn't we care?
And he, like, dramatically looks around. What do you mean?
Are
I
you
get on
that
everyone's nerves.
dense?
No. No, but I mean, to be that upset about it, I didn't expect. I mean, Tyrall doesn't seem that upset. He's like, well, I'm just saying.
He's gonna take the necklace back off and throw it back on.
Oh. Oh. Well, what's that for?
Because I felt like it.
Uh-oh. Well, that's fine. That was my pops, but sure, you can have it. How about that?
I'm not keeping it.
Oh. Well, then why did you take it?
Because I felt like it. I've only been waiting for 5 months. For your stupid face to come back.
Oh. Well,
Brock has been waiting 5 months for your stupid face to come back. As much as Tyrell doesn't want to admit it, he's been waiting 5 months for your stupid face to come back.
you know, I do feel like I might deserve a little bit of this. Would you like me to get a chair so you can ridicule me a little more?
No.
Oh.
He looks tired.
Well. Didn't
he? Is there just one bed or are there two in here?
There's two.
Okay.
Alright. Well, anything else? Would you like to hit me? Would that make you feel better?
No.
Oh. Ooh, I think I've been with Tenzin a little too long.
Something weird happens with his expression, but hard to figure out what it is.
Anyway, so new guy? Is new guy?
Oh. Surprised you. No, I'm not actually surprised to tell you about that. Yes. Tesla Arvinic Arminius Sambamark.
They didn't tell me his whole name.
I figured not, no. I'm the only one that still uses his title. As is respectful.
Interesting. That's that guy who kept coming back home. Interesting. He's a friend? Really?
We have been through quite a bit together. I think friend is warranted.
Gross. And he just kind of like flops on the bed.
You know, the
Yeah, with the little wee, because it's the springs. All right, well, suppose we're gonna go see him tomorrow then, yeah?
We're going to see the Viscount tomorrow.
Oh, yes, that's what he said. Right.
And I think he's making armor for Tyrall. So we'll see him in about a week.
Right.
Is there a problem with that?
No? Not particularly, I guess.
He's still just sitting on the bed.
he looks
Or at the edge of the bed.
like he's putting on a little too much, but he's still trying to just be like, I'm happy to be with my friends again.
You can be honest, you know.
What do you mean?
I know that you're dense, but do you really think that I'm dense?
He puts his hand on his chest like he's offended. I'm not.
He gives him the most exhausted. It's like that one Echo picture. The most exhausted.
When Crosshair and Hunter
Yeah.
are looking at each other.
Exhausted,
Oh,
unimpressed,
Echo. God, I love Echo.
unenthusiastic, blank stare.
I'm not. And then when he sees it, he's like, oh. Like I'm going to tell you everything that happened. No.
Kind of gives him a little survey.
I'm pretty sure after reading what you did, and his voice gets rid of the little whimsical tone. I don't need to tell you what I might have done.
I never read it.
Right? Well, no, just because you didn't read it doesn't mean you don't know what happened. I'm pretty sure I don't need to tell you, do I?
Doesn't mean I don't want to know what's happened since we last saw you.
Doesn't mean you want to know.
Probably not.
So,
I had to cut Tyrall's back off with my scythe. I think, potentially, I can't get much more upset.
you'd be
Potentially.
surprised. You'd be surprised. I promise you, you'd be surprised. A conversation for another time, though. I haven't slept in an actual bed in 5 months, so I'm going to go to sleep. Or try.
Can you at least tell me if you're alright?
No, I'm not. I will be alright, though. Still flushing some things out of my system, so.
Kind of looks toward the window. Have you actually escaped? Or is he still here?
He's still watching me. He knows I ran off for a little bit. I didn't expect to see you all, though. Just been kind of biding my time. He's got people following me, though.
So we need to have our guards up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. And without
Understood?
Priest of Odin Tyrall, I don't know what we're gonna do with that.
Are there curtains?
Yeah.
Shh.
They already know,
I know that now. At least a little privacy.
I suppose. Well,
I'm sure they both kind of like fall into really awkward silence.
yep, they just sit there like, we hated each other before I left. How are you doing? Now you've been the keeper of my things and my secrets. What's going on? Yeah, and he gets a deck of cards out and he starts like fiddling with those, but when he says he's gonna try to go to sleep, it's Aimer. Welcome back. No sleep.
Yeah.
What are you two doing? You guys just go to bed?
Do you want to play?
Tyrall would spend a little bit more time meditating
Okay.
on his hammer before probably falling into a trance while meditating with the hammer.
And Brock, I'm sure you're exhausted after everything you've
Yeah.
been through and being
Oh, yeah.
excited to see Aimer. You're like, Aimer's back.
Yep. Brock just climbs into bed and is excitedly looking forward to the morn.
So cute. But you were saying, Cyrus?
Do you want to play?
And he kind of like flicks them up and does like a weird trick with some magic, and they come back into his hand. You want to play a game with me?
He kind of like gets just like a little blush on his cheeks. I don't know how.
I can teach you. I don't sleep. I've got time.
He's like, oh no.
And he just kind of he sits on the floor, like where you know how the beds in hotels are like against the wall,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
there's
yeah.
the floor, and then there's the wall.
Yeah.
He sits on the
In the
floor,
middle bit.
and he's like, "Well, come on down here. Let me show you." It's been a while. I mean, if you're not going to be friends with Tyrall, you might as well be friends with me.
He just goes on the floor. He's so tired.
And yeah, he'll teach you how to play a couple of different card games. And every single time, he's like, "I'll let you win this one."
Does he actually win, or does Cyrus suck like I'm expecting him to?
Yeah.
I
And
don't think he has to try.
he magically lets you win.
Oh, yeah.
First couple of
It's like,
times,
I
the first
I
couple of
don't
times
understand.
he wins, and he's like, "All right.
It's like I've had my fun.
We'll do it this way. I'll show you how to do it, and then I'm sure you'll catch on to it." And then he just slowly lets you win
The sixth game,
magically.
then he's like, I don't understand. What do you mean this does this? It's like I don't understand. He's like, ow, God.
and he's like, "Wow!" And you thought I was the stupid one.
It's like I don't understand games.
You're supposed to have fun.
I'm trying, and he's like gritting his teeth. She's trying so hard.
Right? Well, at least you're trying. That's all that matters.
He probably wins like one on his own.
Yeah.
Just
And-
because
and-
Amer's
and-
like trying so
and
hard
the
to help
funny-
him that he
The
just
funny thing is he
fucks
lets
up.
you win magically sometimes. Then when you actually win by yourself, he's like,
Hey, you did it!
"Micah, I didn't even do that. That was all
It's like,
you."
what do you mean?
Yeah, when he says it, he was like, "By the Maker, I didn't even. That's all you."
He's like, oh, what?
Nothing.
No, not that.
Nothing. You've been doing great. I'm sure you're tired by now. Yeah.
He's look, they're all tired. He's like, you're not tired yet, so we can keep
I'm-
playing.
I'm almost never tired. So.
Well, we can play until you are, and he just steals the cards again.
Oh. All right. You guys just keep going.
Yeah, eventually he's like
Until-
falling. He's
until
like,
you're like,
falling
calm,
asleep.
Yep. Until you literally fall over.
Nah, he'll get himself to bed first, but he almost.
Yeah, and each time he's like, "Are you sure?
Shut up.
Are you sure?"
Shut up, you stupid fucking fox! Shut up!
This is every single time you start a new game.
He's like leaning at one point. I
mhm.
just can't. Okay.
Yeah.
Just gets like drops his card, gets up, and just goes
Oh.
to bed.
Oh. And he just like does this little magic thing, and they all kind of go back into his hand, and he puts them back in his bag. Right. Well, good night then, Cyrus.
He's gone. He's so tired.
All right. Yeah. That's where we'll end it for today.
Or
Or. Oh, it's a good place to end it. You got Aimer back. Tyrall renounced his vows.
yeah, kiss the pretty girl. But
There's
is
a lot
arguably
that
the most important
happened.
part of this
It
whole
has been
episode.
a ride today.
Sure
Stop
has
revoking
been.
your oath. You kissed Delilah.
Sure has
There
been.
were some loop-de-loops and
Literally.
some twisty turns.
Yep.
Yep.
Some pain and torture.
Yep.
Oh, some? Yeah, a little bit.
Let's see. Now I can. Oh, I deleted it. Oh, I thought I had. Oh no, because I needed the new one.
What?
The smaller one for Aimer. The card.
Oh,
Gotta get rid of
yeah.
Arminius's now. I'm straight up honest. I'm gonna miss Arminius so much.
Yeah.
He's still there.
Yeah, but I don't get
If
to
we
play
need him,
him.
let's
Yeah,
go back to him.
but I don't get to play him. Well, I gotta play Aimer again. I have. You know what's really
You
funny?
sound so reluctant.
And you know what's so funny is I've been missing Aimer, and now that I have Aimer back, I'm like, but Arminius.
You can't play both.
And no, I can't. I want to though. I love them both.
They are both fantastic.
Arminius is pretty great. Arminius warmed up. I warmed up to Arminius so much. I love that guy.
Arminius was pretty great.
Arminius was pretty great. Arminius was actually helpful too, whereas Aimer was there. We love Aimer. But yeah, that'll be the end. And we're not playing next week.
The week after.
Wait,
We're playing the
Back
week
to our
after.
normal 2-week schedule.
Correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Joneas will not be here though.
Oh, that sucks for this episode.
Yeah, that's the
Yeah.
reason why. That's the reason why I had planned on bringing him back anyway, but then you said that you weren't gonna be here next week, and I was like, Brock has to be here because I was
Yeah.
like, I could either do it today, and if it doesn't work out, I could do it next week. But then you said that you're not gonna be here, and I was like, Brock has to be
Yeah.
here when Aimer comes back,
Yeah.
and he has to come back in the
Well,
next
good
2
news,
sessions.
he's just gonna be glued to Aimer's side, pretty much.
So.
Yep. Cardiac arrest is a great way to go to sleep.
Oh.
Because Brock was so excited.
Oh. Oh.
When
Oh.
when you all go back to Arminius, he's gonna be like, this is my best friend, and then he's gonna be like, this is my other best friend, and then he's gonna look at Cyrus and Tyrell and be like, these are my best friends. Look at them.
So funny.
I love them. They're my friends. These are my friends. Aimer was my first friend. Arminius was my second friend.
That's really funny.
And Aimer, this is dude.
That means dude
Aimer
is no
really
longer a
loved
part of the
Dude.
party.
Hey, we gotta kill Aimer.
Oh boy, howdy.
Ow.
We need Doot. I don't care about Arminius, we need Doot.
Man.
I'm sure he'd give you dude if dude would go with you. He'd be like, please
Yes,
God,
yes,
take
it's
this thing with
true.
me.
Why
T-
did he
take
just
this thing
leave
away
with
from me.
Nico? I mean, obviously, I'm glad he
'Cause
did, but why did he just leave with Nico?
Still needs dude, honestly. But yeah, so there we are, and hopefully we'll have this set up next week so we don't have to worry about being hot and the computer overheating.
Yeah,
Yes.
computer. Yeah.
Oh.
But we salvaged.
Yeah, we were
We
able to salvage it,
saved.
thankfully. But yeah, so we'll be back, not next week, but back to our regular scheduling,
Yes. The
13th.
13th.
What did you say?
Be back to our regular scheduling.
Oh. I don't know what I thought you said, but it didn't sound right.
Yeah, we'll be back to our regular scheduling. So, yep.
Bye.
Bye.